So that's definitely going to be, partly a revenge encounter for the match, but also a very important game for the top standings. And I think another game to pay a lot of attention to today is Kramnik against Kayakin. Kramnik is white. He's very known for having extremely good preparation as white. And, well, he's one of the tournament favorites, and he really needs to get going, sort of to show that. And, of course, there is Aronyan, who surprisingly lost yesterday to Anand. And, well, he definitely needs a win to get back in the race as soon as possible today when he's playing Mamedyarov. So I think we have quite an important and interesting round ahead of us.
For sure.
Yeah, well, okay, there is, of course, the last game. We shouldn't forget that either. That is Andreikin, who is playing Peter Svitler. That's, yet another revenge
That's
encounter.
actually also, yeah.
Because, Andreikin qualified by being second in the World Cup in Tromsø last summer. And there he beat Peter Svitler, I think, in the quarterfinals. So, well, I mean, normally one would expect some, let's say, cautious games, even so early in the tournament. But I think that we're in for, I would say, 4 fighting games today, actually. So that's going to be interesting. Well,
we still have a couple of minutes left before the round begins, but we can see that in the playing hall, basically all the players are sitting there already, except for one.
Yeah, that seems like Aronyan against Mamedyarov. There's no players left, but the others is there already.
Yes.
Well, I think we are playing with this so-called zero tolerance rule. That means if you're not at the board when it starts, you're actually going to lose the game. So, well, normally there will be a big clock somewhere in the playing hall counting down. So I would really expect the players to be in control of this. Yeah, you can see Aronyan is circling around his table, so he's not going to miss it either.
No.
In that sense. But let's see here. Well, I guess one will say it's a bit surprising that we have Vishy Anand in the lead here early on in the tournament. I mean, well, he's been involved in all the previous World Championship matches, well, of course, as the champion. But now he lost to Carlsen, and he hasn't been doing well in tournaments. Has dropped down the ranking. So he was actually seen as very much an underdog in this tournament. But he had a pretty excellent win yesterday against Aronyan, and is, the sole leader after one round. So I think today's game will be very important for him. He's playing Topalov, who is known for putting a lot of pressure on his opponent as well as himself. So it's actually even a good chance for Vishy to get to +2. Well, of course, he can easily get down to 50% as well. So that's going to be very exciting to follow, I would say.
Yes, it's true that yesterday Topalov had a very dangerous position.
Yes. I think, you can say, of course, Aronyan will be disappointed that he lost yesterday, but his opponent today, Mamedyarov, will probably also be disappointed because he had a more or less winning, or at least clearly better position against Topalov and only got a draw. So he will be a bit disappointed, while I think Topalov will say, okay, I gambled, it didn't really go well, but at least I saved the draw. So he has some positive momentum to take with him here into today's game.
We should remind you that you can send your comments or questions on Twitter, #FIDE candidates. Your comments and questions are very welcome.
And we will try and answer them as well as possible here. Okay, you see the Aronyan in the picture. He looks, I would say, almost impatient. He really want to get started. Well, yes. You can understand that. So far, I think that to say he hasn't really made any good moves in the tournament yet, but I'm pretty sure they're going to come.
Well, yesterday during the press conference, everyone noticed that he looked quite relaxed and not too worried, and he said that it's a very long tournament, and should he lose any games, it's better to lose them in the beginning of the tournament.
I think it's a very good point that, if you sort of get into a comfortable start and then slows down and then you suddenly lose, it might be too late. Now at least he knows what ahead of him, and Vishy is 1 point clear of him, but the rest is only half a point clear. So in that sense, half a point is lost in that sense. Okay, we are off here. Let's see. Topalov normally opens with d4 against Vishy, but today it's going to be one knight f3.
One knight f3. That's a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, normally it would just transpose. I think, Carlsen, for instance, was playing knight f3 against Vishy in the World Championship match. And then with d4, they gets back into a Queen's Gambit territory. I would assume Topalov has some kind of point. We'll see quite soon.
What about the personal score?
Well, okay, now comes c4. That's a bit interesting. Now you can reply with d4. Now Vishy just plays c6. I think their personal score used to be rather equal, but Vishy did win the match, and he also won their latest encounter in Norway. So I would think that Vishy is on on moderate plus in that sense. But okay, well, they have a very long history together, and of course, well, by far their most important encounter together was the World Championship match in 2010. But well, I think we're going to discuss that match a bit during today's game. But let's just see the opening here. Okay, Topalov. Now I don't know what the last move was here. I think knight f6.
Knight f6.
Yeah, and then did Topalov play knight c3 then? Okay. Well, it's interesting. Actually, normally Topalov would not shy away from a sort of big theoretical battle. Actually, in the match they had in 2010, if anything, it was Vichy who sort of backed down a bit because, well, he respected Topalov's aggressive preparation a lot and he wanted to play it out on the board. And there Topalov was just playing d4 and straight up theory. But you can see now here, well, he's played, the moves are knight f6, knight c3. I will just put them on the board. And he's trying to keep the d pawn a bit back, playing for some kind of move order tricks. And, well, that is, at times Topalov will play like this, but I thought against Vichy he was basically trusting his very aggressive preparation. Okay, knight b2 d7. That's an interesting move. I would say...
Well, in case now white plays d4, it will most likely transpose to
they played knight b7, and after d4, well, e6, we have a very normal Semislav, and after bishop d3 it will be the Meran. But, well, the normal move in this position would be e6, and for instance, then white will try something like queen c2, and play, let's say, well, with b3, bishop e2, and castles. Well, I think I had a game in the Bundesliga very recently that continued something like this. Let's say here, castles, bishop e2, and generally you keep the pawn at d2. At times you will even consider attacking with g4, or maybe you will just castle short.
Even long castles.
Long castle has not been played.
Idea.
I mean, this has actually been debated by, well, Topalov's compatriot Delchev in an opening book where he's suggesting things like this. But we saw here that Vichy played the move knight b to d7. And, well, the point of this is, of course, that he's sort of hinting that I could play e5 the next move. And, Topalov has to respond to that. And,
well, he's basically provoking Topalov to play d4 and to transpose to the main lines.
Very much so, in a way. So it's quite interesting. Will Topalov allow that or not? A bit surprising, Topalov has started thinking here. And, that's a moderately good sign for Vichy. Well, we're not talking about black being better at all, but at least he might have slightly annoyed Topalov in the opening with the move knight bd7. It's not exactly a novelty, but it's not the most common move.
So what you're saying is that in case white plays b3 now, e5 is quite a valid option.
I would really think so, that you would play this, that's, I think, that should be quite playable. If memory serves me right, I think a Chinese player has even played the move b4 in this position. That is possible now. Then after e5, I think something like queen b3. Well, they had an interesting and complicated position. But, let's see. This game could go either way. Either Topalov will just, in this position, switch back with d4 and play some mainline theory, but that would be kind of strange having played this move. On
yes, he must have had at some point
exactly.
avoiding
I'm
it in the
sure
first place.
Topalov has really expected the move e6 in this position, and now, Vichy played knight bd7, and Topalov started thinking. So, there is moves like queen c2 now, or b4, b3, and maybe even bishop e2 could be a move. So.
But that is not exactly Topalov's style to play non-mainstream lines, wouldn't you say?
Yes and no. I mean, for instance, in the match against Vichy, he was very ready to play, long, sharp, complicated lines because, he had incredibly strong computers at that time and a very good team of seconds. But at times also he will play some, for instance, the match with Kramnik. He was playing some new ideas like rook b1 in a couple of games, or maybe it was rook b1 and a3, just to get a playable position with white where you can sort of get to play chess. And I think he was trying this concept today, but, maybe Vichy has messed that plan up a bit. So it's a bit interesting what he's doing. He played the move queen c2. Yeah. I would assume the logical move now should be e5, because if you play e6, then you haven't really achieved anything like this. That could also be the move g6, for instance, but I kind of doubt that. I mean, e5 is the logical move here, of course, but then, we have a...
What about c takes d5?
Yeah, I mean, e5? Let's say c takes d5. I think your point is that if they
After
takes back with the
skip
pawn,
back.
then knight b5 would be a bit annoying.
Yes,
I mean,
yes, quite.
normally in this position you will give a check on b4 and castle, but that's not exactly a check on b4.
No.
So I think here I would expect that unless you can play king e7, you have to resign more or less immediately. But
Well, you have bishop c5, but it's not very nice.
no, bishop c5. Okay, it's going to be d4, b4. So yeah,
Yes.
you're right.
Yes.
So I would say in this position probably. Okay, let's see. e5 takes. You're probably going to take with a knight, and well, actually, it looks like a Sicilian in a way.
Yes, yes.
Well, of course, black. I guess. Sorry, white. I would say. If you look at it, well, white has a rather pleasant black Sicilian here, but still nothing particularly wrong. So let's see if that's what he's going to do here. Well, this is interesting, and it's also interesting in the sense that, well, they're starting to, I would say, almost moderately freestyle in the opening. I'm sure they have thought about these kind of move orders, but still it's very word in territory.
It is very
early
really,
on.
Yes.
So I don't know if you saw Topalov's sort of wristband. Is that...
yeah, I'm also wondering.
Has he mentioned that in any interview, that maybe it's sort of a good luck charm or something like this?
Yes.
I don't know.
I haven't heard about it, so
No.
definitely, well, some journalists, some chess journalists should ask about it.
Yeah,
please,
yeah.
if they haven't yet.
Maybe some of our if somebody knows it, please tweet us what it is, because well, it could be some kind of superstition thing.
It looks like it. Yes, it
Yeah,
looks like
it
some
is,
some good luck.
Good luck charm.
Charm,
some.
yes.
Let's see. Okay, I think things are slowing down here a bit, and players are starting to think. Maybe we should switch to Kramnik-Karjakin.
Yes, Kramnik-Karjakin would be is another game which definitely is very interesting opening wise.
Before we change to the game, I would say that, well, we always expect Kramnik to come up with something very interesting in the opening. So let's see. Okay, here it is. Well, d4 is no big surprise. Karjakin played d5, c4, and now he played the Queen's Gambit accepted, exactly. And the next move is actually a surprise. Well, it's free e4. I think it's definitely considered the sharpest and most principled move, but it's played very little, if ever, by Kramnik. I remember one game where he played it with black, but I think with white, for instance, well, he's always been playing, let's say, well, there is this line, knight f6, takes c5, castling, a6 and taking on c5. This ending Kramnik has been doing quite well. It's always been seen as a very drawish option, but Kramnik managed to make it into a rather aggressive system. And against Kasparov in the World Championship match in 2000, I think he got an excellent position out of the opening, and he was actually winning before Kasparov in the end managed to
He's definitely
get a draw.
the biggest expert
he's
of
doing
this line.
this, and he's been been doing that quite consistently. But there is a point here after the move, free knight f3. Black players are starting playing this line, a6, e3, b5. And, well, I think, for instance, there has been some rapid games, Karpov against Kasparov. And, well, after something like a4, bishop b7, they take here. They take here, and they play b3. And white gets the pawn back, but a lot of things get swapped down. And this has known to be a very drawish line in some sense. So I think free a6 has been seen as a very interesting move here. And I wouldn't be surprised if Karjakin has prepared that.
But would you say that Karjakin's Queen's Gambit accepted is one of Karjakin's main openings?
It has been that. I think from very early on. Well, I'm not too modest to say that he played it when he was very young, and he lost to me actually even. So I mean, that I will say. But well, he's been playing it for a while, but I thought
But not recently.
Well, he has rather stopped to some extent. I think it's been part of his repertoire, but not the main one. But actually, instead of us talking, let's move forward in the game, because something rather exciting has happened. Okay, e4, knight f6, e5, knight d5, takes, knight b6, bishop d3.
Bishop d3 is probably a little bit less common than bishop b3, although both moves are played a lot.
Yeah, it's hard to say. They are both kind of main lines, but I think you have a point. But I think your point is connected with that in this position. Well, these are very common moves, and I think now he played bishop e4, f5, and this has been supposed to be quite good for black. I think normally they take here, takes, and for instance, if you give a check on h5, you can play g6. Well, I'll just show this here. takes, and well, white has won an exchange, but after knight c2, there's a fork, and it's well, it's actually black who will be up material. So I think in this position they have been playing moves like, well, a3 or knight c3, f5, bishop b1. But in this position, Kramnik did not take the pawn en passant. He played the move a3. I doubt it's a novelty, but I think it's a very rare move at least.
It's a very rare move.
Made
yes.
Kayakin think already. And well, if we remember back to last year's candidate tournament, well, Kramnik was equal first with Carlsen. Carlsen won it on a number of wins. So, well, he was of course first and got to play Anand in a World Championship match. But Kramnik impressed, especially by his white preparation. He was better in all games with white, which is, well, more or less impossible, I would say. But he managed that and had very, very good preparation. And, well, it seems that maybe he's staying with that trend. And I would say, if anything, the biggest challenge is Kayakin in that sense. Kayakin is very well prepared with black, and he has a strong team. He's been working well with, I think, with Motylev and with Dohoyan and such for quite a period. And now for this tournament, he sort of reinforced his team with having Rustam Kasimdzhanov, the former world champion from Uzbekistan, as his main second. Well, Kasimdzhanov was also the second of Anand in 3 successful world championship matches, and I worked with him for many years, and I can say he's an extremely good second. So Kayakin is sort of expected to be very well prepared here, but Kramnik has probably launched a very interesting idea, and it's really put Kayakin to think. So this is
from what I can see so far, it could even be a novelty.
Even be a novelty.
Yes.
Okay, I mean that is surprising.
And again, we are talking about move number 9.
Yeah, in a position. I mean, it's very surprising. Is here. Actually, no one has had the idea to play a3 before, but well, Kramnik just did it, and well, that is his. I mean, well, where everybody is doing just computer preparation, Kramnik, of course, is also heavily relying on computers. But well, he's managing to come up with ideas that others doesn't really find. And well, you see, this was the Queen's Gambit accepted. And not only does Kramnik surprise by switching to 3e4, which is hardly ever been played before, but he also plays the move 9a3, which is maybe even a pure novelty in this position. So, I mean, well, so far Kramnik is doing what Kramnik always tend to do. He showed good preparation with black. He played a line he trusted, got an easy draw, and now today he's played a novelty and putting pressure. Well, Kayakin is, well, as we can see, in heavy thoughts, and maybe we should leave him there because I think he's going to think a lot. And
yes, probably it's going to take a while. Well, he has,
two
an
options,
important decision to make.
Well, either you take an e4, and it's going to be quite complicated, or you put your knight back to d5, and, well, then it's a more strategic struggle. But I guess, well, white would have achieved something in that sense. So this is...
Well, at least he gets a chance to put the bishop back, let's say, to d3 if he wants to, or to c2.
Yeah, exactly.
Something that he couldn't do before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is, this is very interesting. And, no, I think, it was expected Kramnik would play something, but he sort of, he keeps living up to that promise that he is very creative and very, very well prepared. So let's see.
That's right.
Okay, should we go to, let's say, Aronian against Mamedyarov?
Yes, definitely. We should check the game Aronian-Mamedyarov now. Those two players, actually, it was mentioned a couple of times that Aronian is the only player that Mamedyarov has actually a positive score against.
Okay, yeah.
So this is not reflected by their ratings, but it seems to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a bit surprising in some sense because, Aronian normally has a quite good score against everyone in the world. But okay, maybe he's stylistically difficult for him. I would actually think that sort of Mamadyarov's enterprising and aggressive style should be quite nice for Mamedyarov. But that seems like empty.
Aronian, probably.
Sorry, yeah. But that seems just to be empty words. Let's see. Okay, Aronian started with d4, very much as expected. Knight f6, c4, e6. Well, I think Mamedyarov also has played the Grunfeld Indian and even the King's Indian, but here he seems to rely on rather solid options. So let's see. Well, e6, knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop b4, bishop g5. Well, I would say, if anything, bishop b4 is moderately prerogative. This is the sort of, we call it Manhattan system, and this has been played a lot by Aronian himself. But I think this is typical Mamedyarov. He's not afraid in some sense.
No.
And
But also, it probably seems to be the case that he's going for something that is more solid than his usual style.
yeah,
Well, in this particular tournament.
you could be right, but actually the next move has an interesting twist. Bishop g5, and now he plays the move knight bd7. I think of recent they have been playing a lot of h6 in this position. The move knight bd7 was really the rage for quite some years, but a couple of years back Aronian was playing, for instance, with black. But I think even Aronian has switched to 5h6 here in this position. So maybe, I think Mamedyarov is trying to revive this line a bit. Aronian took, and now he played knight to d2. That's, I'm sure it's a possible move, but it's a bit surprising in a way. I think, e3 here is by far the main move, but he played knight d2. I think c6 happened and e3, and now we have seen a couple of more moves. I think he has played the move knight f8 in this position, yes. Well, this is what could typically happen here is, for instance, he played the move knight f8, but let's just make the move bishop e7 here. Well, then we would have a normal Karlsbad structure, but there is the difference that the knight is on d2, not on f3.
Which is not necessarily bad for white.
Not necessarily. I think you can find pluses and minuses with it, and I think there has been a couple of games like this. And Mamedyarov is playing it more principled. He went knight to f8. I think bishop d3 happened, if I see it correctly, and knight to g6. And you can argue now this bishop is actually trapped. You're going to go h6 next, and you have to give up the pair of bishops.
On the other hand, you have used a lot of moves in the opening just to trap this bishop.
I don't know how he's going to do it. I mean, if he's going to castle, for instance, in this position. Let's say something like castling h6, takes. I mean, white is quite ahead in development, but if you play the move e4, I would assume that the pawn on d4 hangs. And something like f4, of course, could be very aggressive. And, if you would manage to transfer the knight here, I mean, things could be fine. But I guess something like knight e7 and bishop to f5 next, and you are about to have really weakened your structure. So, actually, I would say here, it's an interesting position. How is Aronian going to handle this? And, he hasn't replied instantly, so maybe Mamedyarov has surprised him back. If you look at the clock times, it's... Aronian has spent, soon 5 minutes.
But actually, isn't it true that after castle h6, bishop f6, queen f6, knight d5 exists?
Yeah, you're completely right. This is, I think, resign is too strong, but we are coming in this neighborhood.
So h6 is actually too slow.
Yeah. I'm afraid there's going to be a clip of this soon, this blunder. But you're right. Knight takes d5 is just crushing here. So after castling, he can't really play the move h6.
No. Because as black, you normally cannot afford to do.
Maybe he will put the bishop back to d6, or maybe he will put it back to e7, or maybe he will just castle in this position. That could be. Okay. This is gonna be interesting, but you actually have to castle to make this trick, because else knight d5.
Knight d5 runs into bishop d2 check. Yeah.
Exactly. So I would really expect Aronian to castle here, but I think it's pretty normal that he will sort of, just try and sink a bit. Or you think that he would actually consider castling long? Could this be the idea?
Well, of course. I mean, queen c2 followed by long castle is always an idea in such positions.
Yeah, and you can say that he has used a lot of time with his knight. I mean, should white castle short? You can argue the knight is pretty well placed on the king's side. But if white is gonna go for long castle, with h4, h5, you're gonna win some time.
That's true. No, queen c2, of course. I have played a lot of games like this myself with white, but generally I think that it's a bit risky, and it's not something. You have to have really good reasons and believe in this position for playing it in a very important tournament.
One reason is that you lost yesterday and you want to desperately to get back. So that's a good reason for going all out. I don't know.
Queen c2 is queen c2 is not even a committal move, because you can just as well castle short after that.
Sure,
queen c2
let's say
fine
h6.
Anyway.
If you take on g6, I'm going to take on g5. So let's say takes, queen takes.
H6. But you see that long castle doesn't work right now because f2 is hanging.
Well, then you can take on d5. Just I got one back.
Yes, that's true.
I'm sorry, but I really want to show that I think this is possible now. Because bishop d2, we have rook takes d2, and cd5 there is queen a4 check.
Yes,
so,
that's right.
Thanks. Yeah. But well, maybe after long castle you will in this position do something like short castling.
Well, or you can take on c3 and then take on f2.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Well, you might have a point there. Maybe I can take on g6 and I have good compensation.
Probably.
I don't know.
But okay. Yeah, something like that is possible.
But still, it looks a bit loose on the white side. I would actually be surprised should he do this. So I would say short castle is logical, and then Mamedyarov will have to do short castles as well. And then, well, I don't know.
Well, it's not that far away from being a very, very common position that has been played a lot of times.
I don't know if something like e4 would be a move here, but let's say e4 takes.
But even bishop e7.
Maybe just bishop e7 here. And,
yes, and what we have is just an isolated pawn on d4.
Well, normally white will have quite some activity, but maybe here it's nothing particular in that sense, I would say. Okay, the picture is flickering a bit, sorry. Well, I think. Okay, let's see. He's gonna do castles, and let's hope for Mamedyarov that he will do that as well, because else he.
Well, h6 is, as mentioned before, is not a good move.
No, it looked very logical, but there is a not too difficult tactic, I will admit. So well, we will see. But of course, things could dry up here rather quickly, but still, I think with these players, it could be an interesting game here.
Exactly, and Levon has every reason to try to push in this game.
Well, losing the first game is, of course, not great, but if you then follow it up with the sort of a tame draw the next game, it's not good. Of course, it's much worse following up with another loss. But, I mean, well, Aronian will have to sort of show that yesterday was an accident, so I think he's going to push here. But, well, this is a position he can push, and also I think we mentioned that Aronian, well, he's just the kind of guys who will play, not necessarily needing an advantage to win. But this is that's quite interesting. Maybe we should go for the last game we haven't seen yet?
Yes.
So this will be Svitlo against Andreikin.
Well, the Russian tournament is still going on since, as we mentioned yesterday, the Russian players will meet each other in the first 3 rounds of the tournament.
Exactly, yeah. That's a rule that they have just to avoid these kind of speculations. Well, based on, for instance, mainly Curaçao, where Fischer was saying that the Soviet players were sort of making deals about quick draws or something like this, and for that reason.
Well, it's been a long time ago, but still.
That is true, but I think Well, I think it's rather normal to have it in that sense. There's no big harm done. I think maybe it's over sort of cautious in a way, because I think with these guys it's hard to imagine. But even so, I think it's good to avoid this kind of rumors. So let's see here. Well, Splitter played 1 e4. That's no surprise at all. And Andreikin c5 I think is also quite normal. Knight f3, knight c6, d4, takes. But I think the next move is kind of a surprise. I think normally Andreikin would play e6 and sort of time enough kind of positions. But of course, Switter played exactly that himself yesterday against Kayakin. So maybe he Andreikin has. Well, or Kalashnikov in some sense.
Yes.
But, I actually don't know how it's named. But I think, as far as I remember, even Svesnikov was saying that he thinks that 4 e5 is better than 5
definitely.
e5.
He was saying that this is a more accurate move.
Exactly. This is how to play it. But I think still, at least in the West, we have named it the Kalashnikov for
a nice name.
I'm not exactly sure about why, but let's see. Okay, knight b5, d6, and now, the extra option you get compared to the Svesnikov when knight f6, knight c3 has been included is now you can play the move c4. And
that's what Svidler did.
Yeah, I mean, you will argue that sort of having a lot of control over this square should be very pleasant for white, but black has definitely found ways of playing around that. So let's say bishop e7, knight 1 c3, a6, forcing the knight back to a3, bishop e6, bishop e2, bishop g5, and that one you can't really win a pawn on d6 because g2 will be hanging. So I will just show like this. You take back with the queen, and due to this threat, there's no time to take the pawn on d6. So Switter just played the move knight c2, and I think that he has replied to that. But I can actually not see with what. He's taken on... Yeah, here. He took on c1, rook c1, and played the move queen to g5.
Hmm.
Okay, this is a bit interesting. I would really expect Svidler to castle in this position. And what is the follow-up then? Well, you basically have to castle.
You
I
can.
think. Well,
You,
you can avoid it, but
no, the
it's hard to
castle is,
hard
is
to
a
come up
very
with a good
natural
reason
move.
why
Mhm.
not to. So castling, and now, well, you are threatening to take on d6, I would assume.
Does he really want to play
Rook d8?
rook d8? But
Well, maybe that is pretty solid. I don't know if you can consider moves like, let's say, knight e7 in this position, and if you take the pawn on d6, there should be compensation in some way, but what way? I don't know. So let's say castling.
let's see if it has been played
Yeah, I
many
think
times before.
that you could be right.
Yeah.
That this is rather common ground.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, Svidler is thinking right now, so maybe queen g5
But
has
I think-
surprised him a bit.
Yeah.
That can't be ruled
Well, I
out.
think also just he's trying to settle in some way. But well, I think also Andreikin has obviously prepared this line, while for Svidler, this is definitely going to be a surprise, I would say.
Yes.
So
Well, I mean, the 4e5 in Sveshnikov is not a very well. It's not the most common line on the highest level. Let's put it
no,
like
I think
this.
Radjabov was quite a fan of it for a while. Well, he played also the Sveshnikov, but I think especially this line he's
Yes.
been playing a lot. But well, I think also, I mean, especially due to the World Championship match between Anand and Gelfand, but also quite some other games. Well, free bishop b5 became very popular here. Actually, I think Sveshnikov would be very pleased with that, because I think for years he was saying that
That this is
well,
the strongest way
two
to
knight
play.
c6 is a good move, but you really have to play free bishop b5 against it, because exactly this 4e5 line is correct. I'm not sure that many agreed with him, but evolution has to some extent pointed in the direction that Sveshnikov was more right than.
Was right, yes.
Well, yeah. Well, you will never know what is right or not, but at least one has to give him credit for. I mean, he had some kind of point at least, so that's quite interesting. So you're saying there has been a
Very
game?
few games, as far as I can see. So it's yeah.
Well, that's not. Well, I mean, it seems like the players have been doing quite some homework for this tournament.
That
and that's,
seems to be the case. I mean, the theory is going forward extremely fast, but we can see the leading players of the world thinking extremely early already.
But
and,
let's say after castling here, would they go? There is some games, right?
Oh, there are some games and even some quite old games, let's say.
Mm-hmm. But what would be the move after, let's say, castling? They're gonna actually protect the pawn.
Yes, rook d8 was played
so
here.
something like this, and well, it's clear White has this knight square on d5, but well, Black has also quite easily development. You will do knight e7 and you will castle. I don't know. Let's say after rook d8, if I play the move knight d5, am I threatening to give a check on
Seems like you are, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, rook d7 could be played, but it's a bit awkward.
It looks a bit awkward in some
Yes.
sense, I would say. Well, I don't
It's
know.
just that, well, the most natural position for the rook in this line is, of course, to put it on c8
Yeah,
and put some pressure on c4
well,
and
even leaving
well,
it on a8 for
Yes.
the time being. I mean, having to play rook d8 is not really what you want here, but I doubt that you can sacrifice the pawn successfully. I don't really see the follow-up. So, well, let's see, but that's going to be a bit interesting here. But Svidler is actually thinking, is he really considering some other move than castling? What could that be? Well, you could play the move knight d5 actually, but it would be kind of
that's a
strange
possibility.
because then he doesn't have to go.
But Svidler
rook
seems
d8.
to be thinking. While all the four bots, well, players seem to be thinking, we will go for a short break and we'll be back in about 5-7 minutes.
anticipated tournament of the year, FIDE Candidates Tournament, started in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Khanty-Mansiysk has been the organizer of many chess events with a few World Cups, FIDE Rapid and Blitz Championships and other tournaments, so their organizational experience is enormous. The participants and guests once again witnessed the highest level of organization. The opening ceremony was spectacular. Welcome speeches of FIDE President Kirsan Ilumzhinov and Khanty-Mansiysk Autonomous Okrug Yugra Governor Natalia Komarova set the start to the event. The beautiful organ music and performances of actors and dancers set the mood to the evening. But already on the next day it was time for a great fight. The first round of the two-lap tournament started as set at 3 p.m. in the hall of Yugra Chess Academy. Although it was not a very long playing day, one game was decisive. Former world champion Vishwanathan Anand won against number 2 in the world, Levon Aronian. 3 other games ended in a draw. The first pair to sign the agreement of peace was Andreikin Kramnik. Both were quite accurate in their play. Andreikin played a solid and quiet line and confessed at the press conference that he conducted the opening according to his special philosophy of preparation against Kramnik. Vladimir mentioned that he probably understood this approach. The game soon went to quiet waters and the draw was agreed. In another game of 2 Russians, Karyakin-Svidla, White always had an edge, with a possibility of an attack on the king's side and not many ways of a counterplay for black on the queen's side. Svidla pointed that his opponent could put more problems by replacing his knight to e3, but Karyakin went for another setup and gave an opportunity for black to repeat the position. Svidla used it as he was sure that his position is never better than opponent's. The third draw between Mamedyarov and Topalov was actually close to the decisive game. Although the opening was very calm, Shahryar soon seriously pressed his opponent, former world champion from Bulgaria. Black had to find the only moves in a position that was quite passive and went down on time. Mamedyarov felt he could win this game, but miscalculated and went for a line where Black managed to escape for a draw. The central game of the round was the encounter of Vishy Anand and Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian was called one of the favorites of the tournament by many specialists, but Anand proved once again that he cannot be underestimated by taking an upper hand. White conducted one of the typical martial positions very well, and practically did not give his opponent a chance for survival after a few mistakes made by Armenian. Vishy the King, as he is called on Twitter, is back and leads FIDE Candidates Tournament after the first round.
And we are following Kramnik against Karyakin.
Yeah, I think we left you here at 9A3. Well, we spoke about it. Kramnik, as one would always say, as expected, came up with a very interesting novelty and is putting quite definite pressure on Karyakin right now. I think Kramnik has spent like 4 minutes and Karyakin has basically been thinking all the time this game has been played. But we have seen a couple of moves there. That is, I think, well, that's probably quite a key game today in some sense. Is Kramnik going to win it? And then he will be almost a favorite in this tournament. Of course, also, well, the tournament leader, Anand, is black against Topalov, and I think that's also going to be very defining for Vishy's tournament. Can he, well, if he doesn't lose today or even wins it, I mean, he could actually be in surprisingly for fighting for, well, getting a rematch with Carlsen, and that of course could be very interesting as well. So, yeah, let's see here when we should get the boards up quite soon. Well, I think also, well, we spoke about Aronian Mamedyarov. I think a pretty normal game there. Not too much has happened yet, but a decent position for Aronian to try and outplay his opponent. I guess that's the big surprise so far, right? That Aronian somehow hasn't, well, lived up to the huge expectations there were to him in some sense.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And yeah, but we can safely say that, well, this Kramnik-Karyakin is a very sort of well, unexpected position already in the
Well,
12th move.
Very
right?
much so. Kramnik played a novelty, well, almost a novelty. There's been one game. He played a very interesting move on move 9, and he seems to have analyzed it quite well. He's playing very aggressive chess, and he's doing it very quickly. So I think it's basically not possible to put any more pressure on your opponent than Kramnik is doing. I think, well, this is the exact position right now.
Actually, yesterday we've been discussing that here again the time control is such that there is no addition of time until the 61st move. And well, many experts have been pointing out that with the absence of Vasily Ivanchuk, who was getting into time troubles really extremely often last year in the candidates, and well, Grishuk, who's also known for time troubles, that this maybe will not have any kind of sort of real impact. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Even yesterday we saw that Levon Aronian, he was...
Well, you're right. Aronian yesterday was down to, I think, 10 seconds for the last 4 or 5 moves. But I still think that was an extreme case. And, well, the point was that Aronian was actually completely lost at the time. And I think, well, losing on time in chess, it's a big sin. But if your position is completely lost, I mean, if you only see moves that are losing, obviously, there's actually nothing wrong in spending all the time you have left trying to find a better move. I mean, well, so I think he didn't really commit a serious crime yesterday with his clock handling. He played a bad game, but I mean, I don't think his clock handling was really to
No, it's
blame.
a good point. I mean, if you have a sort of a suspicious position or a bad position, there's nothing wrong with using all of your time trying to save it. The real problem is that if you have a winning position and you waste your time.
No, if you're slightly worse, also you shouldn't care about finding the optimal defense. You should at least leave some time. But I think Aronian was simply dead lost, and he knew that the moves he was planning to play are just losing. So he was looking for something else, and well, the problem is sometimes if you want to find a good move, but it's not there, then you're going to run out of time at some point. But I think you are right that it's a bit unusual for the players not having this increment, and some of them might drift into time pressure. Serious time pressure, because they are simply not used to sort of thinking that having 5 minutes left is a big problem, because you always get these 30 seconds. But you don't here. So, well, let's see. You're right.
Let's see if it's going to be a problem.
Yesterday wasn't a serious time pressure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's switch to Levon against Mamedyarov, because Levon seems to be thinking right now, so some moves have been made there.
Okay, we left you, I think, in this position, and in this position, and he castled, and as was pointed out, that h6 now would be a blunder because you can take on f6 on d5. But he did castle, and indeed, Aronian did play the ambitious move f4. Yeah. Well, we spoke about this being kind of double-edged in some sense, and I think they are continuing in a very principled and double-edged manner.
But you can see that, the bishop on g5 is basically a lost cause. There is no way to not exchange it for a knight. So what Levon is doing...
You need to get something in exchange for that.
Yes,
and,
he's just...
they played h6, takes, f5, knight e7. And, I think this is a very interesting position. There's going to be quite some complications, but not right off, I would say. But
still, I mean, it's a very ambitious way for white to play.
Yeah, now, I mean, just humor me. Why is this not a good move?
Knight e4.
Well, I guess you're going to take it, and I'm going to take back.
Queen h4.
And now I'm going to play g3.
Well, you could also play rook f4, maybe.
Yeah.
But you want to get the queen even more cheaply.
Well, unfortunately, f1 is hanging. But I have trapped your queen, haven't I?
That's amazing, no?
I mean, you see, I'm simply so used to missing easy tactics that I can't believe it. But
well, we should say that we're not using an engine right now.
No,
so we are just.
I have the feeling that the viewers are aware of that.
Maybe they are laughing at us, but
I don't know.
we are trying to do the similar thing that players are doing at the moment.
Yeah. Well,
maybe
I
less
don't know.
successfully.
Well, 94.
94. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if that's the case,
well,
then
it's not exactly winning in any way.
But that would be
at least. I mean. Well, rook f4, as you pointed out here as well, then you're going to give the queen like this and take on f5.
Yeah, he played knight e4 and he's winning. No, he didn't play knight e4, but he can play knight e4 and he would be winning. Wow.
That's the computer evaluation in some sense. Okay.
He didn't do that yet, but he could. That
Yeah.
is quite an unexpected turn of events.
I think there's going to be some queen sacrifice that is actually decent here, but let's see. So knight e4 takes. Well, let's just say I think Mamadiyarov played knight e7 very quickly. Let's say that knight e7 is a bad move.
Yeah. Well, he can't really consider knight h8.
Well, I just did.
You did.
Well, if the alternative is losing your queen, I mean.
No, but.
Well, I think this would not be a disaster. Could you play queen d8 and f6 next? But I think probably whenever the queen moves, it's going to be f6 by the way.
Knight h8 is not a good move, but I think, well,
Yeah.
here after f5, well, the computer is saying, and rightly so, that black has already to take some tactical measures, and queen g5 would have been a very good move.
Let's say queen e, but this, I mean, humanly, this looks risky at least. The knight is sort of trapped. I mean, you would consider in this position something like e4.
Yeah.
It also looks close.
It looks very clumsy for black.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like black is sort of trying to justify some very risky approach by some rather random tactics.
Yeah.
I would say. Well, but okay, let's look a bit at the game. I mean, is knight e4 that strong? Okay, so, well, that he's going to take it, I think there is no doubt. Takes.
That he has to do.
What about queen takes f5 in this position? Well,
rook f5.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Bishop f5.
yeah, I'm just
Bishop
thinking
go. How bad it is, right?
Well, that's probably the worst of the queen sacrifices. I don't know if you take something, let's say, with a knight here. Well, I want to play rook e8, bishop f8. I mean, well.
But you can see what huge pressure players are under here, because, well, there is absolutely no doubt that Mamadiyarov is a great tactician. No one doubts that. And, well, he plays knight e7 quite quickly.
Yeah, well, you're right. He had the option of queen g5.
He had the option of queen g5. And I think, well, you can easily explain it by the huge pressure that
But I'm not sure that he has sort of severely blundered. I could easily believe that Mamadiyarov thinks that in some line after queen h4 there is decent compensation. So let's say queen f4, you have to take, and I don't know, knight f5 now? I mean, you will play rook d8, bishop f8. Maybe queen h5 is a good move now, I don't know, queen b3. Maybe it's actually a rather bad queen sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know, it's...
I actually don't believe that he did it intentionally, no.
Maybe you're right, but then...
No, I think it's just a blunder.
Then he should look a bit more in shock, I would say.
You can see that maybe he is shocked because he's walking around. And, well, it's actually not such an uncommon reaction by strong players that when they notice that they blunder something, well, you tend to run away from your board.
I understand that also it can be quite clever. Let's say,
yes.
Well, in poker, people will sort of stare somebody in the eye to get some information, but in chess you can just run away. I mean,
that's true.
Well, if you don't have a good poker face, which well, some of us don't, then actually just leaving it makes a lot of sense in some way. Maybe someone will say that then leaving could mean that you have a bad position, but okay, then well, if you just leave all the time.
Then you're going too deeply into
Well, I don't know, but you really think that you're thinking that after queen h4 he should play g3, and now let's say queen h3, knight f2, and this is going to be a pretty bad queen sacrifice. You could be right.
Well, I think I'm quite sure Mamadiyarov won't resign here.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to resign.
But
that's the
he
case.
has
but we are sort of thinking, is this moderately playable or not? But probably it's not really, right? So let's say something like takes, queen takes, knight takes f5. It's actually only it's a bishop and a rook for a queen, but well, this is too little. Maybe, I don't know, knight g4 could even be a move here. No. Wow.
No, this is really
well,
an
maybe,
unexpected
I mean,
thing.
you can say it's unexpected that Aronian is thinking so a lot, but he's probably, well, I mean, before playing a move like knight e4, you want to make kind of sure it's not...
No, I think that's completely
well, you see
fine.
the computer evaluation there, 213 it says. So, I mean, well, 213 is not... when we're not talking about the small things here. We're talking about
No, we are talking about
massive.
yes, we're talking about a
advantage.
winning position.
Yeah.
Where well, you
Well, I
can
would
still
say
play
that
on.
so
Maybe.
far nobody has been +2 in this tournament. Well, maybe Wishy was the last couple of moves, right? But
yeah,
still,
but
so.
not during
No.
the sort of.
Well, this of course will be, I mean, fantastic for Aronian. Well, almost getting like a present back to 50%. And of course for Mamadiyarov, this will be a massive disappointment because, well, he was close to winning yesterday and he blew it. And then if he basically loses without a fight today. But,
Yeah.
well, I still think he's going to put up some resistance. But, I mean, the more I look at it, I have to say that it looks like whatever queen sacrifice there is here, it's not going to be great. So, well, that is a very surprising development. But
it's quite understandable that Aronian now is checking and rechecking if knight e4 works, because as you say, okay, I mean it gives away a piece, so temporarily at least.
No.
But it's not such a difficult tactic.
No, I was about to make a bad joke. Maybe he's thinking of which knight to take to e4, but I really don't think he's he's caring about that.
Yeah, and probably that really
it really doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No,
yes.
no. I think so. That would be stupid. No, well, I don't know what to say apart from it. It really looks like
it's very surprising.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, that is. Should we go back to Topalov Anand? We started there, but we haven't been there for a while. And
yeah, let's do that.
Let's see. Okay, I think. Well, we left you here in this position after the move 5 Queen C2. Well, Topalov played this system where he tries to play without D4. And the normal move here by far is the move E6. But instead, Anand played the move Knight BD7. And I think Queen C2 is what Topalov played. And now came the point of black setup. He played the move E5. Well, Topalov, I think, thought for a bit here. Now he took on D5. And as we explained, C takes D5 is just a blunder because of Knight B5. And they are attacking this square. And, well, that is rather tragic for black. So he has to take back with the knight. And, well, I think we mentioned that this is actually a reverse Sicilian. Well, I mean, well, the C-pawn has been swapped for the pawn for the D-pawn. And, well, it looks very much like a Sicilian kind of position. And, well, a normal move, for instance, could be the move A3 here, something like this, if you want to play it purely Sicilian. But, well, Topalov plays it even more aggressively. He plays D4. And, well, it followed something like, well, bishop D6, takes, Queen E4. And now Wishy played the move Queen E7. And I don't know, what is the computer saying in this position? I mean, they have taken on D5 and has been given a check. And the King F8 has been played. Well, this looks rather principled and forced in some way. Almost like, yeah.
Well, at least the computer is not saying that Wishy would be worse.
No, they want him to, I think, take on D5, and then Wishy should just play G6, castle, King G7, and have quite some decent compensation for the pawn. It's still a bit rather surprising. If you remember also the game yesterday, we thought that Aronian should have quite some compensation for the pawn, but that compensation became smaller and smaller. But, well, it's true, exactly this has happened. Queen takes D5. And, well, if you just sort of look at it very optically, one will say that, well, white has won a pawn and black has lost the right to castle, so that should be pretty much a disaster. But I would say black's king on G7 soon will be rather comfortable, and, well, the position is quite open and there will be some compensation. I guess, let's say G6, King G7, and, well, you can maybe even play H5 or Rook D8 or something like this. There's going to be some compensation, but to say that I'm overly impressed with the black's position, I don't know. Well, this is quite interesting. Well, Wishy has spent 9 minutes getting so far, so...
Do you think that means that he has looked at it?
Well, I really don't think that Wishy will give away a pawn and put his king on F8 if he hasn't looked at it. So I would think so, but it's going to be interesting to see. Let's see here. Well, he doesn't look very nervous, Wishy, right? So
No, no.
I mean, I would somehow think that he's still going to be in his preparation. But, well, then you can argue, why not play it quicker at least? But, well.
Well, at least Topalov has used quite some time already getting here. So probably for him it's more of a surprise, this position.
Yeah. No, but I think the computers are actually quite happy with Wishy's position. They just well, they really think he should just play g6 here and has quite some excellent compensation. And what is the point? Let's say, well, g6.
Well, g6 is of course a very natural move as
Yeah.
king gets to g7.
But okay,
and,
let's say, I mean, white is just gonna castle here. How are you gonna? Are you just gonna go king g7 or what? Is that
yeah,
really?
again, well, we had a similar position yesterday with the bishop on c1.
Yeah. Well, probably this is his compensation in a
Yes.
way, right? That,
Yes.
I mean, well, the bishop on e5 is kind of powerful, and if you go, well, bishop d2, you can't go now because of rook d8, and maybe there is just compensation like this. Then it's, well, it's rather brilliant by Vichy, especially if he's prepared this. But
Well, it's not like he's better, but we're talking
not
about.
overly, no, but he has a decent position at least. So,
Yeah.
so this is quite interesting. But I think also, well, Topalov is not the guy who will give back the pawn and get some equality. Well, if he has to, he will do it. But I think also, well, I mean, he likes sort of pushing hard. So, I mean, this game could catch fire if Topalov tries to cling on to a pawn that is sort of a bit dangerous. But, well, let's see what they're going to do here. But Vichy is thinking quite hard now, which is, of course, not a very brilliant sign for him in the sense that, well, that he could sort of not remember his preparation, or just that the computer said compensation and he didn't check it more carefully like this. But at least how I sort of, well, I worked with Vichy for almost 10 years. I don't think he really allowed me to say that, well, here is enough compensation and nothing more like that. We would check it a bit more carefully, I think. But not that it always was checked, but at least the ideal was to try and do it in some sense.
By the way, in the meantime, Aronin has played knight e4.
Okay.
So, well, yeah,
Yeah,
we could
no.
go back to this game just briefly,
Well,
just to
there's-
say what options Mamedyarov has now, because now he's thinking about this position.
Yeah, sorry,
But
I clicked
it
on
is-
the wrong one.
It is not easy to give him good advice then.
Well, I mean,
Queen
we can
h4
say
is
that
the only
he
move.
has to sacrifice his queen, but I
Yeah.
mean that's he. Well, he's just lost his queen, so I don't know.
Yeah,
We can
there is
we
no
can
choice,
debate
yes.
which one that's gonna
Yes.
be. So, I think, and he did play knight d to e4, I think, right? So
Yeah.
takes. And
Well, right now he's obviously thinking whether he should take on f5 or play queen h4,
yeah,
and probably both moves are very, very similar.
yeah. Let's say that if you can take on f5 now, or after queen h4, g3. This is the only square. Knight f2, and as you have to get the rook, you're gonna take on f1. Let's say queen takes back. Well, you have to compare this position with this position and decide which one is more comfortable for you. You could also take the bishop here on f5.
Hmm.
And
It's really very similar. But of
yeah,
course
I would
that's-
somehow think that this position, at least you have provoked g3 and his queen is on f1.
And the knight is on f2 instead
Yeah.
of e4.
It looks a bit more tempting to do it. Well, tempting is not really the right word, I would say. It
Mhm.
looks pretty awful. But, I mean, well, now you landed up in this position. And I guess you will argue that, well, I'm attacking the e3 pawn. And let's say on a very good day, I will put the rook here. And maybe my bishop will go like this. Well, I want it to go via a5, obviously, to b6. And you put pressure on this pawn chain. That's probably not really going to work. And I don't know in this position if something like knight g4 could just be extremely strong. But, well, I'm afraid that this is the reality for Mamedyarov. He has
Seems to be the case.
he has to cope with these kind of things. But, well, I mean, well, it's an extremely surprising thing that has happened so quickly, actually. And,
Mhm.
it looked like Aronian will be
Yeah,
back.
it seems extremely likely that today Aronian will win.
Will win. And well,
yeah.
it's not like Aronian had a good start, but I mean, well, if you have to have 1 point out of 2, and especially if it includes a loss, it's much better that you lose first and then win. I mean, now he will feel that okay, it was no disaster what happened yesterday, and
Yes.
I'm definitely back in the race. He could have
Definitely.
caught up with a lot of players and such. So, I mean, this would be major for Aronian, obviously, and well, kind of tragic for Mamedyarov. He looked to be at some point we thought he might be our sole leader, at least joined with Vichy yesterday, and now
Yes.
instead he can be simply last, I think. So, well, that's very, very tough for the Azerbaijani player. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can see that he's thinking right now.
for sure. Well, he's not new to candidate tournament. He's actually played matches, right? I think he lost to Did he lose to Gelfand in the candidate matches
Actually, I'm not
some
sure.
years ago?
Yeah.
No, that is my impression. I think he surprised Gelfand by playing 1e4, and I think he lost some very sharp knight off to Gelfand. Well, that was the year when Gelfand, actually very surprisingly, at least to, let's say, non-insiders who actually have a lot of respect for Gelfand, but it was seen as very surprising that Gelfand managed to qualify for the World Championship match.
Yes.
Okay, he went for the line we discussed. He's gonna give up his queen
And for the rook on f1.
give up his queen. Yeah,
Yes.
he's choosing this way to lose his queen is probably the
Yeah.
correct phrasing. Now, Aronian is even allowing himself to think in this position. Is he really considering, do I have to give up my rook at all? Is he thinking that is rook f4 winning or something like this?
Oh, that would be too much.
It would be very, very greedy. But
Yes.
if you actually could win it for just 2 pieces, it would
No,
be
but
criminal
rook-
not to try.
Yeah, but rook f4, knight f5, of course.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Let me just, what are we saying? Rook f4? Let me just try that. Well, I think for a start there could be the move knight d5. No, there couldn't. I was knight d5. You play the move knight f2, and after knight f4, I thought I'm getting rook and bishop again. But I think after this move, the queen is actually
Still trapped.
trapped.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you can actually take on f5 here. Well, I think Aronian is just gonna go knight f2.
Yeah, He'll
but,
give it some time, but he will play
yeah.
knight f2. This is quite likely.
Well, he has a lot of time left, and I think also, well, Aronian is probably clearly winning, but if you just treat it as being easily winning, things could go wrong. And
Yeah.
well, I think it's important for him to also, calm himself a bit down and saying, okay, he had a tough experience yesterday, and he must have been pretty excited. Well, excited in sort of the wrong way, but somehow, he's gotten out of balance. And I think it's important that he, slows a bit down. And, he's realizing how lucky he is, but also that there is some work left to be done in this
That's
game.
true. We shouldn't be sort of also fooled by the computer evaluation, because after knight f2, queen f1, and knight takes f5, what we have just been discussing, and which is the main line of the computer, there is some work for white to do.
For sure. I think the computer's main move is even bishop takes f5, which looks rather sort of intuitive, I would say.
Yes.
So-
Definitely it's
Well,
too early for Aronian
think-
to relax here.
Yeah, and the computer wants to take on f5. I think knight g4 is a much more human move in this position, but
Knight g4 is, is
yeah,
a
that should
natural
also
move.
be quite good.
Yes.
But no, let's see. It's not over, but of course, I guess with good technique, this should be a matter of sort of wrapping up the win. But there's going to
Yeah.
be some fight. Okay, he did
He just
go
played
knight.
knight
Yeah,
f2.
let's see. I think now, okay. And I really assume he will take back up with the queen. I doubt there's anything wrong with the others. Well, with the king would be a bit weird.
The king would be
Yeah.
right. No, queen f1, of course, is the most
I
natural.
think so, and then I would again expect him to take the knight in order to put a bit of pressure back. But I guess technically winning, and I guess it's going to take a while.
It absolutely. I think it's not going to be finished soon, because we will. Well, also, what else will you do in Mamedyarev's shoes?
Well,
you will.
Well, you're feeling rather stupid at this point, but at least you wanna
Yes,
put up some resistance. And
exactly.
well, you have seen players before managing to save a sort of queen down position when they have some material for it and put up some kind of fortress-like compensation. There's gonna be some chances for Mamedyarov, but I really doubt it's gonna be enough. But I think. Well, it's criminal getting into this situation, but resigning it would be just as criminal. Of course, you have some chances here, although they are rather weak for sure. So, very tough for Mamedyarov, no doubt. Should we?
We have a tweet. Avon Saland is writing. Seems like Aronian immediately strikes back against Mamedyarov. Well, we are just speaking of which that he is busted. But on the other hand, we don't think Black is going to resign either. So Aronian will have to.
No, but I think basically, we very much agree to the tweet. There is not much to say.
Yeah.
Right? This is what has happened, and Aronian seems to be back, and for Mamedyarov, exactly the contrary. Just if we go back, 21 hours, it looked like Mamedyarov would be a point ahead of Aronian. But right now it could be that Aronian is half point ahead of him, right?
And
So
you can
things
see
are going to
that-
change
Yeah,
quickly. And also, well, this is round 2, so sort of
yeah.
saying that, well, this is over for Mamedyarov. Well, it might be over for today, but of course you can easily come back in this tournament.
Of course. And you can say that, well, Aronian was right when yesterday he said that, well, losing in the first round is in no way a disaster. And,
No.
and
It's interesting. Vichy is looking very calm and sort of confident in some sense, and Topalov is thinking. I would assume that he has played the move G6, but well, it's going to be a bit interesting to see. Let's go there first, and just to update us on this. Yeah, he played the move G6. Okay. Well, not much to say there. We are assuming that well, Anand is still to a decent extent in his preparation, and well, I would say quite brilliant preparation by Anand in the sense that Topalov is trying a sort of very specific move order to annoy Vichy, and Vichy has foreseen this move order. He's come up with some very interesting stuff against that.
Well, many have noted that, well, Vichy obviously had very good preparation for the match with Carlsen, and he probably didn't get to use it
I think
so
that's,
extensively.
I mean, that's one of the, well, sort of, one would say, ironic things, that if you have prepared very hard for a match and you don't get to use it very much, at least you're going to have quite some stuff for later.
For sure.
Well, that's...
and it
maybe
seems that this is what we are noticing. Well,
I think people have always been complaining that Vichy, well, he was doing well in matches, but not in tournaments. But, well, maybe it will change this time. So far, I think he has been doing quite well here. But, I mean, I think still anything can happen in this game. But, I mean, when you are pawn down on the computer, say you're doing completely fine. Maybe it's nice in a way. Maybe the computer is now saying that should Topalov play the move Bishop D2, could that be?
yeah, Bishop D2 seems to be the first sort of advice, the first choice.
That's a rather, I mean, defensive move in a way, right? You're trying to sort of...
Chess Anyone is asking, is Anand still in his prep? If so, if there is any opening he hasn't ever studied? Well, you probably should know that.
Well, I'm sure there is some opening he hadn't studied very deeply, but well, I'm sure that, well, you just, I mean, this the Semislav was his, let's say, his opening preparation for Kramnik in the 2008 World Championship match. It was Anand's opening for Mexico when he won the World Championship in 2007, and I think he played the Slav against Topalov in 10, and again some kind of Slav against Gelfand in 2012, and also he was trying to play the triangle Slav against Carlsen in 2013. So this is really his area to play the Slav. And by this move order you see here, as played by Topalov, well, they try to sort of trick him move order-wise in his Slav and annoy him a bit. And of course, well, we would pay serious attention to such. And, well, I mean, yeah, we have been thinking about this, if I remember correctly. I haven't checked my notes, but I mean, at least if I still remember a bit, of course, we were concerned about such things, and well, we're looking at such stuff. And
well, you can see right now Vichy is smiling even, so well, he must be quite happy.
Well, I think he's smiling, but that would probably be based on some of the other games. I think that, well, of course, he's happy with the way things has developed here. I mean, beating Aronian is always big for anybody, and especially for Vichy, who had quite a rough time against him. And then, well, he also has managed to solve the opening problems against Topalov. It's a very nice start to the tournament for Vichy. And, well, Vichy has been heavily criticized. I mean, even as the world champion for not winning tournaments. And, well, after...
But only recently. Well,
yeah,
not
for
not
sure.
in his,
but the last couple of years he hasn't been maybe praised as much as he might have had deserved at times and such. And, well, this could be a nice tournament for him. Also, well, it's more or less the first big tournament, but there is hardly any pressure on him. There's very few expectations for him in this tournament. I think
that's true.
I've actually seen no one mentioning him as one of the favorites. So maybe some burden is on his shoulders, and he's just enjoying playing chess, which would be very nice.
It has been mentioned that, well, quite some ex-world champions who have just lost their titles, they get the second youth suddenly, because, well, it's also quite natural and psychologically understandable as well.
I mean, it's clear if all your focus goes into some sort of, well, you can almost say that it's a negative motivation. You sort of just want to keep your title. Now, suddenly, I mean, well, Vichy is sort of by instinct an attacking player and attacking by nature, but sort of, well, for a long time it's about keeping some kind of status and such.
Definitely.
Now, well, there is again something to win quite, and well, it's interesting. But I think also, well, he's had quite some years with not a lot of success, and just to say that, okay, we are sort of one game and a few moves in the second game since everything has changed is of course way too early.
For
but
sure.
well, for the Anand fans out there, I think there is definitely reasons to be happy and excited. So
Quite.
well, there's quite a lot of Indian chess enthusiasm. So maybe there's some hope there.
We could move now to Svidler and Rakin, as we haven't followed this game for a while now.
Okay, let's try and do that.
Actually, these two players, they haven't played so much against each other. But as mentioned before, Svidler lost in Tromsø in the World Cup.
He lost to Andreiken in Tromsø, and he lost in
the Rapid.
In the Rapid, I think maybe the quarterfinals. And I think, well, at that point, it was a very tough loss for Svidler because, well, he was knocked out of the World Cup. And, well, I think he assumed that maybe the World Cup was his chance of qualifying for this tournament.
That's
well,
right.
you have to remember, Svidler didn't qualify for this tournament. He got the Russian Chess Federation's wild card. Well, this event is played in Khanty-Mansiysk in Russia, and the organizers had to choose one player, I mean, as their wild card, and they chose Svidler. But that was maybe a bit surprising because, well, Grishuk was quite the higher rated player, but at least when Tromsø was happening, Grishuk was the clearly higher rated player. But I think since then, Svidler, I think he became the Russian champion yet again, and they decided to give it to Svidler. So I think when Svidler lost to Andreiken in Tromsø, this was a very tough loss for him. But as it turned out, it wasn't as dramatic as he might have thought it was. But well, Andreiken in the World Cup, he made quite a career out of playing 1-1s and going to the Rapids, and was very efficient there. Well,
he's known for being extremely good in Rapid.
Well, of course, also he was efficient there. Else, I mean, he wouldn't. I mean, he got to the final. I mean, if he wasn't doing well in the playoffs, he wouldn't. Well, he would be eliminated. So that's of course, yeah. Anyway, I think we left you in this position here after Queen G5, and Svidler was thinking a bit, but we thought castling was the obvious move, and that's what he did, and exactly as we expected. Andreiken had to play a bit passive move rook d8, just defending the weakness on d6. I think here we were discussing if knight d5, intending knight c7 check was an option, but Svidler didn't go for that. He played the move b4 actually. It's a bit of a surprising move to me. I don't know what you think.
B4 seems quite natural to me because, well, you can see that.
What's the idea?
Well, maybe b5 at times.
But then there will.
Well, I think also normally you wouldn't play b4 because normally the rook in Sveshnikov would be on c8 and there will be definite pressure against c4 pawn. So, well,
no,
b4 is a bit.
I mean, maybe you're even right that at times b5 will be great. But, well, b4 knight f6, why don't you play b5 then if that's your idea?
Well, not right now.
No, but yeah.
But I think the point here also is that the knight on c2, it cannot move because it has to guard a d4 square, which is very important.
You're saying that when it has to stand passively on c2, it can just as well defend the pawn, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah.
Not quite, but I think with that.
So the knight is stuck on c2, so why not pretend it's doing useful work?
Why not do that? Yes, something like that.
I don't know.
At least I don't think it spoils White's position particularly.
No. I mean, I would say it makes the c4 pawn weak, but it's true that
but
is
you cannot really put pressure on it.
No, it's interesting. Okay, knight f6, queen d3, castling rook fd1.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I would say either White has pleasant risk-free pressure here, or else Black is just completely fine. Well, the computer says something. Well, in the middle, it says 0 plus 16 for White, as we can see on the screen. Well, the numbers we see there, I think it will always show it from White perspective, or it will show it from the players to move. I think it's showing it from the White perspective.
From the Whites.
Yeah. Maybe we just haven't seen Black being better in this tournament yet. That's why we have not seen any minuses. I don't recall any minus, but also, as far as I remember,
not yet, probably.
I don't think Black has been better simply in this tournament. It should happen at some point, I would guess. Let's see. Well, Andreiken is thinking.
This is, I would say, a rather playable position. And knight e7 is a natural move, of course. In some ways, sort of. Well, one of the ideas for Black could be to bring the knight to f4, for instance. Well, with the queen on g5, it would feel very natural.
Yeah,
to do
but I would also
like
say, I mean, that's rather optimistic. I mean,
yes.
It takes a while getting there. Well, on the sort of subject of optimism, I was considering Black should play the move h5 just to gain some space, and well,
That's also quite optimistic.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, something
Well,
like
I kind
also
of like h5.
it would
but,
be really nice to put for black to put one rook on c8 and the other on d8 because
Yeah.
somehow
But that's not really gonna happen, right?
yeah,
I mean,
unless we manage to do it with tempo, it's somehow after moving the
Well,
knight from c6, but it's not so easy.
yeah, I don't know. Actually, maybe it is not impossible to play the move rook c8 now because I think
I
queen
think
d.
that's the computer
Oh, really?
suggestion to
Okay,
play rook
okay.
c8 now.
Well,
And
okay.
well, actually here you can
Let
see
me
that
see.
well there's b4. White might regret b4 at
Now
some
they're
point.
having now he stopped doing it. Well, he was sort of juggling with one of the pawns there. I mean, he was quite.
Yeah,
I think,
well,
I think
quite
actually,
good at it, right?
Yeah, I think Gelfand is known to be extremely good at it, but well, also Andreikin
Yeah.
it seems. So maybe it's a good sign for him if he has the same traits as Gelfand. He's done well in candidates, but let's see.
That's right.
Well, okay, so you think knight e7 and I think h5. My tip is he's going to play some more sane move, but
He will. Well, it's not unlikely he will play rook c8 because normally,
yeah.
well, for a start, queen d6 maybe just runs into
I think
rook fd8.
Rook fd8, queen
And,
c5, knight d4. I
yes.
think it's kind of good. At least you are gonna get the pawn on. Let's see. Yeah, this is the line we're talking about here. And if queen d6, rook fd8. Well, the queen is kind of trapped, and I think here
Knight d4.
knight d4. I don't know if we have. Okay, now I will just try and do a bit of magic.
Well, now you're probably you're
How is this?
doing something. Knight f3.
Well, there is unfortunately there is this move, queen takes c1, and
Yeah.
rook d8 is not really gonna be possible. But well, it was a nice shot at least, I thought.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be the case that queen d6 is a.
But rook c8 is a difficult move to play, and even if you do that, then I don't know. Well, I kind of like white here, but maybe rook c8 is a nice move.
I think for a Sveshnikov player, it's quite natural to put the rook on c8. Somehow I think it's
Yeah.
quite unnatural to have it on d8.
I've never really been a Sveshnikov player, but I understand your point in that sense. I mean, well, I'm still gonna make a case for the move h5. I just wanna, well, put the pawn on h4, and I've grabbed some space. I'm not gonna be bottom rank mated, and well, it's not that big of a weakness. I don't know. Well, I'm Danish, and well, our top player Bent Larsen was always famous for sort of advocating moves with the edge pawns. But
Yeah.
I kind of like it here. But
Actually, it's interesting.
I will be surprised if it's played.
It would be quite a surprising
Yeah,
move,
yeah.
but
I mean,
but it's not a bad move probably.
If I look at his eye, I think he's looking in the other direction of the board. But maybe that's just a trick, and there will be a sudden move on the other side. But I somehow doubt it, though. If you look at the clock times, well, Swidler has used 42 minutes basically, and Reichen just more than half an hour. But it's still a bit surprising that Reichen is aiming for a position like this. Maybe he just thinks it's completely fine. You were suggesting the move knight e7, right?
Well, as well.
What is this like? A bit is that a move like knight e7 could allow something like queen e3, because then the knight is not putting pressure on the b4 pawn anymore.
Well, and
maybe,
also
maybe the ending is not too bad for black though.
Yeah.
But
also now you suddenly let the knight c2 lose as well. But
you're
it can
saying-
go to e3 and maybe
Yeah.
go to d5 eventually and things
Well,
like
I
that.
think what we are saying is that, let's say here, well, you can go this way, but maybe then you're just going to go back and you're threatening to jump to d4.
That's
And, well, that could be a way to get the game over very quickly. But, I think Swidler was decently happy with yesterday's draw, but maybe also he was slightly disappointed he didn't play on. But I don't
Well,
think so, especially.
From what I heard from the press conference, it seemed that, well, he was happy with it because he didn't think that he had chances to be better.
No.
So he thought it was an
Yeah.
objective result, which is completely fair.
Mhm.
And
It could
because
be.
even we were not
I
sure
was about
about.
to say that he made a move on Draken, but I think
No, he
did play rook c8.
he did play rook
Oh.
c8. Yeah.
He put the rook on c8 and then he sort of adjusted. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that's a normal way of sort of jadubing your pieces. Well, you're allowed to sort of say jadub and then sort of correct your pieces. But I think normally players would make a move and then you can start touching the other pieces because you can't be sort of
Before you pressed your clock.
yeah,
of course,
exactly. Yeah,
yes.
before after pressing your clock, it's. I would say rather rude. It's actually probably very illegal as well. But,
Yeah, that's true.
well, he played rook c8, and
It's a very playable position, and a lot will depend on the player's, well, basically skill and who is better in this particular kind, and basically who feels better today, you could say.
We do think that black is pretty okay here, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
that
I for some reason I have some sympathy for white, but that's probably because I'm just not a Sveshnikov player. I mean, I will keep staring at the weak pawn on d6 and the square at d5, but it probably has no relevance.
On the other hand, you can see that d6 is the only weakness.
Yeah,
basically.
Well, yeah, it also
Maybe
it looks
that's
like
enough,
almost a crater to me, but yeah. Well, I was about to say, what about the move knight d5? But luckily I stopped myself because I think after, let's say bishop, you can actually take with the e pawn. The point if you take with the c pawn, there is this tactic, and well, something's gonna be hanging down here. But well, I mean, as we were just discussing, what about something like this? I mean, is black just fine, or is it white having, I mean, promising pawn majority, or both? I mean, this will be a way to unbalance things very quickly, in a way. I don't know. I mean, this could happen. Well, this would be a sort of very interesting way to do it. Maybe Switley will do it more calmly in a way, but well, there is. I mean,
well, knight d5 has the sort of the disadvantage of helping black to solve the problem of d6.
Yeah, I mean, it would be logical to get him to play rook fd8 first, at least, and then put something
at least,
on d5.
yes,
but
and also, well, he has just played queen d3 and rook fd1, so all of his, well, sort of his really his forces are looking at d6 and playing knight d5
but
now.
What is a reasonable move in this position?
Well, actually, the computer is suggesting queen d2. Well, if it's a very promising move, it's hard to say, to be honest.
No, well, that exists, but I guess he will just take and then go rook fd8.
Also he could play queen g6 as well, if he wants to. Well, it depends.
Well, then at least white could play queen e3, and you can start arguing that he's sort of starting to mini-improve his position.
That could be, yes. Yeah. So, well, it's interesting if Svidler will play queen d2 or queen e3, for instance, with the same idea.
No, well, we will see. I think, well, to expect sort of sudden things happening here would be a bit too much.
This might be a sort of a long and sort of balanced.
Should we see if things has happened in Kramnik against Karjakin?
Definitely, yes. We should move to Kramnik Karjakin.
Let's go there. Well, things has definitely happened here.
We left after queen h5 check, g6, queen g4.
Yeah, well, let's just recap it from this moment here of 9a3. Well, well, it's not technically a novelty, has been pointed out. There has been one game before in this position, but it's a very, very rare move that immediately made Karjakin think a lot here. Well, Karjakin played the very principal move. He took on e4, ab, e6, knight c3, bishop takes b4, check g6, and queen g4. Well, for the moment, white has just sacrificed a pawn, and he's sort of, well, fighting to get it, back. But mainly, I think, well, his compensation is in sort of some weaknesses of dark squares, and well, I think especially the black king is not gonna feel overly sort of comfortable if you were doing something like short castling, maybe h4, h5.
h4 actually is promising here.
So Karjakin played something quite principled instant. He took on c3. bc3, queen d5, knight e2, bishop d7, castling, and queen c4. Well, yeah, I would say that, well, both players are in some sense busted or winning. I mean, well, Karjakin is, well, he's one pawn up. Well, Kramnik will get it back, but okay, he has sort of, well, he has quite some potential on the queen side and such, but I would think that Kramnik's potential on the king side is overruling it. I would expect Kramnik to play the move knight g3 now. So, okay, we have a tweet here.
Yeah, Kramnik is, I'm not sure if he's 50 minutes up, but he's... Not anymore, maybe. Yes, he's been thinking for quite a while. But, of course, well, that's quite a typical situation also in his games, in his white games at least.
Yeah.
He's better on time, much better on time, and he's putting pressure. And, well, to say that white is better, or considerably better, is, well, probably is too much.
Not really. I mean, I think my hunch would be that actually, well, despite, I mean, black's 2 extra pawns on the queen side, and well, if you remove the queens here, white would be not overly optimistic. But no. I think, I mean, well, there is going to be some attack, and well, the black king is in trouble. Where are you actually going to hide it? Well, the king side seems kind of weak. Maybe you can put it, put it on long castling, but right now the pawn on a7 is hanging and such. So I think actually I'm kind of agreeing with the tweeter here. This is 50 minutes on the clock and a lot of pressure. Well, if anything, one would say it reminds us of Kasparov in his absolutely best days. I mean, he would have excellent preparation and put his opponents under a lot of pressure. Well, especially the guy in the picture, Kramnik, managed to completely reverse that. But it sort of... Well,
but it took many, many years
it took,
before that happened.
Kramnik was hardly born when Kasparov was... Well, that's not exactly true, but sort of...
Yeah.
Before Kramnik became a factor, maybe Kasparov was very dominating in the opening phase. But you can see he's thinking hard here. I mean, to me, knight g3 looks like an extremely obvious move, but maybe there is other moves in the position as well. I would say knight g3
looks very natural.
We're going to take back on e4, and we're going to jump to some nice squares.
And of course, you can see that in this particular position, white really prefers not having the a2 pawn, even though it costs. Well, I mean, it's material, but
I'm materialistic. I wouldn't mind having it as well.
No, really.
But
no, I think I prefer it that way.
Yeah.
But the point is that long castle is.
Any other pawn you would like to get rid of? Yeah.
Well, c3 I wouldn't
c3
mind.
as well. You could give that away. Yeah, that would be. Yeah. So you're thinking that here queen takes c3 is a rather bad move. I think
after knight g3, queen c3, I wouldn't really wouldn't recommend.
But what would he play? Bishop c6 maybe.
Knight g3. Well, maybe bishop c6.
Yeah,
I really don't think that queen c3 is.
No, but bishop c6 looks normal. I mean, let's say something like takes, and now we're going to play the move knight d5, and actually black has a pretty decent blockade
but that's
here.
already, yes. Probably the concept is that black would be happy exchanging this knight, because then f6 is not a factor
anymore. We're getting tweets about my lack of positional understanding. I was trying to make this not my suggestion, but to be a bit sort of illustrative in a way. That's probably why Kramnik is thinking hard in this position, because knight g3, bishop c6 maybe is in the direction of what black wants, but there could be some violent moves like maybe bishop g5, preventing long castling, or maybe you'll flick in the move rook a5 in this position. There is some very exciting possibilities for Kramnik.
Well, it's true. If we check the computer evaluation on the official site, we can see that Kramnik is quite better.
Yes, that's 0 plus 52 now,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know which moves it's sort of suggesting.
Well, he hasn't played.
No, he hasn't played like this. But knight g3, bishop c6, the position we have. Maybe the move knight a5 is an exciting option. I mean, white is putting a lot of pressure, and to a certain extent, for free, I would say. I mean, this, of course, black has the potential of two passed pawns on the queen side, but that's pretty far out.
That's far away. Yeah. Yes, I mean, of course, if an endgame happens at some point, with the same material, then something has gone wrong for
Kramnik
white.
is not gonna. I think Kramnik doesn't want to swap the knight for the bishop, but he definitely doesn't want to swap the queens.
No.
But okay, he's thinking in this position. What could he be thinking of? Well, is there some other tempting moves going on?
What about rook a5 at once? I doubt that makes a difference.
That's threatening rook c5 for sure. I was even thinking something like bishop g5 to put it on f6. I'm not sure I like it, but at least it's something to be considered. But you're saying rook a5. It looks rather logical.
Well, the computer is suggesting knight e4 actually, and cutting the rook. So maybe rook a5 he isn't thinking about after all.
Well, unless he believes he can do some tactical magic here, but knight g3, but that's probably not going to happen.
It's true that
maybe this was overdoing it a bit, but no.
Of course, bishop h6 is a decent alternative because what it does, it prevents black from castling
You're saying
short.
bishop h6, yeah. Well, I doubt he want to castle short. I mean, after short castle, something like h4 should be a pretty automatic attack.
On the other hand, he has to do something.
Yeah, sure.
So bishop h6 it's a nice move stylistically because it makes it narrows down.
But it's a bit funny. You are thinking of bishop h6 preventing castling. I was sort of thinking of bishop g5 preventing long castling. So we should kind of, well, where do we think black should put his
Okay,
king?
long castle is dangerous, I assume, because of
Well,
rook takes a7.
Well, yeah, unless something will cut there, but it's probably not going to be the case.
Probably not.
Well, you can play king b8, but it's not no, then rook a5. Sure. So,
but it's true that, well, we kind of agree that knight g3 should be.
Well, they're saying, do you think Kramnik's lack of any tournament play recently can be a deciding factor for him in, I assume, this tournament?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this we have been discussing a little bit, that players have very different approaches to preparation for such extremely important tournaments.
Yeah. Well, let's take the situation just right now as an example, right? I mean, let's say Kramnik has spent a lot of time on opening preparation. Well, that has paid off. He's getting a good position right now. And if he's able to convert it, well, then the answer will be no, it's not hurting him. But of course, if he gets good positions but can't really play well, then sort of, that's not too great.
But let's say Kramnik himself in some recent interviews has said that he had an extremely tense last year chess-wise, that he's played probably more than ever in his career, and that he simply really needed time to recharge sort of and get some energy. And that's a very good point.
I mean, if you take the younger generation, they seem to have a lot of energy and can just sort of go on playing and such. But Kramnik, well, you saw he did excellently in last year's candidate tournament, but I think his next tournament was then he even decided not to play in Norway chess and played in Tal Memorial, where he started losing the 2 first games and had a very bad tournament for his standards, right? So, I mean, well, I think it really depends on which player you are, but I think for Kramnik, I mean,
but he's a classical player. He
so.
relies on preparation a lot, and
and I think for Kramnik having a 3 or 4 months break, just preparing for a tournament he thinks is very important, is actually quite helpful. While for other players, I mean Aronian or Carlsen or something like this, well, that will feel like the biggest break in their life, and they really would miss playing and such. So I think it's very stylistic, but I think for Kramnik,
you can also mention that, well, it's sort of the Soviet chess school approach, also to a certain extent. That
you're probably right. That maybe
you would Botvinnik was even advocating that you have to make huge breaks to prepare. But nowadays, it does seem a bit outdated.
Well, maybe that's just was his way of justifying the. I mean,
yes, why he didn't play so much.
That he wasn't very active. But
but of course, it really depends on the player.
Sure. Well, I think for Kramnik, I mean, right so far, I mean, if you take his 2 first games, the first game was basically just preparation. The second game has been so far a lot of preparation. So
very heavily based
in
on
that
preparation.
sense, if you look at just as what has happened to now, his preparation has played a much bigger role than his chess form. Yeah. But of course, he is going to need his chess form to win this tournament. I mean, he's not only going to win by preparation.
No.
So I think, if Kramnik plays, very well at the board, with his kind of preparation, he's the huge favorite in this tournament. But, we will see. So, it's an open question.
Also,
I mean, our answer is very open.
Yeah, it is a tournament of 14 rounds. We shouldn't forget that either, because, even if a player comes here in a suboptimal form in the beginning, he actually has plenty of time to get into his best shape.
But also, it's not clear that Kramnik playing a lot of tournaments would mean that he would improve his form in some sense, right? Maybe, he's just trying to preserve energy. He's not that young anymore, and I think also, at some point he had health issues and such. So I think Kramnik is doing it very logically, and he's extremely experienced and has sort of also learned from some of mistakes from the past. So I think with Kramnik, it's always a very deliberate decision. He's thought a lot about. If it's right or wrong, it's another thing. But it's no coincidence at all. Kramnik is doing it because he thinks that's exactly the best for him. And
Definitely.
He's making quite a lot of good decisions. So, I think it's good. But, I think we can answer that clearly if he sort of spoils a good position and loses it, I think then that would be the answer. But let's see. This is going to be very interesting. So, but, he played the move knight g3, and Kayakin is thinking. I'm quite surprised. Is there any alternative to bishop c6 here?
Well, knight d5 is a possibility, but of course,
at least that allows the knight to enter the e4 square.
Yeah. Bishop c6.
Well, bishop c6 just looks
extremely logical.
So logical, right? I mean, I would really think so, but I just had a strange thought. But let's see. We spoke about this move, knight d5. I don't know, something like here, and No, you can't do long castle here because a7 is... No, let's ignore my thought. It wasn't really, it wasn't really a thought. So, well, Kayakin is thinking hard here. I really think he should play bishop c6.
Yeah, that seems to be also the
Yeah.
computer's suggestion to sort of to at least try to
Yeah.
to maintain some sort of balance, even though
Well,
black is worse.
But okay, 0.6 is the computer evaluation, and it is a rather serious advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, well, and no, I think, well, if Kramnik can keep up this thing of getting very promising positions with white and basically drawing by preparation with black, I mean, then he's gonna be, well, not only a serious contender for first place in this tournament, but also something that, well, Carlsen will have to deal with because, well, if you never get a good position, you might be the better chess player. But, well, preparation is a huge part of modern chess. So,
Of course.
well, it's a very excellent start for Kramnik. But, well, still this game is not decided. Should we move on to
yeah,
some
we
other game?
should
Maybe
move on.
Topalov against
Vishy.
Anand. Yeah, here. Okay, we left you in this spot here. Queen takes d5, g6. And, well, I think we were telling you that the computer move was bishop d2. And this is what Topalov played. And after king g7, well, I was saying that Topalov is not really the player to just swap down to a draw. But maybe exactly that is what he's doing now. He played queen takes e5, queen takes e5, bishop c3. And, well, he's going to get an ending here. I would really expect Vishy now to take the pawn on, sorry, the bishop on c3, bc3. Well, that's, apparently that is what has happened, I think. And now I would guess his next move is going to be bishop e6. And he's going to get the pawn back at c3. Yeah, bishop e6.
Well, you can argue that Topalov is doing what he didn't do yesterday. Yesterday he could have made at some point probably
Maybe you're
an
right.
easy draw.
Yeah, sure.
And
Well,
today,
yeah.
well,
But today he's white, and sort of I think
he's
that
white, but he
I mean,
didn't get.
no, but sort of let's.
any-
I mean, Topalov preparing for this tournament. I mean, well, I think in Topalov's eyes, Vishy hasn't been doing well for a while, and he seems vulnerable. This would be one of the games where Topalov really would like to put pressure.
That's right.
But well, okay, he is a pawn up, but I really think Vishy is just gonna get it back. How are you gonna keep this pawn? I mean, well, Vishy's idea is rook c8, rook c5, and simply sort of piling up on the c pawn. Is there any way you can keep it?
Well, and also a2 pawn.
Yeah,
well,
I
he's
mean,
hitting
well,
a2
you were
pawn,
present-
so he
Maybe,
can't.
I mean, if you could do something like this, it would be great.
Yeah.
But rook c8, of course, is stupid. You can just take the pawn here, I think. And then, well, black is definitely not worse. So bishop e6 here is the... How would you play on for a win here? Or maybe actually white should try and decide how to not be slightly worse. I mean, well, I guess that would be a pretty bad move. But if you do something like castling after rook c8, and, well, if you just get back the pawn on c3, you have the majority on the queen side.
Yeah.
You could be slightly better.
You're slightly, very
Yeah.
slightly.
Well, I think Vishy would play on a bit in that.
Yeah.
So
But this has the potential of being actually a quick draw.
it could be. I
It
think it
could be,
depends on
yeah.
Topalov finding a nice move here. Actually, quite surprisingly, the computer saying he should do long castle here.
Hmm.
Wow.
Maybe the concept is that, yeah.
Well, if he doesn't do that, I think, well, the computer is saying white could be slightly worse here.
Yeah.
It really wants him to do long castle. I'd actually be impressed with Topalov if he plays the move long castle here. That would be a cool decision. But maybe it's the way to keep activity simply.
Well, he gets. He solves two problems immediately. He puts his king somewhere on the b2,
Yeah.
and he brings his rook
Maybe
to
you're
the
right.
d line
And
immediately.
sort of, well, let's say something like, the other castling, long castling, and taking on a2. Maybe you will flick in the move rook d7. Something like this. And, no, this could be quite reasonable. And, I mean, being afraid of the black a pawn here makes no sense. I mean,
No.
white would put the king to b2, and even if he's lucky, he will put it on a3. But even if you put it on a1, it's not really going to be an issue. So actually, long castle, I think, is a very nice move here. I mean, it's not like Topalov is better or anything. But
No,
it's,
but no, actually, maybe long castle is actually the best move to maintain the balance. It's
Exactly.
going to be a
I
very
mean, you can-
drawish position.
well, it's an aggressive move in a way, but it's also, I mean, sort of attacking to defend. I would say that
Yeah.
if you don't do it, you actually could end up slightly worse. But if you do it, well, things could be quite good. So
Yeah. Otherwise, well, let's say King E2 would be another move that we
we
would.
see here a ring on Topalov's fingers. This is a wedding ring. He got married
But I think-
quite recently,
No,
right?
I don't think it. He has been married for some years already.
Yeah, sure.
But maybe it's less well known.
Yeah, no, that's true, right? That sort of he hasn't sort of.
Oh, he just played King
Yeah, he
E2.
played the move King
Yeah.
E2. Well, nothing particularly wrong with this, but well, now, if anything, I would say Black is slightly better. I still expect this game to be drawn without too much sort of effort by either player. But,
Yeah, because in this particular game, well, it doesn't really matter that Vichy actually is almost an hour up on the clock.
not really.
Not
no.
really, because
For
it's
some reason, I want to play the move Rook HC8 here, but I cannot come up with a single reason for not taking the other rook. But somehow, maybe it's just when chess players can do an advanced move, they really want to play it for some reason. But I think it doesn't matter.
it actually doesn't matter, but
No.
it looks more natural in some way.
Rook
No?
H.
Rook H.
But why? I mean, are we really thinking this rook on A8 will do something something
No,
useful?
we think that we will play Rook C5 next anyhow.
But that we can do with the same rook, and then the
true.
other one we can put on D8. But it's true. My first instinct is definitely rook HC8 here. But I think it's just
Well, I think it's
just trying to show off with playing that move. But it makes no sense, right?
Probably not. No.
No. Well, let's see if Wishy. He will also.
Yeah.
I'll be proud of my influence if he takes the H rook. But let's see.
Let's
So
see. Well, yeah.
It should be a draw, and I think also Vichy. I mean, he will be pretty happy getting an easy draw with Black and
Yeah.
sort of having +1. On the other hand, if he could put some risk-free pressure, of course, that would be even greater, and it will also show the signal that well, Vichy is not only coming here to get a decent score and being happy with +1. He's actually trying to get a rematch with Carlsen. I mean that. Well, it would be nice for him to put some pressure, and also he's better on the clock. But I mean, it should be. Okay.
Well, it's very
but okay,
likely that.
how will you neutralize this?
Well, Rook HC1,
Okay, I play Rook C5,
and I assume, well, let's say Bishop D3,
and we're gonna go here.
and maybe Rook AB1,
Okay, I'll play B6.
and Rook B2, for instance.
But
Am I really
well,
worse?
okay, something like. Well, you're not completely equal. I'll put my rook on A3, and I will bring my king over a bit and such.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
on this level, wouldn't they just sort of agree a draw very quickly?
I don't think, for instance, someone like Carlsen would happily play on here with Black, but I think Vichy as well. I mean, Black is slightly better here, I would say. I mean,
Okay.
well, it's not exactly winning in any way, but
No.
I mean, this is pleasantly better in some sense. I mean, I would really expect Topalov to want a
Something
bit
more.
something. I mean, well, you don't want to sit there forever defending a slightly worse ending. I mean,
No,
well,
especially
you-
not with white.
No, that's not what you. I mean, you want to clarify it a bit more. If you could get rid of the bishops, for instance, it would be easier. But I don't know how that is. Well, maybe in this position you could play the move C4, for instance. Well, it could be a very bad
B5.
move due to B5,
Mhm.
so that wouldn't be too great.
No.
I mean, I'm a bit curious. How will Topalov defend this sort of to get it completely over with in a way?
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah, because we are talking now about Topalov trying to sort of.
yeah. Well, I
Oh.
think Vichy wouldn't mind too much this game being a quick draw, but he would sort of expect Topalov to find the way to completely neutralize it. And I mean, well, probably it exists, but well, I still think there's a bit of work to do here for Topalov. So let's see. Okay, should we go back to maybe Aronian against Mamadyanov?
Yeah, we can do that.
I mean, that game we left Aronian in a. We
In a
thought.
very pleasant.
Yeah, and I think
situation.
it hasn't exactly gotten any worse.
No, but he
We
seems
left
to
him here
have-
with the queen being trapped, and wow, queen f1. We said that we should take with the bishop, with the queen, or maybe the bishop, but definitely
but
not with
definitely
the king.
not the king. Yes.
Well, he seemed to disagree. Maybe he has a point. King f1, queen f3, knight d6, e4. Okay, he simply wants to. Well, I mean, what we spoke about was that. I mean, we spoke about something like taking with the queen, and let's say knight f5, and we thought, well, at least there would be a bit of pressure on these pawns, and somehow he will try and hold things back a bit. But Ronnie did it quite cleverly. He took with the king,
Mhm.
and here e4. He actually managed to, I mean, not only be a queen up, but also keep attacking.
Actually, the queen on f3 is much better than on f1.
Yeah,
This
and
is better.
well, the
sort
king
of-
on f1 we think looks a bit loose, but okay,
It will come to g2 and no one is attacking
well,
it.
yeah. I
Yes.
mean, there is no problem with that. So that is
Yeah.
kind of nice. F6 is played. Well, I was about to say, what are we going to do next? Are you going to play e5 in this position? No,
No.
you're not. Well, I thought...
Well, you're going to play king g2
Well,
first
I
of all.
wanted to be clever and do like this, but there is a slight problem.
It's not very clever because of
No.
bishop h3.
Yeah. And that would be the case if the king was in g2 as well. But
As well, yes.
Yeah.
As well.
So, okay, this is not his idea, but...
No, but I think, well, first of all, it would make a lot of sense to play king g2, to bring the rook to the center and...
Mhm.
Well,
Well, I think also at some point he
yeah.
will maybe do knight
He's-
g4 or knight d1 or
he's
something.
still just winning, right? It's also...
I would
well,
think so, yes.
normally in a position like that, it's a matter of, well, you can
Yeah.
actually sacrifice your knight.
See,
and-
Mamedyarov is walking around, and I would guess he's looking decently calm, but I think also... Well, I mean... Yeah, but in this situation, well, he's basically lost the game. There's not so much
Yeah.
to be nervous about,
you,
right?
you have to, well, you have no choice but to compose yourself and
Yeah.
go on, and that's what
Well,
he's doing,
probably-
and that's very professional, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure that sort of inside he's quite upset with himself. I mean, you
Yeah.
get to this important event,
Yeah.
you play a good game with white, you don't win it, and then somehow you instantly lose with black, more or less out of the
Well,
opening. But let's see.
You get a lost position at least.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But well, 204 is the Indian is saying.
204, yeah.
That's, I mean, that's 2 pawns. That's a serious advantage.
Mhm. But it's true that, well, to say that white has a very clear way to win
Well,
is not completely correct. He just has, well,
he's extra material. Well,
yeah.
no, I think maybe he will go, let's say, rook d1, or even, well, you could also consider knight d1 to e3 or something like this. But
I think
well,
king
rook-
g2, knight g4, for instance, and then
Yeah.
maybe to bring the knight to e3.
sure.
And, well,
I think it's just
yeah,
I mean,
it's a matter
completely-
of making some
It is a
good
winning
moves.
position,
Mhm.
but well, I mean, he is a very tricky player. But even so, okay. Is Aronian a bit tense? I mean, he was actually looking up at Mamedyarov walking instead of looking at the board. But probably not.
Well, I mean, if as a player you don't enjoy this kind of position,
Yeah,
then
sure,
it's not
This
easy
is-
to find a kind
it's
of
not
position.
exactly the moment to be very
yes.
nervous.
Well,
Yeah,
I think very often players say that they get even more tense when they get a very winning position. But well,
well, they do. I
should
mean,
you enjoy chess, then that's
yeah,
the
but
time.
this is also, it's actually a stressful moment in the sense that now you have been handed this gift, and if you don't manage to take it, I mean, let's say they had played a normal game and it was a draw. Well, nothing to blame. But if you get this present and you don't take it, well, then it's not too great in some sense.
Actually, instead of black just played f6,
He just played
right?
f6. The computer is saying bishop e6 is a considerably better way of playing it, right?
Yeah, bishop e6. Well, it's not going to happen anymore,
No.
but at least
Well, maybe the idea is to play something with f5 at some point. Or I don't know. Well,
yeah.
apparently, I assume that he was afraid of e5 in this position, but maybe there's a good reason for that not being fantastic.
Well,
maybe
probably just knight c4, and well, you get the d5 square.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's still not good for black, but
No, but it's
there is
not,
some
not
kind
as
of
tragic
fight
as,
going
as,
on.
as one
Mhm.
might think, I would say. So,
Yeah.
well, in that sense, it's a bit... well, that's a bit surprising because, I mean, Mamedyarov, I think, would be very good at putting up a lot of resistance. I mean,
Mhm.
well, normally, I think especially against sort of not world-class players, like, for instance, myself, he would play something provocative, and he's very good at defending dubious positions and doing it very aggressively for a win.
Yeah.
And well,
But
that he
okay.
actually plays f6 is maybe a tad disappointing. In some
No, I
sense,
think also with f6, well, it's also a good point. He's trying to put up some kind of blockade.
Sure,
for-
no,
for
I
white's
understand. Maybe, I mean,
And-
bishop e6 could be a nice move, but maybe eventually will lead to the same
yeah,
kind of thing.
it could.
I mean,
Well, he
there's
could
no
play
point
bishop
in sort of
e6
yeah, I
next,
mean, sort
for
of
instance.
heavily blaming him for it is too much in a way. So, well, we will see. But, well, this is the position, and I mean, we do expect Aronian to win, but also we expect him to do some work for it,
Mhm.
right?
It seems to be the case.
But maybe he will just move the king to g1 or g2, and then, I don't know, well, you could play bishop c2 and queen d3, and getting in e5 at some point. Maybe that always runs into bishop f5, actually. I don't know exactly, but, okay, it's going to be interesting. I think Aronian is going to win, but he's not going to win extremely easily. And you can see also, well, he's actually spending his time
Yeah,
here.
he's
as
taking
such.
his time to
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, so let's see. Okay, should we jump to some other game, maybe?
Yeah, we probably will have a break in something like 10 minutes. But
Okay,
now
so
we
let-
should, let's
have-
overview a bit.
Mm-hmm. So should we do Swidler and
Yeah.
Raikin here for the next 10 minutes or something
Mhm.
like this? So let's see. I think we left you in this position. He played the move rook c8. Yeah. And yeah, I think actually here I suggested the move knight d5, and that's exactly what he played. I think I suggested it, but it wasn't sort of. I was asking what should black do, and I think we were debating the moves bishop takes d5, and well, we thought if you take with the c pawn, you just blundered because well of this trick, and the rook on c1 is gonna be hanging. But well, Sweden would definitely have taken with the e pawn, but apparently after b5, after knight d5, he just played the move b5. That's quite a surprise. And so this was his.
Yeah,
intended.
b5 is well.
It's a cool move.
It's a cool move. Yeah,
Yeah, I think.
for sure.
Well, his idea is that after the move, logically looking move c takes b5, there is the strong move bishop takes d5, and if you take with the e pawn, well, this knight takes b4 trick works again, and if you take on c6, I would kind of assume that you can take on e4 first, and then well you're threatening the queen, you're threatening mate here, and when sort of something like queen d3, you're gonna swap the queens and take back on c6. So actually taking on b5 is quite bad. So he played the move queen g3, and well, suddenly this game is not as quiet as we thought. I would say it's quite interesting. I'll be curious to hear what the Indians are saying in a way.
Well, queen g3.
Queen d3,
they are
quite
praising
like.
at least.
Well,
Yes.
Svidler is a good player. So the point is something like this. Okay, he takes on g3, and now you interpolate the check on f6 actually, right? Takes, and hg. And, well, of course, he can get the pawn on c4, but something is going to hang on d6. It looks kind of pleasant for white to me. Am I right?
Yeah. Well, somehow b5 I don't really like.
Maybe not.
Because
No.
after knight d5, well, the most common sort of reaction would be just to take on d5.
Sure, and I mean,
Well,
of
of
course,
course,
Svidler would take
yes.
the e-pawn, and it will be an interesting position. And,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if white was slightly better there, but I don't know how bad this is. I mean, well, Andreykin has taken on g3 here, and we are sort of expecting Svidler to take on f6 first. That's also why Svidler is thinking right now. I think so. I think it's pretty clear the queen is going to be taken by the h-pawn, recapturing towards the center.
That's very obvious.
But
Yes.
I mean, he is thinking of should he take on f6 first or not.
Well, if he doesn't, then e4 will be hanging.
Well, yeah, but then b5 is hanging. It's actually
Well, there is
somewhat complex.
Mhm.
Maybe you can take on d5 with the bishop, and you can take with the e-pawn. I mean, it's not hopeless taking on g3, but well, it looks nice to take on f6, I would say. Let's say something like takes, hg. Is there a way for black not to be worse here? Let's say something like, I don't know.
Well, he has to consider taking on c4. Yeah.
Takes. I mean, well, now these squares are weak, and so are these pawns. But well, white is also a pawn down, so I assume he would take
Well,
on
rook
d6.
d6, yes.
And is this just very bad for black?
Well, very bad is too strong, but
I was thinking something like rook fd8. Maybe there's counterplay, but
well, white has a better pawn structure.
no, I understand. That's also why you have to do something. But
yeah.
maybe in this position you can even just take on d8. I think rook f6, maybe knight d4 is decent counterplay. But maybe something like this could just be quite pleasant, I would say. Let's say you take on d8. Maybe you take with the rook here and things are. But even something like this, let's say knight e3, knight b4, rook takes c4. I mean, I think there has been a famous game where Kappa was beating Kramnik in a rather simplistic position, but simply you had the structural bind there, and this could be quite unpleasant. I'm pretty sure that this is not a pleasant position at all for Andreykin, and he has to play it well in order to make a draw. That's how I see it.
Yeah, seems right.
Yeah, no, but well, maybe it's possible, but I think there's going to be some at least moderate suffering going on here.
Yeah, well, it's very likely Svidler will take on f6.
No, that's my
Makes
my
a lot of
hunch. Well,
sense. Yeah.
I was about to say let's see if he doesn't do it, but he just did.
He
so
just did,
so
yes.
okay, that's yeah. We will decide to trust him on this one. So he takes back the pawn, and he is going to take with the h pawn.
Definitely.
Yes. Okay, we got that one right. So this is the position, and so let's say maybe he takes with the b pawn here on c4. Isn't that a good move? Because let's say something like this, and we're gonna do Rook f to d8. Well, I like keeping the bishops in some sense that, well, maybe he will have to take on c4 with the bishop, but maybe we don't have to swap the bishops. If he takes on e6, he's going to improve our pawn structure. How is White keeping pressure in this position, for instance?
Well, actually, he's not. But well,
Okay.
White has actually quite an
Here
unexpected resource before taking on d6.
Oh, you're saying that he should play the move
f4.
f4.
But well, I don't know if Svidler sees it.
Wow.
That's not a very easy.
The idea is to play f5 and then intensify the pressure. Well, this is typical computer move. Let me try and be human. What happens, let's say, if I take it and play f5? I want to swap down some stuff. Now you're going to take and play knight e3, maybe.
Well,
That
yeah,
could
I can take on f5, definitely.
That would be an impressive concept by Svidler if he plays like this.
Well, if he sees f4, yes.
Yeah, f4. Well, you just want to play f5 and this bishop is going to be very strange. What about the move? Is this insane? c3? I mean, f5, I guess I can take on a2, right?
Yeah, it
My
seems
bishop
so.
is not going to be trapped.
Maybe now I can play rook d6, rook f d8 still. But aren't you blundering on a6? Sorry.
Well, yeah. That's,
You are.
Yeah, I didn't see it at least, that I'll
Uh-huh.
say. Something like this. That's not pleasant, no. I mean, that would be very impressive by Svidler if he has actually evaluated correctly that f4 here is a strong move.
Well, but that we're talking about in case Andreikin now takes on c4 with a pawn and
So let's see.
keeps bishops.
But okay, what else are you going to do?
Well, I think bishop c4 is, well, on the other hand, it's very natural for black to try to actually swap down as many pieces as possible.
It is, but
What he really wants to do
really
is
just don't like getting.
he wants to make a draw.
Yeah, no, I think that is clear. He should
Yeah.
definitely try and make a draw. But bishop c4 takes. Let's get rid of these colors. And I don't know. Well, I suggested knight e3 here. Rook d6.
Rook d6 here, yes.
Yeah.
That's what you have to, yeah. Well,
Rook fd8 here is extremely logical, right?
well, I think if you give some more time to white, let's say if you just play king g7.
Well, king d7 is very much walking into knight e3,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah,
I mean,
and also, I mean, I can almost play a3 first and then...
yeah, sure. No,
well,
I think somehow, well, you would say time is on white's side here, right?
Yes.
It's black who has to do something. So rook
Yes.
d8. And then I was assuming that rook f6 is not great. I mean, one thing is rook d2, but I thought that maybe I'm just hoping for knight e2 check, but maybe king
but
f1 is
also,
decent.
yeah, rook d2 and... Yeah, no. I
but
mean,
still, I think-
you shouldn't play like this.
Well, I think king f1 here might not be a disaster, unless do I have this move here? It's a bit fun.
Oh,
It's a bit funny at least.
Actually, he did take on c4 with a pawn.
He did do it.
Yes,
Okay.
he just did.
I think that bishop takes c4 is not too great, but here, well, maybe this will be a good cliffhanger to have a break here to say, will Svidler actually find f4 in this position? I'm going to be very impressed. No, you don't
He
have to wait
did,
that long.
yes.
He did play f4.
That's very impressive.
Respect. This
yes.
is impressive by Svidler, I think, and I think he has a very nice position with a lot of pressure here.
Mhm.
And well, this is actually a bit interesting here. Well, we had quite high hopes maybe for Karyakin and for Andreikin and to some extent Mamedyarov, also the three youngest players, but they look to be in huge trouble here on day two.
Against,
so actually,
against the more
I mean,
experienced ones.
Yeah,
yes.
it's true. I mean, we did have a sort of change of generation on the absolute top, but maybe the older generation is actually fighting back here in the candidate tournament.
Definitely.
Gonna be interesting to see. Okay, we're gonna have
a short break now.
So see you soon.
The most anticipated tournament of the year, FIDE Candidates Tournament, started in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. Khanty-Mansiysk has been the organizer of many chess events with a few World Cups, FIDE Rapid and Blitz Championships and other tournaments, so their organizational experience is enormous. The participants and guests once again witnessed the highest level of organization. The opening ceremony was spectacular. Welcome speeches of FIDE President Kirsan Ilumzhinov and Khanty-Mansiysk Autonomous Okrug Yugra Governor Natalia Komarova set the start to the event. The beautiful organ music and performances of actors and dancers set the mood to the evening. But already on the next day it was time for a great fight. The first round of the two-lap tournament started as set at 3 p.m. in the hall of Yugra Chess Academy. Although it was not a very long playing day, one game was decisive. Former world champion Vishwanathan Anand won against number 2 in the world, Levon Aronian. 3 other games ended in a draw. The first pair to sign the agreement of peace was Andreikin Kramnik. Both were quite accurate in their play. Andreikin played a solid and quiet line and confessed at the press conference that he conducted the opening according to his special philosophy of preparation against Kramnik. Vladimir mentioned that he probably understood this approach. The game soon went to quiet waters and the draw was agreed. In another game of 2 Russians, Karyakin-Svidla, White always had an edge, with a possibility of an attack on the king's side and not many ways of a counterplay for black on the queen's side. Svidla pointed that his opponent could put more problems by replacing his knight to e3, but Karyakin went for another setup and gave an opportunity for black to repeat the position. Svidla used it as he was sure that his position is never better than opponent's. The third draw between Mamediyarov and Topalov was actually close to the decisive game. Although the opening was very calm, Shahryar soon seriously pressed his opponent, former world champion from Bulgaria. Black had to find the only moves in a position that was quite passive and went down on time. Mamediyarov felt he could win this game, but miscalculated and went for a line where Black managed to escape for a draw. The central game of the round was the encounter of Vishy Anand and Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian was called one of the favorites of the tournament by many specialists, but Anand proved once again that he cannot be underestimated by taking an upper hand. White conducted one of the typical martial positions very well, and practically did not give his opponent a chance for survival after a few mistakes made by Armenian. Vishy the King, as he is called on Twitter, is back and leads FIDE Candidates Tournament after the first round.
Peter Svidler was born on the 17th of June 1976 in St. Petersburg, where he still lives. He started playing chess in 1983, and it wasn't long before he had some significant successes. In 1991, he shared a win at the USSR Junior Championships. In 1994, he became under-18 world champion and gained his Grandmaster title. In the same year, he became Russian champion for the first time. He has claimed this title on a further 6 occasions, an absolute record. Peter quickly entered the peloton of Russian players and subsequently the world elite. For many years, this Grandmaster from St. Petersburg played for the Russian national team, and usually very successfully. He has 5 gold and 2 silver Olympic medals and wins at the World and European Team Championships. Despite the impressive results, many specialists think that Peter is yet to fulfill his fantastic chess potential. Svidler is a superb tactician with many beautiful games and victories against the world's best players to his credit. Dmitry Andreikin was born in 1990, a vintage year for chess talent. His contemporaries were very strong. Magnus Carlsen, Sergei Karyakin, Ian Nepomniachtchi, Ildar Karulin, Ivan Popov. Nevertheless, Dmitry excelled in this company of stars More than that, he became one of the leaders of his generation. His junior career peaked when he became world under-20 champion in 2010. In 2012, Dmitry was virtually unbeatable. He was victorious in the higher league of the Russian Championship and later in the superfinal, where on a tiebreak he was ahead of Sergei Karyakin and Peter Svidler. In the same year, he won the match of the champions against Ian Nepomniachtchi and took several first places in rapid events. Throughout the summer of 2013, Andreikin tested himself in super tournaments. He progressed through the Tal Memorial with flying colours, was the best among the Russians, and shared third place. However, in Dortmund he could not avoid zeros. Nevertheless, Andreikin was gearing up for the most significant success of his career, qualification for the World Cup final. In Tromsø, in Norway, Dmitry knocked out Dreyev, Karyakin, Svidler and Tomaszewski, although Kramnik got the upper hand on him in the ultimate match. Quick, precise calculation of complicated plays, sober evaluation, competent tournament strategy, and psychological stability are qualities that will help Andreikin aspire to the highest achievements. Levin Aronian started to play chess when he was 9, and already by the age of 12 he was a world junior champion. He achieved numerous victories in junior tournaments, and the most significant was success at the Goa 2002 tournament when Levon became world under-20 champion. By this time, his family had moved from Armenia to Germany, and to this day, Aronian shares his time between these two countries. The title of Chess Prince gave the Grandmaster confidence in his career and convinced him in the choice of his profession. By the mid-2000s, Aronian had begun harvesting his first big successes in the international arena. The first phase of this part of his career culminated with a win at the World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk in 2005. The Armenian Grandmaster then earned the opportunity to take part in the candidate cycle. He was soon among the chess elite. His track record boasts first places in the strongest tournaments of our time: Week Anze, Linares, the Tal Memorial and Bilbao. In 2009, Levin presaged his greatness by winning the FIDE Grand Prix series. Aronian is a great team player. For many years he has led the Armenian national team and has presided over 3 team victories at chess Olympiads and once at the World Team Championships. Aronian is a past master of the rapid game and has scored repeated victories in Monaco and Mainz. As of the 1st of March 2014, Aronian's rating climbed to a personal record of 2,830. For many years, this Grandmaster has held the number 2 spot in the world rankings, and world champion Magnus Carlsen names Levin his biggest threat.
And we are following the game Topalov Anand. Some events have happened there, and suddenly, actually, Vichy is worse.
Yeah, we were quite excited on sort of Vichy's behalf. We thought that the Indian fans had grounds for optimism, that Vichy actually was the one putting pressure. But Topalov found some nice defensive move, keeping the pawn. And well, at some point we think that Vichy could have kept the pressure, but sort of instead he tried to get the pawn back. But now actually it's going to be an ending where Topalov has Rook and Bishop at 4 pawns against Rook and Bishop and 3 pawns on the same side. It's most likely just going to be a draw, but I think Anand's going to have to show a bit of technique. And as we saw, well, we just saw the picture with Anand walking around, quite seeming reasonably relaxed. So it doesn't seem that he's overly nervous.
You could say probably that this is just a trivial draw for someone of Vichy's caliber.
Very much so. And I think at some point Vichy was sort of known for not being too good to draw these endings because he lost a game to Peter Lecco. But since then he's drawn some very important ones, especially a rook ending a pawn down against Kramnik in Mexico when he became the world champion. So I think he's reasonably content that he will draw this, but of course putting pressure is not really going to happen. Well, this is the position we sort of left you off in. This here, Topalov played the move King E2, which we were critical of, but maybe, well, simply we hadn't seen as deep as Topalov. Anand played Rook A8, Rook H C1, Rook C5, and now the interesting move A4.
Yeah, e4 seems to be very good because it adds a new resource for white. He can defend the c3 pawn from a3.
And it even also gets
Yeah.
rid of the a2 weakness. in some
Exactly,
sense.
so
rook
it's-
h8, rook a3. This was Topalov's point. Okay, a6, bishop d3 happened. And, well, we were excited for Vichy, but I think maybe we were just seeing the computer thinking that, well, Vichy was even slightly better, if anything. I think the computer here is suggesting moves like rook g5 or something. And
But that's not very human.
not really. Well, I think you can make a case for saying that, well, there's absolutely nothing positive white can do in this position. If you play c4, then you have b5. So maybe Vichy should just, I don't know, play h5 or basically make a null move, rook 8 to c7, something like this, and maybe that would be an easier way to draw.
On the other hand, if you think that he's very confident he will draw this position with a pawn down on the same flank, that's probably just
Yeah.
the most practical way to do this.
No, maybe you're right that he thought, okay, it's not realistic to have any kind of winning chances here, and why not just swap down to a very easy draw? Well, let's see if it's a very easy draw.
Yeah.
What happened is b5 takes. Well, now there's the huge threat of b4, winning back the pawn, but Topalov can step out of the c line with this move, rook b1, and he's attacking the pawn on b5. So Vichy took on c3, takes, and now rook takes b5. And, well, I'm really expecting Vichy will play the move bishop c4 now.
You think so? Yeah, he just did, yeah.
He just did. Okay, bishop c4, and well, this is going to
actually-
take, and there's going to be a sort of rook ending here. And actually, well, just recently I had a sort of small training session with some Norwegian juniors, and they had to find the strong move for white in this position, g4.
Yeah.
Well, it's not exactly in this position, because here you can take it. So Vichy will get in the structure with h5 next, and more pawns will be swapped. Well, this is known to be a rather easy draw, but well, actually, once I was almost losing it to an Italian player in the chess Olympiad. So
we should probably
that's
even
gonna-
mention that Garry Kasparov has lost it.
that is true. He lost it to Jérôme Piquet, right?
Yes.
Sort of. Yeah. Well, I think what you ideally want to do is put your pawns on, let's say, e5, f4. You put the rook on e7, and at some point when the rook is on e1, you sacrifice with e6. And it's supposed to be a winning pawn ending. Well, that's the ideal.
That's the ideal.
Exactly what Piquet managed. It seems pretty far from knife. You can say that. Well, they are just making some moves here.
Well, you can say that Topalov is playing h3 with the idea of playing g4,
Yeah.
and that's already
Well, I think
that's already good for black since he gets.
there is a bit to think. I mean,
couple
would you
of-
play the move f5 in this position, or would you?
No,
definitely not?
I would be really afraid to play f5.
Okay. Yeah. It could be a strong move.
It could be a
it could
strong
be a horrible
move,
move as
but
well.
it's very, very committal.
but-
I mean,
Yeah, sure. Well,
no.
yeah, he's just gonna do rook c2, and well, he seems to really think he knows what he is doing, and I think most likely he does.
Well, probably
I
he
mean,
does. Yes.
Yeah. So let's see. What's the idea? g4.
But
I guess you take.
Yeah, you take, and well, you probably just play rook a2, and maybe with this 3 pawns against 2, you're not even afraid of getting, well, this kind of structure that you mentioned before.
No. I think it's. I mean, some point I was about to lose this position. Well, they will push g5, f4, e4, and f5 or something like this.
Yeah.
But
You have to be
I think
careful, of
it's,
course.
well, I mean, I'm pretty sure Vichy knows how to deal with this and will figure it out. But they're most likely going to play. Well, they have this position now. They're going to play a bit, and well, it's the first time in the tournament Topalov has something positive to look forward to. So I
Yeah.
guess he's going to
No,
try
of course,
a bit.
he should play. I mean, absolutely,
Yeah,
because
I mean-
also, I mean, from the blacks, from the perspective of the defending player, it's one of the actually nightmare scenarios of losing positions
For
like
sure.
that.
And no,
This
it's
is what
clear
all
that-
the players are really
I mean,
afraid of.
and this can turn. I mean, should Vichy lose this, still he would have 1 point, which is not a bad score.
No, but
it would turn it into a very tough psychological situation, having sort of lost, a lead in the tournament like this. But well, I really think he will draw it, and I think Topalov knows he's gonna try it, but I don't think his heart is really.
well, he doesn't look
in that
very,
sense.
very
No.
sort of happy
Well,
or
maybe let's come back to this at some point. But there's not,
definitely.
should we go to Kramnik Karjakin? Maybe there's much more action there, I would think.
Kramnik Karjakin, yes.
Okay, this is the situation right now. I think, yeah, the last move we saw was the move knight g3 here. And, well, we remember Kramnik was thinking quite hard here, but he played the sort of most logical looking move. And, well, Karjakin, as expected, played bishop to
Bishop
c6,
c6.
and then rook a5 was played. And now he did the move long castle.
After all.
Yeah. Why can't he take on a7 now? What's the good answer here? Let's see. Rook takes a7. That would be a very logical looking move, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, well, he can, but maybe just...
But maybe there's something better simply.
It just loses time in a way. I don't know if there's some...
He played rook c5.
He played rook c5. He played it much more direct and aggressive.
Yeah.
In some sense. Well, maybe the a7 pawn is not overly relevant, but still. And I mean, I don't know, maybe you do king b8?
Well, maybe the a7 pawn is not relevant with the knight on b6, and you're not exactly attacking the king in a very dangerous way.
Well, I mean, it looks like a decent move to me, but maybe he played something even better. He played something more aggressive.
Yeah, what Kramnik is doing is much more aggressive.
He played rook c5, the queen went to b3, and now I think he's just taken the pawn on e4. No, he's played the move c4.
C4 is a nice move, yes.
That is aggressive.
Well, it's also very concrete, of course. What Kramnik is doing, he is cutting the queen off, basically.
Well, Kramnik is playing the position like he has a winning position. Maybe he does.
But
I don't know.
Probably he does.
I mean, well, I think, for instance, soon a motive will be to sacrifice on c6 and take the pawn on e6.
Yeah, I think it is. It is already.
You don't have to. You can take an e6 directly. Actually, that's the point of. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, c4. But okay, c4 is good also because of after rook e8, d5 is coming, and.
So d5 is a threat as well. You're almost sounding like
threat.
He should play king b8 in this position.
Yeah, that could be. That's just what he did.
He did, okay.
Yeah.
So king b8.
That's definitely the most exciting game of the round.
Very much so. Well, I think Kramnik could have a great position, but it's also, I mean, make a couple of good moves, and it could be a pretty bad position as well. I mean, I'm still expecting Kramnik to do quite well, and if you look at the clock times, it's, well, almost 120 for Kramnik against 28 minutes for Karjakin. He has more than the double amount of time, and well, I would expect, well, we don't have the computer evaluation of yet there, but I would expect it to be rather kind to Kramnik, so let's see. And they have played only 20 moves, so that's very interesting. See, Kramnik is, well, he seems to be thinking hard here.
Yeah, of course. Well, first of all, he has to think about queen takes e6 and what is Karjakin's reaction to that, because well, e6 is a big pawn.
Very much.
I mean, when you win it.
Yeah,
and,
if you can start rolling forward.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, also, if you take it, it does allow some sort of, activity for black, at least sort of momentarily in a way. Maybe
but
it's
I think
nothing.
Queen e6 is.
You think you can just take it?
He probably
so
just take it.
Something like, I don't know, rook h to e8, and now.
Let's say, I don't know, queen f7.
Yeah. Maybe the activity I spoke about was one move threatening the queen. Now, you think now? Well, White's position is he has the possibility to go forward in the center and actually.
Yes,
black
he has a
sort of
possibility to. Well, should there be any need to sacrifice on c6, take on e4, and I mean he has so many interesting options, and of course d5 is also a huge threat.
Yeah.
So I mean, it looks incredibly promising for White, and well, of course, Karjakin has some idea. Some idea, but also he has a difficult position.
Yes. Choice either, I would say. But I understand. I mean,
I think the best chance probably after Queen e6 would be to play Rook e8.
Which one?
Let's say Rook h e8, Queen f7, and Rook f8. Sort of what Black wants to do is he wants to take c4 pawn in order to have at least some kind of blockade on the white squares.
It's a good point, and well, you're trying to get rid of your, kingside pawns, or maybe.
Well, it just doesn't matter. What matters is that White doesn't have d5.
And if I go something like Queen g7,
maybe knight c4 anyway.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping d5 would work there, but probably it actually doesn't. e3 is hanging, for instance. No, that's okay. So that could be an interesting way of fighting.
Well, probably at least this is something that he actually is very likely to do.
But I agree. Queen e6 looks good, but let's just discuss the other options. What happens if some positional exchange sacrifice. I mean, at times that could be crushing. I don't know how it is here.
But here I'm afraid that, well, we're actually not getting anything we want.
So let's say takes,
mhm.
and knight takes e4, for instance. I mean, it could also be a massively dominating knight on c5.
Yeah, but my feeling is that you can get a similar position just a couple of moves later with the
Yeah.
pawn, without the pawn on e6.
Yeah, well, maybe we're going to take the pawn on e6 anyway.
Anyway,
And we're not.
mhm.
I mean, well, I'm just wondering if this actually could also be. Well, it's not very far away from being completely crushing.
Well, the computer is not overly impressed, but he
Okay.
gives some kind of, sort of h5, for instance. I don't know if h5 is a very human move.
No, but it does sort of disturb White a bit, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sort of hoping I could go knight c5 and everything would be.
What
on-
really scares me in this position is that c4 is hanging. C4 White will lose, and he's left with a pretty stupid bishop on e3. And
Yeah.
if you don't manage to have an attack, which, well, I
No,
mean, you
maybe
have some
you're
sort of
right.
blockade on d5.
Mhm.
I wouldn't
maybe
be.
you're
No, I
right.
think this. He's not going to take on c6 right
Okay.
now.
No, you're probably right here. Okay. So you think simply he's just going to play queen takes e6? And,
Well, there is also rook c1, which is actually not a bad move at all either.
What's the point? The point
Well,
is
just to
protecting.
protect c4 if he thinks that queen
Mhm.
e6 is not so clear. So, I mean, for instance,
And-
this could be
Okay,
an
rook c1.
alternative.
If knight a4, then we're going to.
Then we're going to take.
Then
Yeah,
it's
then
gonna
we're
be
going
a
to take, and we will.
massively improved
of course,
version.
yes,
That's true.
yes.
Mhm.
So rook c1, but of course after rook c1, he could play rook e8, I assume. Well, he has to try to defend e6,
Yeah,
or even bishop d7.
it's not trivial for Kramnik. Maybe also you're saying that he should take the pawn on e6 now because he actually can do it simply. Now is the time.
Well, since there is no refutation of that,
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yes. Well, I mean,
No, it's. I mean, it is a huge center pawn after all.
exactly.
So we are thinking that, say, queen takes e6 is although it looks like the most simple move, it's also the strongest move. And
Yeah.
if we start harassing the queen with this rook d8, for instance, what would you do then? I mean, if you go to f7, then I can go to f8 with the rook, still having protected the h7 pawn, I would
Mhm.
guess.
That's true.
But maybe you just go back to g4 in this position, or something like this. Well, maybe then h5.
But now the point is that,
C4
well,
could
you could
be.
have d5 still because rook moves from d8,
Yeah.
and you lose control of
But
d5
it
square.
is but the c4 pawn is also hanging. Well, this is complicated.
This is
at least
complicated.
in some
And
sense.
well, you remember some time ago we had this tweet about Kramnik's form, and
Mhm.
well,
Yeah.
this is exactly the kind of position where you need to be not only very well prepared, but also in very good shape.
No, I mean, yeah, maybe. Well, everything has gone well for him now, but if somehow this starts feeling very, very complicated, it
Yeah.
could also be a sign of not having too great form. But I think
Yeah.
it's just a very complex position.
It is definitely.
And to be honest,
It is.
he doesn't strike me as nervous at all. Doesn't he? Just
No,
look
no.
very focused.
Well, he
you
looks
would
like
say.
he's also he's enjoying sort of. He's
Yeah, yeah.
concentrating.
Mhm.
That's
Sure,
how it
sure.
should be.
Yeah, and well, no, this is going to be interesting, but I guess Kramnik will start using his time advantage in order to spend the time simply.
Well,
because
now
this
is the time.
It's
Yes.
a very, very crucial moment in that
Yes.
sense. But it's still, I still think it's I think you agree, right? That we think Kramnik has a serious edge in this
Yes.
position still.
He's been playing very
yeah.
well so far in this game.
But I still think Kayakin is actually fighting decently back, and it's gonna be quite a complicated game. And
But you can see that there is some kind of trend in Karyakin's games. Well, I mean, it's only the second game so far, but he's using really a lot of time.
that is true.
Yesterday he was in terrible time trouble when they repeated the moves, and today is the same thing.
Terrible is too strong. He had
Well, he had
9 minutes for 17 moves.
Well,
right? But-
it is quite tough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. Sure, no, you're right, and he's
And-
going in that direction again. That's,
Yeah. Well, today it's it's very excusable because
well, you play Kramnik, you get hit
Yes.
by a big novelty. You
Yes.
have to. Well, he really had to make some difficult decisions.
Yeah.
But,
but
but
it's
even
well
so.
still. I mean,
no,
getting into time trouble in this tournament is actually a huge hindrance to a good result.
it could very much be
It could
so.
it could become that.
Okay, should we go back to the Swittler game maybe?
Yeah.
So because we left it with Swittler having just played
Yeah, we
an
were very
excellent-
impressed with
excellent
his-
move, and we were
with his
praising him a lot for
F4.
playing f4 in this position. And well, I think we were looking at Andreikin. Maybe he could take and play f5, but he managed to play it immediately f5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And well, Swidler is a pawn down, but
Well, he's
he
he's
took
getting the pawn back.
and knight
That's
e3.
clear. Mm-hmm.
And now, I guess bishop e6,
Well, runs into f5.
f5 exactly. So he played bishop d3, and Swidler took it, and Andreikin took it back.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, it's an extra pawn for black, correct?
Still,
Yeah.
yeah, still.
How are you gonna do this?
Well, he could play knight d5 maybe.
Knight d5? It has this, sorry.
Yeah,
It
this
has
not
threat of
too
taking
complicated
here,
threat.
and then you jump to e7.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, that's it's not how he's going to win it, but it could, of course, be a good
No.
interpolation.
Terrific. Anish is writing, on Twitter, Anish Giri is writing that Swidler is playing terribly beautifully. Well, we agree with that.
Sounds
Yes.
almost like a contradiction, but yeah. No, it is impressive, but
But is
well,
it
if
so
Anish
good?
was here, he could tell us
yeah.
how should we proceed here. Knight d5. Which move are you actually going to make here?
Well,
Maybe this is very annoying. Because, well, he just played it. Yeah.
no, knight
No,
f5.
knight
That
f5,
was
wow.
another option.
Yeah, I was about to say that after king g7, but well,
Yeah.
king d7 is not exactly legal now.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. How bad is this for Andreikin?
Well, for a start, knight d6. Well, apart from rook takes c6, knight d6 is also f red.
Yeah, but just how do we prevent?
Well, for a
rook
start,
to-
you can play king h8.
Well,
there's
but-
nothing
but
better.
that's almost the end as well. Is there any other move than king h8?
Well, that's true. Maybe there is no other move.
But king h8, knight d6, rook c7, f e5. It's gonna be a disaster, isn't it? What are you gonna do?
Knight f5. Yeah, we don't have the computer evaluation at the moment, but it looks
No, it looks
very
pretty,
promising.
Pretty
Yes.
bad, I would say.
Mhm.
Wow. What is Andreikin gonna do here?
Yeah, it's true. It's almost 2.
It's +2 according to the computer almost. Okay,
Mhm.
then it's pretty bad. Well, it's basically saying that he's losing a piece in this position. I mean, I think the top line of the computer is rook f to d8, allowing rook takes c6.
Yeah, and knight f5. Knight f5
Wow.
is the only winning move
Yeah,
in that position. So knight f5 was very good.
it's a great game by Swidler. I
Mhm.
mean, he managed to put pressure, and then he found the move f4, and
Yeah.
I mean now also
And
knight
he
f, knight f5.
yeah.
Well, knight f5 is maybe not a difficult move for a
Oh.
world-class player like Swidler, but
Yeah, yeah.
anyway.
Apparently, bishop d3 was a mistake. Well, bishop d3
No,
clearly
I mean,
is
Well,
is a big
Andreikin is
mistake.
trying hard here, but I think somehow he's just realizing how bad his position actually
Yeah.
is. I
Could
mean,
just be simply
is there
too late.
Any way to put up any kind of resistance?
yeah.
Well, I think the computer was saying something like rook f d8, so let's just play these moves. Check. I mean, is something like this even a moderate amount of hope?
Well, he does have a pawn on d3, but he's going to lose it soon.
Well, I was hoping that the knight goes away, I don't know, something like this, and now you could play the move e4. I mean, for a start, this is maybe not that great, but I don't know.
Well, also what could be a bit funny is to play e4 at once after knight f5. Well, that's a very sort of straightforward way to
Sure.
try to do it. Because, well,
So you're
generally two
take-
connected pawns
takes,
are
takes,
supposed
check.
to,
and you will put the king on g7 or h8?
let's say g7,
And takes.
and then rook c8,
Hmm.
after you take everything.
But, well, you can put the knight on d4 here. I
And then
guess.
d5, for instance.
Something like this. Well,
I remember some very, very strong players saying that, well, the knight is the smallest advantage that you can have in a game of chess because it doesn't even mate. And in this
Yeah,
position,
but
well, it should be winning.
I don't know if you would
but-
play king f2 to e3, or you
Yeah.
want to do something like knight f5 to e3. I think it should very much be winning, but maybe this is something like this he has to try.
Yeah, he has to try. He will try something like this. I think it's clear.
I mean, yeah.
What else? I mean, he's
well,
not going to play King H8 because that's basically resigning.
Sure. Well, I think
it's
also.
too passive.
Well, I assume the thought process he's going through now is that he's realizing how bad his position is, and then he's, well, okay, I'm not going to resign. I'm going to come up with some kind of rather intelligent trick, and that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
But I mean, well, this is a player in pain right now, and rightly so. He's actually, he's going to. Well, the clock time is equal, but I think on the board it's certainly
it's
not. So.
Actually, there is a funny line after knight f5 e4. If white takes knight takes d6, for instance.
This is also an option.
Then black could play e3.
Okay.
Well, you can see that it's still. Well, I mean, at least it looks complicated. Players have some things to
this,
sort of.
We have to remember this is two human playing.
Yeah, exactly. And we are sitting here with some engine help, and
e4 would be a logical way to fight, I guess, right?
Very much so.
Yeah.
But after knight c8.
Sorry.
Yeah, in that line.
This line. Yeah. Okay. Knight c8.
d2, rook c2, e2. Knight e7 check, king h8. Well, white has a nice move, rook cc1. That's actually a funny position. No.
Sorry, something has happened here. Which line were you saying here? Sorry, knight d6, e3, knight takes c8.
d2.
Yeah.
Rook takes c6.
Rook takes c6. Sorry.
e2.
Yeah, and now
knight e7.
First you give a check to get rid of it, and then you do rook c1, and.
Well, at least that's really a pretty position.
And if you take here,
it's actually not over yet.
And do rook e8. Well, then white will just take the pawn on d2.
Well,
I thought like this.
Then
you just
it
take
has
the
to
pawn
be
on d2, and well, it's enough for the win. Sure. Well, there is a bit of work left here for Svidler, but I think Svidler seems to be winning, and well, he will be in joint first.
If that happens, yes. Yeah, well, he will.
Well, Anand is not going to win his game, but maybe we should look at how easily he's drawing it. Should we go back to Topalov?
Let's do that.
Anand a bit. So. Okay, I think we left you in this position right here, and well, Vishy played the move rook c2. Okay, Topalov has gone back to b1 with his rook. Vishy went up with the king. Rook e1. Well,
Well, it's actually a typical way to play.
Yeah,
to push this e pawn and play rook e2, and in order to.
But after e4, black will be active and play king e5. I guess.
That's true.
Well, Vishy played g5, and well, I think after e4 he wants to play king e5. But Topalov had played rook a1, and I think, well, he's trying to sort of claim that. Well, Vishy has weakened himself a bit, and now, well, I think next he wants to play the move rook a5 and put a bit of pressure there. Well, it's not really pressure, but
yeah. Well, you have to be careful with black's moves, black's pawn moves. I mean, also because on the one hand, of course, what he really wants is to exchange as many pawns as possible.
Yeah. Well, on that subject, let's say g4 check, right? But then takes, and you're going to play king g3. Now there's the terrible threat of rook a4 in this position.
Yeah, that's probably.
I don't know if king g5.
King g5 is not good because of rook a5 check.
I think you have a point. So he's not going to do. Well, no, but I think you said. Well, it would be nice to exchange, but definitely we don't want any weaknesses. Vishy has just played the move king to g6.
And we have a tweet about the thing that Topalov is wearing on his wrist is a Balkanic celebration of spring. Red and white strings woven together. Oh, thanks a lot. Yes, we were wondering.
Yeah. Okay, nice, yeah. Okay, sure.
So well, yeah.
Well, let's see if it brings him luck. At least it's brought him an extra pawn.
It has brought him an extra pawn, for sure.
But I don't think it's going to be enough here. Well, how is Topalov going to move forward here? I mean, that's hard to see, right? Well, I think probably Vishy wants to put his pawn on f6.
Yes, definitely.
Well,
does he want to put the other pawn on h4? Do you think?
I don't know. I mean...
Well, now he will play f6. That's probably a given.
Well, he gave a check. And let's see if he plays f6 immediately. He's trying to be patient, but not to that extent. f6.
Well, that's definitely a good
It's a good
scenario
setup.
for black.
Yeah, I mean, well, white would like to move forward here, but also he doesn't want to exchange too many pawns.
Yeah,
Well, that's
that's
the
a
contradiction.
in terms. He
some
cannot do
sense.
that. Yes.
And I don't know if he should play. Well, I think he would like to play, well, push forward with f4 at some point, but
Yeah.
I don't know if he should play g3 and h4 first, but maybe g4 check. He's gonna be strong, but let's say something like g4, you're just gonna take. Okay, now he's played the move rook a4.
But do you think h4 is sort of is
By
a good
white,
move by black? By black now.
I would be a bit skeptical about it, but it could easily be quite a good move in a way. Maybe it's just completely fine. But I think even h4, you might just take it simply because despite the f and h pawn being, let's say white plays h4 next.
Yeah.
Maybe you will just take it because despite that somehow it breaks your pawn structure, I think also it's going to be very difficult for white to move forward after
For
that.
sure.
But I think there is more
Well,
than
at
more
this
than
point,
one,
yes,
more
yes.
than one
Probably
way.
there
I
are not
mean,
so many bad moves for Vichy. You could argue right now.
Not really, no. I mean, maybe even
Maybe
you
even
could
rook b2,
Yeah,
right?
you could even play king f5 as well or something like this.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I think it's hard to do it very badly right now, but of course, well, Topalov is going to make some kind of attempt, and well, things are gonna happen a bit. But it really looks like this will be a draw, and that will mean that Anand is still going to be the leader, but he's very likely
Whatever
going to be
happens,
joined by
yes. By Svidler?
by Svidler
And maybe Aron.
No, Aron definitely not. He's 1 point ahead of him.
Oh,
but
that's true. Sorry.
But,
Yeah.
but let's have a look at Aronian maybe because well, this game it's going to be a draw, but it's going to take a few moves. I
Yeah.
think.
That's right.
So let's have a look.
So what is happening in
I
this
think
game?
maybe we were here the last time after
Yeah.
the move f6, right? And well, I think okay. Let's just put it here like this. Yeah, sorry. So he played the move bishop to c2, and well, we thought about some point he will put the queen on d3, but after the move bishop f6, e6, it's definitely not the time to put the queen
No.
on d3 because of bishop c4. So knight d3, knight c4 happened. Well, he's getting a bit of activity actually, and well, for a start, he's threatening knight d2 check, and also rook d8 attacking the pawn on d4. So he's posing some problems. So let's see, king g1 happened, and now
Yeah.
the move bishop to d6.
Well, ideally, I think white would really like to exchange, let's say, bishops. Well, the white squared bishops. It would be really nice.
Yeah, I think
to
you're
do
saying
that.
that exchanges would quite favor white here because
I
his
really
material
think so.
winning, but black has a certain amount of
Yeah,
activity.
he
right?
has to neutralize the
But
activity.
what about the exchange that happens in the game? Knight f4 and now takes.
That should also be good for white. Well, sort of
Yeah.
improving the white's
Yeah,
white's
well, there is
position
some
even further.
Weak pawns in the center, or maybe there's some very strong pawns in
Oh,
the center.
very strong pawns,
yeah,
yes.
that's true. But he sort of, I don't know. He played rook d8, attacking this pawn, f5, bishop f7. Well, I like a bit from Mamadyarov's point of view what's happened. Now his king is quite safe, and he's putting pressure against the center pawns. But maybe the center pawns are just extremely strong. So let's see, queen c3. He played rook e8, bishop d3, kicking the knight back, knight b6, a4, a6, a5. Maybe Aronian is just doing it excellently.
That's what I would think.
Yeah,
yes.
maybe you're right. He's just stabilizing his position, and
Yeah, I think that these pawns are in this sort of material,
I would assume
with
that
this material, it's a strength, not a weakness.
they are still blocked, though. I mean, let's say knight c8. I mean, we try to be extremely positive from the black point of view. I will go knight d6 next, and I'm gonna attack your weak center.
I'm not gonna exchange the bishops now.
Mhm.
I will just play, let's say, rook e1
Well, he did
or
play knight
knight
c8.
c8. Well, knight c8 is a natural move.
Well, you think something like rook e1, and you're just gonna push your pawn forward.
Eventually, yes, I
But-
think so.
Well, even if it reaches e6,
But even e5 right now actually is already strong.
you're saying just in this
Just
position.
e5. I think we are talking about the game being finished soon, almost.
It's that bad. Let's say bishop to d.
But
no.
You will even,
Yeah.
it's not healthy letting the pawn sort of go to
No,
e6
well,
or
I thought that
exchanging
let's
with
say
f6.
something like this at least. I mean, I do have
some
a
blockade.
pretty solid blockade, and you
Yeah.
have to do
No,
something.
let's not do
But I was
E6
thinking,
yet. Mhm.
I mean, maybe you even take here, and then you do something like King F2.
But even better would be just to
knight.
prepare it a little bit, because you
Yeah.
cannot move. I mean,
You're saying
I can play
here-
Rook E1, I can play King F2, and just take on F6 when it suits me.
Sure,
for
maybe you
instance.
put the rook on E3, the king on F2, the queen on C5, and
Yes.
it's gonna be horrible.
I think this is horrible. I think that,
Yeah.
I mean, what we see here is that the position,
Yeah.
well, as we actually expected that it gets worse and worse for black, little by little.
Maybe,
and that's-
maybe black has put up some kind of resistance, but
yeah, but
he's simply
it's-
not able to
Well,
handle the second
because
wave of attack.
chess-wise,
basically.
it's impossible to do
Sure,
that.
sure.
It's just
no,
too
we're
too
not
bad.
blaming Mammadiyarov
Not at
for
all.
this, but
No,
there's just
no.
nothing to do.
He clearly is putting resistance.
One thing I think one should praise Aronian for, he's really taken his time. He's down to 26 minutes now. I think he's trying to be very careful.
Yeah,
He doesn't want
that's
to
true.
sort of spoil it in any possible way.
No, he's it's true that this position he's trying to win in the best possible way.
Sure, that is true. So, okay, this should be.
He did play E5.
He did play E5.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, here, and I think he has to play the move bishop D5. But I think you're
Yeah,
right. This
well,
is just-
he cannot let E6 sort of to
Well,
completely.
No, but also,
kill the
I mean,
bishop.
you would like white to play E6 because then at least there becomes something to attack. At the moment, white is just crushingly dominating.
That's true.
In a way. But,
No, he just played knight E7
Yeah. Well, that's he's gonna jump
to D5 with a knight. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
he wants to bring the knight to D5.
He is putting up. This is typical Mammadiyarov. You see, he comes, he plays knight E7
Yeah.
immediately and leaves. He's actually trying to make it as difficult as possible.
For sure.
And this
But,
will-
well, also Mammadiyarov is one of the strongest rapid and blitz players
For
in the
sure.
world.
yeah.
He's used to doing these things. I mean, to sort of to
Oh no, I mean, it's actually a clever fighting chance. I mean, it's not really going to work most likely, but
No.
it's sort of. Should Aronian start playing moves like Queen B4, trying to win the B7 pawn? It could very likely be good.
well,
but
that
at
could
least
be
there is gonna
very
be-
good too.
there's going to be some kind of exact calculations happening in that
Yeah.
for it to work.
Yeah.
But
Well.
it's still winning. But
Aron has to make a couple of exact
he has
moves.
to make a.
Mhm.
Well, okay, he takes his tea. He has time, I think. So let's see. Should we go back to see what's happened in Kramnik?
That we haven't seen for a while, yeah.
Well, not much has changed though. But well, we left you off in this position after the move King B8, and what Kramnik has done is that he's taken his time, and he's also taken the pawn. He played the move
He
Queen
did.
takes E6,
Mhm.
and I think you very strongly felt this was definitely the
I
best
thought
move.
so.
Right?
I thought
And,
so, yeah.
Well, Kramnik seems to agree.
And so did computer.
Yeah, that's always helpful.
Yeah, sure.
So, we thought that probably he should play the move Rook D to E8 in this position here.
Or Rook H to E8.
Or Rook H to E8,
Mhm.
yeah, simply trying to, maybe actually we thought Rook H to E8 was stronger.
Mhm.
But I think the idea of this is you want to deflect the white queen, even at the cost of some pawn, in order to,
Well, your only chance is to take C4
you
pawn
want
and
to
to
take
try
this
to...
C4 pawn
yeah.
and then at least break white structure in the
Mhm.
center. And then, it will become pretty messy, but
We still think that, well, white should be
White should be
considerably better.
quite
Or
better,
maybe
yeah.
even, close to
Yeah.
winning.
okay, Kayakin. Well, Kramnik has moved quite recently because I think last time we left, Kayakin had about 25 minutes left, right? So he's moved within, in the last 2 minutes. and
Just
sort of-
not a long time ago, yeah.
No, this is, we are at move 21, so Kayakin has to make exactly 20 moves in 23 minutes.
Mhm.
It's not a big problem. And,
Well, I think the real problem is his position,
Yeah.
not his time.
you were playing, in the same tournament, you played the female section, where he played the male section
Mhm.
in Beijing in the World Mind Sports Game. I think he got a,
Gold
medal in the rapid, and by a very convincing score, right?
For sure.
So, I mean,
Well, Karyakin is one of the strongest
very much so. So
rapid players and blitz players in the world.
For sure.
For sure.
But,
Mhm.
I think you're right. The main problem here is his position. It is still materially equal, but there is.
There's
a
such a
crushing-
huge difference between the sort of the pawns here.
Yeah.
Mainly between the pawns, actually.
Yeah, no, you're right.
You can see that. Well, he absolutely cannot afford to let white to play d5.
No, then
He has to
the
avoid
whi-
it somehow.
the white's pawns are getting to d5 and e6, and also the e4 pawn will drop, and basically everything will be wrong. So
Yeah.
I mean, he has to do something very concrete, and he took the D rook.
Mhm,
Actually,
he did take that. Well,
yeah.
this was
That
your
looked-
suggestion.
Looked a bit more human to me than the H rook,
Yeah.
but well, let's see.
Well, Queen f7 has to be the move. And in case he...
You're saying that after Queen F6 there is Knight D7 forking the rook and...
Yeah, that you cannot
but,
do.
well, I was saying that Queen G4 was also a move, but maybe the computer has a strong reaction to that. Then you will take on C4 simply.
Well, actually, the computer is giving maybe a funny line in a way.
Okay.
So you play Queen f7, and well, a natural move would be Rook E f8,
Yeah, that would be
pursuing
very
the queen.
Mhm.
Then you can play Queen E7,
Okay, and then we go back.
and after Rook E8, well, no, maybe computer simply has no clue. He goes to G7 right now. You know, he wants to go Queen G7, and after Rook E G8, he goes Queen H6. So what
That
happens
makes
here
sense,
is
but what
yes.
about Knight C4?
Well, Knight C4. Well, you see what happens here is that the queen manages to deflect the rooks to the most the rook to the most stupid position that there is. Well, after Rook E G8, right?
Sure. No, I understand. Well, your point is here. You want to play Rook E D8, and then you want to play Queen H6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But I was
and
thinking-
protect the E3 as well.
But I was thinking here, what happens after the move Knight takes C4? Do we have some?
We have some tactic, I think. After Knight C4, probably
Because of the-
Queen F7 is possible.
Wow.
That's the thing.
Queen F7.
And after Knight D2, we'll take on B3, takes on B3, and takes on C6.
Okay.
Yeah. And Rook B1.
Yeah.
That's just lost.
This is
Right?
yeah, King A8 and Rook B8. I don't know if the A pawn will give you some hope even.
Not really, no. No, this is, well, I mean, we still have a very strong pass pawn on E5.
Yeah, you're
And
you're
no,
probably
no,
right.
this
Yeah,
is
sure.
this
Mhm.
cannot work.
But okay, this line is completely. I mean,
Well, this is very straightforward.
yeah.
So
I mean,
after
well,
Rook
actually,
D8,
Kramnik, he's not known as a sort of a calculator. He can actually calculate very exact and very long, but still,
yeah.
this line, well, this seems very, very computerish in some sense. But I guess also, I mean, White's advantage is not hanging only on finding this very complicated
No,
line.
it's just that, well, yeah, I would, if anything, I would say that it's not a very human line.
No, not at all. But okay, this is interesting. He's actually, well, Kramnik has to give up the C4 pawn
Yeah.
unless he wants just to repeat. But I think
No,
that he
that's-
definitely doesn't want.
That I think is impossible.
In some sense. But well, he's trying to think very, very hard here.
Hmm. No, he has some big decisions to make still. I think here, well, he should play Queen F7.
What happens after, let's say, Queen D4? You can reasonably safe take the pawn on C4, I guess.
Yeah, the problem here is that after Knight C4, suddenly Queen B3 and Knight C4, well,
Yeah,
are good pieces.
and well, if you manage to hit E3 in time. I
Yeah,
suppose,
exactly. Well, you're hitting it right now.
Yeah, well,
No,
to say
that
that you will end up being better is probably too strong, but
no,
still.
but this is not.
But,
No, that's not what he wants. I think he will play Queen F7, unless there is also Queen H3. Sort of
What
with
would
the
it-
idea. Well, at least here you will. You have a chance to take on C6 afterwards and to take on E4 maybe.
Are you saying Queen H3 and if Knight C4?
For Rook C6.
Okay, and if I take on E3 here, you're just going to take on E4.
I'm not sure actually. Yeah, probably just take on
Yeah.
E4.
Well, something like this. I guess you take on C6 here, and you want to play
Yeah.
something like this.
Something like this. But okay, this is complicated enough. This
Well,
is
it
in no
looks like
way.
a
Mhm.
complicated mess, but I mean,
I agree.
But still, nothing sort of extremely conclusive. So this
No.
is a very interesting position for Kramnik. Well, the computer is showing some magic with Queen F7, but
But I think, well, Queen F7 also, well, he must be thinking about Rook H F8 in the first place, actually.
yeah, giving up some pawn just in
Yes,
order to
Yes,
sort of.
and I think there you have some very complicated computer lines.
Mhm.
It's not
No.
easy.
But you're saying you think almost this can get out of hand for Kramnik.
No, I think that he will manage to find something good. But I
Yeah.
mean, it's not even objectively speaking, it's not easy
No, it's
yet.
not crushing
No.
in that sense, but no. No, this is very interesting, and of course it's a very key moment for Kramnik, right? I mean, should he win this game? I mean, things has been going pretty optimally for him in some
Yeah,
sense.
for sure.
Right? But let's say he draws this and Aronian wins, then well, suddenly the good start in context of Aronian as his main rival has been spoiled to a certain extent.
That's true.
So we will see here. But no, that's interesting. But I think also, well, Kramnik could easily think for 15 minutes in this position. So
Well, that would be justified, I
Yeah.
think.
so should we go to Topalov Anand and see if they have
let's do that.
they have managed to get this even closer to a conclusion?
I think Vishy played h4,
He
right?
did play the move h4. As I think. Well, you asked this sort of, was this a good move or
Yeah,
not? And I think
well, it
Vishy
feels like.
answered your question.
That's true.
Yeah. So okay, basically, he plays the move g3. He simply thinks there's no way to make any kind of progress.
But that
here
seems to
without
be
it.
the case. I mean, the king is
Yeah.
stuck on f3, and
Yeah, the
well,
point is the rook here is very efficient in sort of attacking. Well, maybe even both these pawns, and well, you have to do something about it to sort of
I
make
think
progress.
g3 is the only
g3
chance
takes-
to continue.
And now he takes with the king, and well, I actually think that the best practical chance would be to play h4 and sort of. But no,
To
he
play
doesn't.
this 2-against-1.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm very influenced on being. Well, I played this once with black, and I thought it was just an easy draw, but I actually managed to get a lost position.
Well, I recall that in one European club championship once I played for a St. Petersburg team, and we had this, our sort of team result really depended on someone defending, on our girl defending the end game 2-against-1. And I think she lost it in the end. But the point was that it was very important that the pawn would be on f6, not on f7, because it got completely, she was very passive. But here I think the pawn is on f6.
I think you're right. I was about to lose it when the structure was e5, f4 against f7.
Yes.
But maybe here you have it on f6. And it's
I
very
think actually
trivial.
that f6 is very important,
Okay,
even though it sounds almost strange that should make a big
Well,
difference.
Yes and no. Well, now if we know it's true, then it sounds right? But yeah.
Well, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I
No,
think
it's
that
a good point.
back then it surprised me.
Okay, let's see. He played the move rook b2, and Topalov has played e4, rook b1, f3, check, king back, threatening there, king g2, rook b1, rook a6. Well, that's threatening e5, I guess.
For sure.
E5. You could maybe even think that king f5, ef6, king f7.
That's
could be a draw.
unnecessary.
It's unnecessary. Yeah, sure. King f7, rook a5, king g6, rook a6, king f7, and now rook a2. Okay, so Topalov sort of repeated once, but what is his plan? It's king g3 followed by h4. Well, I mean, he's not really.
There is nothing else to do.
No.
Well,
I think Topalov is just trying a bit, but I think Vishy has defended as well, and
yeah.
I mean, well, the best white can hope for, as far as I can see, is that to exchange the h pawn for the g pawn and go forward. But well, whenever Topalov has tried to go forward with a pawn, a set of pawn has been exchanged. So it seems that there's simply no way of going forward here. If you look at the clock times, Vishy has spent. Well, he has 1 hour and 56 minutes left.
He hasn't spent a lot of time, no.
That's actually like Vishy 20 years ago, when he would have a couple of hours left on the clock. But
Yeah.
well, not too much has happened in the game in that sense, sort of. So.
No, he didn't have to make so many difficult decisions at all.
Well, Topalov has quite some time left and such. So.
Yeah.
I mean, Vishy can give a check here, but he can also.
He can play rook g1 and rook a1, for instance. That's probably what he's going to do.
Well, if you're very afraid of h4
or
after rook
g2,
h1. You can even play rook h1. I mean,
Yes.
if you just want to, actually after, is he gonna go king g4 then? But yeah,
He can go king g4, but what next?
no.
No, there's nothing. I
I was
think.
starting to wondering, is the pawn ending actually one for white? But that would be a
That would be
extremely stupid
yes, that would
practical decision.
not in
But,
this position. Yes, you shouldn't consider
maybe
that.
it's a simple draw, but
Is he really considering that?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I can't. I mean, I would be. That would be shocking, I think. So maybe, yeah.
Well, he can play rook
rook
h1.
F1.
We can
Yeah,
show
rook,
that.
sure. Sorry. So what did they do? Rook a2. Which move did he do there? I forgot. He played king e6. Yeah.
Yes.
King g3. Check.
Rook g1,
Rook
rook
g2.
Oh, he took on
He
g2.
took on g2.
Oh
wow.
my god.
He seems to be completely certain this is just a draw.
Yeah, that's it's just, well, the reason we're so surprised is that, well, it's a scary decision to make.
Well,
simply.
unless you're very, very good.
Yeah,
but-
of course. I mean, it's just,
What is?
it's not, yeah, well,
Wow.
probably it's just,
I really hope for his sake he knows what he's doing. I mean,
well, he will play f5 next.
but what happens? King f2?
King f4.
Then you go king f4.
And if you go king e2, then I will go king g3.
You're saying I'm actually trying to be worse here. No.
Well, not really,
but
but
king g2 you will go,
king e5.
and
No.
we just had that position or what?
Yeah, no, maybe he will go f5 here.
Maybe he will go f5, sure. And then he's saying that in this position after king g3,
He goes f5.
he goes f5, takes, and well, this could be a well-known draw. Basically, you will go back and forth between
Yeah.
e5 and f5 in a way.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between.
I mean, he doesn't look like a guy who's taken a courageous decision.
No,
no.
I think that's the difference between just sort of
Yeah.
just weak grandmasters and
Well, that's-
super strong
wow.
grandmasters, because yeah.
Okay. Well, respect. This is impressively done, especially if he's right. But yeah, well, Topalov is probably thinking of maybe it's just very trivial, but it's still.
It could be, but it's just, well,
Yeah.
from a practical perspective, it's a decision that you generally avoid.
I would be very scared and sort of doing that, but I mean, maybe. Well, no, I think. I mean,
I think it's going to be.
well, he could have thought about it for 1.5 hours more if he was uncertain, right?
for sure, yeah. I mean, he also made this decision in what, a couple of minutes.
Yeah. No, well, he thinks this is just. I mean, no need to sort of hang out in a rook ending with a pawn. Let's just get it over with in some sense. So that is quite impressive in some sense.
Yeah, that's true. It seems to be.
Things has happened in the Swidler game. I sort of saw. So
Yes.
well, we really expect this game just to be a draw, or if not, then Vichy has done something really sort of unforgivable.
it's going to be a draw.
Yeah,
Yes.
So, well, okay. Let's go to the game of
Svidler
Peter
against
Svidler.
Andreykin, yeah. Andreykin played e4 just as we expected, as it is, well,
Yeah, for
it's basically his only.
some reason we have difficulty getting the position up on our board.
That's true.
unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we hope that the viewers have it.
Yeah, not exactly. No.
Probably not.
Okay. That's
That's a
Okay.
bit.
yeah. That's
Now at
that's
least
the
you can see
position
it.
there. For some reason,
Yes.
we're not getting it on our analysis board. I don't know why exactly, unfortunately. But well, we spoke about this position, right? That's where you said there was some quite fascinating tricks, right?
Yeah,
That I mean,
I think,
now actually,
well-
Swidler has to do something very concrete in order to win.
I think what he's doing is quite.
Yeah.
What he's doing is quite.
Okay, we got it. Now we got.
Now we got the position, yes.
I'm sorry. So, well, remember knight f5, and we thought maybe e4 was the nice way
Yeah.
to fight.
Yeah.
And that's what Andreykin did after quite a thought. And now we sort of, Swidler took the knight, the pawn on d6. Andreykin played the complicated move e3. Then he took on.
See,
on
this is
c8.
exactly this line that we
Yeah.
have mentioned.
And
which
well,
is
here Victoria was showing that there is this nice way to win for white. After d2, we think it's going to happen next. If e2, what would be the move? Just rook takes d3.
rook takes
Yeah.
d3.
So d2 is the move. Taking on c6, e2,
And knight
And now
e7 is
knight
extremely
e7,
important.
check.
Yes.
And well, there's no way the king can attack this knight. So after, let's say, king h8, and there is this beautiful move, rook c to c1.
But actually, this is not so clear. Well, I mean, we know white is almost winning, but he plays d takes c1, rook c1, and rook e8.
Rook e8.
How is that?
What about rook? No, rook d1. There is rook e1. Rook d8. You can play rook e1. So that's the move, rook e8.
Yeah.
Ah, you're thinking he can fight on in some rook ending here.
Well, that's, I mean,
It's
at least he's
tempting.
not piece down anymore.
So, okay, I assume it's
King
gonna be
F2,
King
yeah.
F2, rook E7.
And
Now we have to show some good technique. If
well, I think
what
rook
about
rook e1. Rook e1 is the move. And now the
Yeah.
question is if he can play something like rook b7 and well, let's say after a3, a5, right? Something like that.
Mhm.
Try to, yeah.
No, that is okay.
We
As you
have
can
our
see-
first result.
So Pallav
today.
Anand was a draw. And that, well, Vichy by sort of exchanging on G2, he saved half
Yes.
an hour's of work. That
That's
is-
true.
no,
That's quite
that
impressive.
is
yes.
well done by him. We have to. Well,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm surprised that he dared it, but well, he seems to know
Well,
what he was
it
doing.
was
We have
it was
to-
actually maybe much easier than we thought.
Yeah,
but it just
you're
well,
probably
yeah,
right, but somehow, well,
we didn't expect that.
no. Well, I think rook endings on the same side of the next pawn is always a draw, but a pure sort of pawn ending is
A
something
pawn
different.
down
but
is much
maybe-
more risky. Yes.
Yeah, sure. So, okay, but, well, the position we have on the analysis board is Switler's game, and, well, we
Well,
think
this
here
is a very likely
if
position,
rook E4,
most likely.
then A3 seems strong. So we're thinking maybe the move rook B7.
Mhm.
And if A3,
Maybe even a5, right?
but, okay, let's take it.
And rook a7, or
But we are
this is just
something
yeah.
like this. We are 2 pawns up.
well, but you have to keep in mind that well, this g3
Mhm.
g2 is not exactly. It's
Yeah,
maybe
you're saying
one and a
that-
half pawn up.
Well, sort of in a dream world, something. Well, F5 now. There is the move rook E5.
But maybe, of course, it's much better to take the a3 pawn,
yeah,
not the
I was
a5
about
pawn.
to
yes,
say that.
yes,
here,
this is
maybe.
not very
Let's say
technically
something
correct.
like rook B3.
Rook e2.
And what about rook A1 here?
Yeah, that's true.
That could be a strong move, right?
Yes. Well,
Because rook B2.
yeah.
Well, you don't even have a threat. Now I will just.
yeah,
Actually, this will end up worse for you.
I think so. Yeah. Well, we still think that Swidler is going to win,
Yeah,
but
so-
he will have to spend some time here.
I don't know, maybe. Well, you want to
H5.
play H5, and sort of
Yeah.
ideally you would go in this direction. And
Mhm.
I mean, well, it should be winning, but there's going to be a bit of work
Yes.
left to do.
Yes, at least well, we can
in some
safely say
sense.
that Andreikin has done his best to sort of to
Well, the
to
alternative
fight
was
back.
to
yeah.
resign. I mean,
Yeah.
now at least he's playing meaningfully on, and he's forced
Sure.
Swidler for a start to calculate some difficult variations. And
Yeah.
well, there's still going to be a bit of technical work in this rook ending. I really doubt that it's going to save it for him. But
Oh, no,
well,
but
maybe even G4. No, that you can
but-
take King
but-
F3 and G4 could be strong. But well, there's going to be a bit of work here. But let's see. He's played. They have this position now. We think Swidler has to give. He didn't give the check.
he didn't give the check.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
So-
Isn't that well? It doesn't make a difference probably because he will give the check next move.
Well, that is not legal if you take on D1.
No. But I mean, in case of D takes C1
then he's gonna
and
give
knight
the check.
E7 check. Actually, we are probably going for a press conference very soon.
Any
so
second. Yeah,
any
but,
second.
But, sure. So you're saying.
Yeah, probably it doesn't make a
And-
yeah. That's it.
So we are ready to start. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the first press conference of today, round 2 in candidates in Ханты-Мансийск.
Здравствуйте, дорогие дамы и господа, и мы вас приветствуем на первой пресс-конференции сегодняшнего дня, второго тура турнира претендентов в Ханты-Мансийске.
And we have the first draw, and we would like to welcome here Vishwantan Anand and Veselin Topalov.
Итак, первая партия сегодня закончилась в ничью, и мы приветствуем Вишванатана Ананда и Веселина Топалова.
So, in the first question for the players, so many games you played in Slav, and today again it appeared. So, is it still theoretical battle between you?
Ну, первый вопрос обоим игрокам. Вы сыграли очень много партий в славянской защите. Сегодня она опять была на доске. Ведете ли вы до сих пор какие-то теоретические споры в этом дебюте?
Well, when we exchange notes, we will know.
Но после того, как мы сейчас обсудим, мы поймем.
Обменяемся своими записями тоже.
Oh, actually, I think we were this move. I think is knight b7 immediately is a little bit different because almost everybody goes e6 automatically, and it made immediately some difference because the pawn goes b5 in one move. So it's already on move, 5. It was a little bit different.
Ну, уже на пятом ходу были некоторые отклонения от обычной игры, потому что было сыграно конь d7, после чего пешка может идти напрямую на e5. Обычно в этой позиции все автоматически играют e6.
And Black felt quite comfortable today during the game, and it seems that you played quite quickly, and just what we were wondering till which moment you knew this position.
Казалось, что у черных все была очень комфортная позиция, и вы играли очень быстро, поэтому нам интересно, до какого момента в этой позиции вы знали, что делать.
Well, I couldn't remember exactly, but when I got to the position here, it seemed to me all my moves are obvious. I have to play g6 to play king g7. Also, the problem is if bishop f5, then f4 simply. So.
Когда я пришел к этой позиции, то все мои ходы были довольно очевидными, то есть мне нужно сыграть g6, чтобы брать фигуру на g7, а в случае слона f5 есть ход.
Yeah, well, maybe worth mentioning that f6, f4.
Может быть, стоит отметить, что f6, f4, конь c3, взятие слона f5.
And I thought bishop a3 is just winning, so it's hard to fall into this.
Просто выигрывает, поэтому не стоит идти на этот вариант.
So it seemed to me that I had to play g6, king g7, and then either bishop f5 and rook d8, rook c8, and have full compensation if I can do all that.
И так мне казалось, что мне нужно играть g6, король g7, слон h5, ладья d8, другая ладья на c8, и после этого у меня будет достаточная компенсация, если я все это смогу сделать.
And for f4, bishop f6, we both thought it was reasonable for black.
И после f4, слон f6 нам казалось, что...
No, but maybe I should start, if I want to, I should start
e4.
e4 and f4, but it's too risky, I thought.
Well, e4, king g7, f4, but I thought that if I played bishop c7, I should have enough compensation.
Oh, but I can, also.
I'm not 100% sure, but it seemed to me that black is.
What I didn't like was bishop
okay.
f6, bishop f6, then check, and some queen b4.
Yeah, no, something
queen
like this is very unclear.
And then,
some rook d8, bishop f5, rook c8. Well, you never know. You might get into some
it
problems.
can even be better for black. So.
Да, Веселин предложил, возможно, можно было сыграть сначала e4, f4, но это слишком рискованно, и Виша отметил, что после слон c7 он предполагал, что у него достаточно компенсация, ну а Веселин показал вариант, который он рассматривал, то есть слон f6, e5, слон h4, и там затем черный ферзь может выйти на b4, и, возможно, у черных даже лучше будет.
Веселин,
actually king e2 is very exact. Sorry, king e2 is exact, but then this 4 versus 3 is the maximum white can get. Because otherwise I'm actually just winning the pawn. But after king e2 I cannot win the pawn, but it seems that I didn't see any big improvements for him, and we end up here.
Потому что после
4 versus 3 I knew that I'm in time with h5 always, so it was okay.
После этого хода черные не могут выиграть пешку, и, соответственно, получается позиция, к которой мы пришли.
And I have a question also to Veselin. You spent quite a lot of time after g6. Did you really feel that this position might be dangerous for white, so you have to go to queen e5 variation?
Вопрос Веселину. Вы довольно много продумали после g6. Казалось ли вам, что эта позиция может быть опасной для белых, и вам нужно идти на вариант с ферзь e5?
Well, obviously I didn't want to play this ending because it's obvious black has enough compensation, or it's much closer to a draw, and it's very difficult to win, or if not impossible. But if simply I couldn't see what to do because somehow black's play is very easy, and okay, it's only one pawn, but the two black bishops on e6, e6, e5 are simply stronger, and somehow it was for me better to to have these weaknesses and to develop, but not to try to save the pawn and not to develop simply.
Очевидно, что, конечно, мне не хотелось идти в это окончание, потому что оно слишком ничейно, но, с другой стороны, у черных очень сильные слоны, и мне не хотелось рисковать и остаться без развития в этой позиции.
Would you like to add something about this game?
Okay, just one funny thing that this position is mutual zugzwang. If but black to play, it's lost. But luckily it's white to play. So I thought the only real detail after that.
Забавно, что вот эта позиция – это обоюдный цугцванг, и, соответственно, хорошо, что здесь ход белых для меня, конечно.
Thank you very much for comments, and I have one kind of philosophical question. Both of you were world champions, and you played many matches, also between each other. And we were just wondering, I mean, when you play with the opponent whom you played in the match before, does it influence somehow your next games?
Ну, мой следующий вопрос несколько философский. Вы сыграли много матчей в своей жизни, вы оба экс-чемпионы мира, и между собой вы также играли матч. То, что вы встречались с соперником уже так много, играли матч, влияет ли это как-то на то, как вы играете партию?
If it influences next game,
let's say next games after this match. After the match is finished, I mean, you played a few years ago, but still you continue playing against each other.
Влияет ли на партии после матча, которые сыграны в других турнирах?
Okay, in general, I guess it's hard to forget, no? It's a World Championship match, so obviously, of course, okay, it's not that it affects you, but of course you remember.
Ну, конечно, матч на первенство мира сложно забыть. Я бы не сказала, что это как-то сильно влияет, но все-таки вы об этом помните, естественно.
What about you?
Yeah, I guess that's basically it. I mean, it's not like we're continuing a theoretical battle, but of course we remember the result.
Конечно, это не то, чтобы мы продолжали теоретическую дискуссию, но, конечно, мы помним результаты.
And I have one question coming from Twitter, because we use also official Twitter in this tournament, and the question was to Veselin Topalov, one of spectators. He saw your bracelet, which you wear in different events, and he was just asking if it brings you some luck.
Есть вопрос, который поступил к нам из Твиттера. Один из болельщиков спрашивает у Веселина Топалова о значении его браслета, который он носит на разных турнирах. Приносит ли он ему удачу?
No, it's just Bulgarian tradition, and you have to wear it in the spring. So.
Это просто болгарская традиция. Мы носим такие браслеты весной.
Why especially in spring?
That's a long story. But 1st of March, you have to do it. But for the moment, no, it doesn't bring me much luck. But okay, it's still I'm okay.
Долгая история, почему именно весной, но с 1 марта нужно носить такие браслеты. Не знаю, приносит ли он мне особенную удачу.
Do we have questions to players?
Есть ли вопросы?
У нас есть микрофон.
У меня такой вопрос. Если вы носите мартиницы, так они называются, да?
Да.
Мартиницы. То вопрос к Више. Вот вчера вы были в темной в свитере, а сегодня он в светлом. А это влияет как-то? Может, у вас тоже традиция после каждого темное менять на белое, как в шахматах?
Well, I'll take this one since we have. Okay. So since Veselin is wearing this bracelet, and you yesterday you wore black, like a dark T-shirt, shirt, and now you are in a lighter one. So do you have some tradition, maybe also to change, like in chess from white to black, and does it bring you some luck?
No. It's just it's the order my wife packed it.
Нет никакой связи.
Okay, thank you. We have other questions.
Есть ли еще вопросы у кого-то?
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments, and wish you good luck.
Большое спасибо.
We're back after a short break. Vichy has made a draw against Topalov. We saw their press conference, and now I would like to go to the probably most exciting game at the moment. It's Kravnik-Karyakin.
Yeah, well, I think we left off in a very complicated position where Kramnik had to find some kind of computer-like win. He played something else, and now he sacrificed an exchange, and it seems very, very exciting.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe we should mention that most likely we will have another winner soon, because in Svitler and Raikin, it seems to us that White is just completely winning.
In a rook end game.
And actually so is Aronian. But I think the most exciting game is definitely Kramnik-Karyakin at the moment, also where the result
Well, it's least decided at the
very
moment.
much so. Okay, we can see. Actually, no. Who can we see down there?
Well,
it's Andreikin thinking.
No, I think we can see Karyakin thinking,
see Karyakin.
Andreikin and Mamedyarov thinking.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, yeah, sure. But well, Kramnik. Well, he played a very interesting.
Well, he played Queen H3, right,
yeah,
which we
he
have
thought
mentioned.
We have it here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we had it there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had this position, and we thought Queen F7 was the best move. At least that was the computer thought.
Well, this was a computer move, but
Very
it
much.
also seemed he was giving very strange lines, which was very easy to miss.
Yeah.
So Queen
Kramnik
H3
played Queen
is
H3
a
after
very
very long think. I think at
yeah.
some point he had like more than an hour left. Queen
Now
H3, and Karyakin took on C4, and Kramnik took on C6. And now actually, well, the computers strongly think that you should take on E3 in this position.
And the concept is that after knight takes E3, knight takes E4, right?
Well, that's exactly what you thought, Victoria.
But Queen D5 is a move that we haven't mentioned, I think, and that exists.
Because else I think the point is apparently here. It seems to be very strong positional compensation. After
That
all.
probably Kramnik will be happy about.
That sounds right. I don't know if the knight will settle on C5 or F6, but well, actually, it's purely. I mean, it's a pure exchange he's sacrificed here, right?
That's true. Pawn.
And I thought maybe the black king could be safe on A8 in some sense,
But well, he also has a very strong passed pawn on E5.
yeah, it's probably
And,
just great for white.
yeah.
So let's see.
It's-
But
yeah.
what the computer wants is in this position to play the move Queen D5, and I don't know how should white proceed here. Maybe Rook C5, or what's the idea?
It's not so easy. Well,
No.
Queen D5 definitely was sort of the kind
Yeah.
of move that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe something like this, and just take back with the queen here. And I don't
But
know.
here we have sort of the situation where we have the sort of the pawns are equal, and
well, now this.
white is better still,
I would
but-
think so. In
but
some
not
sense.
massively.
I don't know simply, but probably. Well, we were talking about Karyakin's pawns only being relevant in an ending. Well,
Yeah,
this
and
is
finally-
this is getting closer to an ending
Yes.
at least. And maybe
Yes.
maybe things here are not too bad for him.
But actually,
in
we have a
some
move.
sense.
Karyakin has made another move. It
He
seems
did not take an E3. He took back. Wow. Okay. This.
he took on C6.
Yes. Okay. This, I think now, he's just gonna. Well, knight takes E4.
Knight takes E4 is
very
a
much
given.
The move, right? Okay, this is definitely not what the computers wanted Karyakin to do.
Well,
But
it's
still from a human perspective, I mean, you will think the king is rather safe on A8 and such, but
It's
I'm
true
a
that
bit
even
surprised.
this position that we are sort of aiming for after knight takes e3, f takes e3, to say that it's winning for white
no,
is
that
too strong.
That is way too strong.
Yes.
But I don't know how should black play this? I guess just. I mean, it's a good start to hide your king in the corner. I would
Well,
guess.
for instance, the computer thinks that knight b6 is interesting.
Okay, heading for d5.
Yeah, and also, well,
No, it's a very messy position.
yeah, the bishop on e3 is, well,
It's a bit surprising Kramnik is not at the board. I mean, he does have more than half an hour left, but still. I
yeah,
mean,
well, now he's back.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Mhm. Let's see if he's just going to take on e4 quickly. Karyakin has 12 minutes. It's not criminal in any way, but of course.
No, but he has, 17 moves to
Yeah,
make.
Exactly. Kramnik is about to take on. He took on e4.
He took on e4, yes. And now the question is, will Karyakin quickly take on e3, or will he decide to put his knight to d5? Because, well, there is quite a difference between those
I would
two.
think king a8 is also a logical move.
King
but
8 is also well, yeah.
It's true taking on e3. It will sort of get rid of some material. I'm still surprised that I mean something like this, is it really so good for white? I mean the computer seems to think that white has a considerable edge here, but
Well, considerable, maybe even
it's
is
too
too
strong. You're saying.
strong.
Something like
Mhm.
the computer says now this move for some reason. I guess that after this move, the problem is that knight f6 is pretty strong, threatening.
Yeah.
Well, here as well as threatening this check.
I think what really saves, doesn't only save white, but gives him advantage is the fact that, he can close the f line with knight f6.
Sure. So
I mean, it would be not very good if one pair of rooks was swapped.
No,
That would be
white
very bad for
needs
white.
To keep,
Yes.
keep things here, and also,
Yes.
well, the knight at f6 closes the f line, and it also keeps the queen away from the d5 square. And I guess white's compensation here is definitely sufficient. We're not talking. I mean, well, he's an exchange down, but he's not really in any trouble. I guess. Let's say something like king a8 here.
Well,
Maybe
there
you
are
just
some
maybe
very sophisticated ways sort of suggested by computer. For instance, this line that you are showing here, after rook e f8, knight f6, rook f7.
Yeah.
And here the computer is saying that the position is basically equal, even.
It's very difficult for white to play. Sorry, for black to play like this. But,
Well,
maybe it's not that.
there is
difficult,
some
but-
logic to that, because you want to play rook h f8,
Yeah.
and you make sure that, well, e6,
But
e7
Kayakin has
doesn't
played
come.
another move. He's played knight b6. He actually didn't want to allow this. So
Yeah.
that's that's interesting. And he did it. Well, I was about to say rather quickly. He spent like a bit less than a minute, but it's actually he has to play
For him,
even
yes.
quicker
Yes.
than that in average.
Yes.
So, I mean, well, I don't know if you remember back to last year's candidate tournament. I think Kramnik had a promising position against Ivanchuk, who was extremely low on
Oh,
time.
I remember that.
But at some point,
Yes.
he couldn't find anything else than repeating the move, right?
Well, that
So-
was a very dramatic situation, because
Yeah.
Kramnik, he I think in the first round of the tournament, he was close to winning many times, or at
Mhm.
least better.
Yeah, you mean the first half? Yeah.
The
sure,
first
sure.
half, yes.
Yeah.
And he
Well, he
couldn't
didn't-
manage.
No, I think at some point one thought Kramnik was completely out of it, and suddenly he was almost a favorite.
But it
at
was
some
also,
point.
well, it was very clear that he was close to winning many times, and he
Mhm.
could have been on a decent plus already after
For
the first
sure.
half.
But
but
well,
he
for instance,
wasn't.
against Aronian. He won where he should only have been a draw.
That's
and
true.
such.
He
Well,
had
but
some
he was
luck.
also winning earlier.
Yeah,
Well,
sure.
you can always come up with these kinds
But
of
but
things.
against Ivanchuk, I think Ivanchuk had less than a minute for
Yeah, I
an
think-
enormous number of
Well, I think
moves.
even the situation was that it was tempting for Kramnik simply not just to repeat, just to play at his
But he was
time.
a rook down.
Yeah, well, for some compensation, but
For some.
okay, I think we
have another
we
win.
have a winner.
Yeah,
so
we had a winner.
we will
yeah.
be back with the action in the Kramnik game soon. So let's just wrap up the Aronian game.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see if we have gotten the last couple of moves here. I'm not sure we have yet. Well, we actually don't know if Aronian has won, but we very, very much
Well,
assume
we
so.
we really assume so.
It's hard to imagine anything else.
Yes. Actually, yeah. For a while, we thought that this game would finish first.
Okay,
Yes.
they have the situation here.
Mhm.
But I think we left you in this position here after knight e7. And, well, I mean, we said that there was some risk with putting the pawn on e6, but Aronian didn't really seem to think so. He did it quite nicely. e6, bishop h5, and now bishop to e4, and after knight d5, he attacks the
But
bishop.
actually, we should mention, although it's almost too late, that on the 39th move, Aronian did rook g1,
Wow, okay, let's see.
and that was a pretty bad move. As after bishop c4, he would have,
Well, that happened. Bishop c4 was played, right?
yeah, bishop
No,
c4.
I think they just repeated back and forth.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it-
Ah,
it
that's
doesn't
true.
matter.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
No, he
Actually,
just,
we
yeah.
have another decided game.
Oh, really? Okay.
So
So yeah, well, this game, yeah, there's not much to say. So
That's
I
true.
mean, well, he just converted, and that's that's it. Nothing to say to this actually. Let's have the last decided game, and then we will enjoy the time pressure.
hopefully we will still
I think
be back.
we
after.
left you here, and Svidler played rook c1, takes. He took the knight here, rook d2, and well, he played rook c3, which maybe it's not the best
Not the
fighting
most,
chance, but it's
accurate.
winning for white anyway. But
Mhm.
after rook c3, there is a nice move, rook d5, and it means that, well, if he goes to a3 with the rook, you have the resource rook a5, and if he takes the pawn on g3, you have rook g3 check. forcing
check,
a winning
Mhm.
rook d5 check, forcing a winning pawn ending. So,
Mhm.
well, in this position, Andrei can just resign. So,
Yeah,
well, we're actually down to one game for the day, but a very exciting
and very
one.
quickly, yes.
Yeah. So I think we should simply just go back to.
Yeah, definitely. If we have
Kramnik,
some time before the press conferences begin, we should do that.
Definitely. I mean,
Шахрияр Мамедьяров.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы приветствуем вас на второй сегодняшней пресс-конференции. Первая партия с решающим результатом между Левоном Ароняном и Шахрияром Мамедьяровым.
And my question to the players: what happened today?
Расскажите, пожалуйста, о своей партии, что там произошло.
No, I knew 92. I played it once against Ivanchuk, and if I remember correctly, the idea with 96 is not so good. And during the game, I realized that maybe f4 is correct. And here I felt that rook e8, f5, knight f8. It looks passive for black, but there are such ideas in Queen's Gambit.
Вариант с ходом конь d2 я уже играл с Василием Иванчуком. Ход конь g6 считается не самым лучшим в этой позиции. f4 все верно было, h6. На f4 есть вариант ладья e8, и после f5 конь f8. Такая позиция получается.
Да, чуть-чуть пассивная, но...
Немного пассивная, но при этом довольно крепкая. Запас прочности у черных есть.
And so I was actually surprised by h6, but I realized that perhaps Shahryar, a great tactician himself, blundered a simple tactic. But that actually happens quite a lot with many tactical players that, sometimes you don't see simple things.
Меня несколько удивил ход Шахрияра h6, но потом я понял, что он зевнул эту простую тактику на ферзь f6, но так, видимо, часто случается с игроками тактического плана.
I won't say that play for white or black is simple, because it looks that it's clear that white is better, but if black manages to consolidate, it will be very difficult to win the game.
Я бы не сказал, что играть и за белых, и за черных эту позицию легко. Кажется, что у белых перевес, но однако черным удается консолидировать свои фигуры, и путь к выигрышу для белых не так прост.
For example, after e4, it's very unfortunate for black. He cannot play f5, otherwise it would be fine, for example.
Допустим,
but here, I managed to take and attack the rook at the same time.
Вариант на e4 вместо f6 черным не следует играть здесь f5, поскольку следует e5, конь e4, слон бьет e4, fe, ферзь b3 с шахом, я забираю на b4 и при этом нападаю на ладью f8.
So what Shahryar did, I thought, was the best for him, but unfortunately also f5 is not good because of d5.
Шахрияр сделал лучшее продолжение, на мой взгляд. Здесь также f5 не очень хорошо, ввиду d5, cd, ef.
And although maybe this is where black's chances lie.
Хотя, может быть, были шансы черных именно в этом продолжении.
Maybe I should take on d6. Yes, and d6 later.
Может быть, здесь стоило съесть ед из идеи d6.
And after f5, I think, although I'm not completely sure that this position is completely lost for black, but what I felt is, if he stands, I just wanted to get out of the time trouble, and I thought there has to be some plan for a win.
После f5 позиция черных не очень хорошая, однако в цейтноте я думал, мне пришлось приложить усилия, чтобы найти наикратчайший путь к выигрышу.
So, Leon, I also would like to ask you, you mentioned time trouble. Normally we are used that you play very quickly, and both games you have some problems with time. So, what do you think? What is the reason?
Левон, вы упомянули о цейтноте, но вы считаетесь игроком, который всегда играет очень быстро, и вот во второй партии вы испытывали нехватку во времени. Как вы думаете, в чем причина этого?
Вчера причина была в другом.
Yesterday the reason was different.
Я просто не мог понять позицию, и поэтому потратил много времени и делал слабые.
I couldn't understand the position. I spent a lot of time and made weak moves.
А сегодня просто знаю, что Шахрияр очень хорошо защищается. Мне хотелось как-то не допустить внезапной контр-игры.
But this day I knew that Shakhriyar protects very well, so I didn't want to create a counterplay for him.
And my question also to Shakhriyar, there is a computer move instead of knight e7, queen g5. Did you consider it during the game? And what actually you missed today?
Мой вопрос к Шахрияру. Рассматривали ли вы вариант здесь, вот, видели ли вы конь e7, который произошел в партии после хода конь e7?
Нет, вместо хода конь e7 ферзь g5.
Of course, I calculated queen g5 or knight h4. But after knight 10, I missed knight e4. If not knight e4, blacks may were. I like black position. I don't know. If not knight e4, rook e8, queen g5. Okay, if queen g5, I think queen e2.
Да, конечно, я рассматривал ходы и ферзь g5 и конь h4, но...
Knight h4, f6 or e4, I don't know.
Yes.
Maybe e4 looks, I don't know.
But takes queen d8. Also not so easy.
На конь ферзь g5 последовал бы ферзь e2, конь h4, e4,
I'm sure one thing you would prefer to be white in such attacking position.
Но здесь Левон говорит, что именно в этой позиции он предпочел бы играть белыми.
Что Шахрияр бы предпочел?
Ну, я тоже. Оба. Yeah, no, okay, no, I miss absolutely knight e4. I don't know. I forgot my analysis after knight d2 and absolutely forget.
Не видел ход конь e4, и после хода конь d2 я уже забыл свой анализ.
Of course, after knight d2 I forgot, and after I played very bad. And after, of course, knight e4 is near losing position.
Да, скорее всего, после хода конь de4 позиция черных близка к проигранной.
Есть ли вопросы?
Do you have any questions?
Я хотел спросить, вот в этой позиции, Шахрияр, ты понял, что зевнул только когда увидел ход конь e4, либо сразу после f5?
In this position, did you understand that you made a blunder after knight de4 or beforehand?
Когда я взял коня на руки, уже видел, но уже было поздно.
When I took a knight and made a move, I saw it, but it was too late.
Конь h8 пойти мучиться особо не было желания и решил.
Then move knight h8 leads to suffering, but I did not want to do it.
Есть ли еще вопросы?
Do you have any more questions?
So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Okay, so we start our third press conference, and we have here with us Peter Swidler and Dmitry Andreykин.
Мы начинаем третью пресс-конференцию, и с нами Петр Свидлер и Дмитрий Андрейкин.
So my first question to Peter, actually, were you surprised with the opening choice of your opponent?
Very much so, yeah.
Первый вопрос.
I felt it was rather unlucky to be the first one who is playing Dmitry with white, because I was absolutely sure that he will prepare something absolutely new for this tournament, and I wanted to see what he does against other people, but I got no chance.
Вопрос к Петру, был ли он удивлен дебютным выбором соперника, и Петр сказал, что да, довольно сильно, потому что я предполагал, что что-то другое будет подготовлено к этому турниру специально.
Did you expect only from Dmitry that he will prepare something special from everybody?
No, but basically, Dmitry is a relatively new player, and his repertoire is harder to. Obviously, everybody did some work here, and everybody came with some surprises. But in Dmitry's case, it was particularly obvious that I have no chance of guessing what even the first move will be.
Вопрос от Анастасии. Вы ожидали чего-то нового только от Дмитрия или вообще от всех участников турнира? Петр отвечает, что, конечно, все готовились очень сильно к этому соревнованию, но дело в том, что Дмитрий — это один из новых участников турнира претендентов, и его дебютный репертуар, в общем, еще не столь известен, и, соответственно, даже на первом ходу уже можно было ожидать всего чего угодно.
What happened later?
Well,
the first move?
It's been a long time since I looked at this position, and
очень много времени прошло с тех пор, как я последний раз смотрел на эту позицию.
And the choice I made here is not the most critical one, but I just felt that I should be playing for, I shouldn't be getting involved with, huge tactical complications which could start after, let's say, one knight c3. There are very, very sharp lines there, which I looked at some point in my life, but very long time ago, and I couldn't remember much.
Тот выбор, который я сделал в этой позиции, не самый принципиальный, но дело в том, что после, допустим, конь c3 можно начать играть очень острые какие-то линии, и я не хотел ввязываться в эти осложнения, потому что я, конечно, смотрел это, но когда-то очень давно.
And so this is all theory, and basically, from what I remember, Black is supposed to be doing very well here, and I think it's true. But I thought, okay, I will get some kind of a game, and we will just play. And
это все теории, насколько я помню, черных здесь должно быть хорошо, но мне казалось, что просто мы войдем в игру и будем играть.
And maybe it's more precise to start with the castling here, because allowing queen g5 is probably not such a bright idea. The queen is very well placed on g5, so maybe it was more precise to start with castles. But maybe even here Black can take rook c1 and play queen g5 anyway, I'm not sure.
Может быть, точнее, нужно было начать с рокировки, потому что ферзь g5, ход довольно хорошо расположен, ферзь на g5, и не стоило его допускать. Может быть, и после рокировки взять на c1 черные могут сыграть ферзь g5, я не уверен.
Well, here Black has to be very, very comfortable. I'm absolutely certain that I'm not better here. I'm probably not worse because I haven't done that much wrong, but I'm not better here.
Здесь я практически уверен, что у черных комфортная позиция. Меня, наверное, не хуже, поскольку я ничего плохого не сделал, но и не лучше.
And how actually Dmitry estimated this position after the opening?
Дмитрий, а как вы оценивали эту позицию после дебюта?
Да, я тоже был очень доволен этой позицией, особенно ходом ферзь g5.
I was also quite happy with this position, especially with queen g5 move.
То есть, если этот ход не делать, то, конечно, у белых есть позиционный перевес, такой достаточно ощутимый, ясный план. Ферзь d2. Ну, даже вот если бы где-то белые успели, скажем, вот здесь следующим ходом пойти ферзь d2,
да,
то, конечно...
очень важно ферзь d2 было
And of course, if black doesn't do this move, then white has some nice positional edge. And even here, if in this position that you see on the screens, if white would manage to play queen d2 at some point, then it would be a very nice position for white.
Ну вот, а после ферзь g5, рокировка ладья d8. Здесь, я думаю, у черных, конечно, полный порядок.
And after queen g5 and castle and rook d8, black is very fine.
В общем-то, не так понятно, что делать белым.
План было крайне трудно найти, да. Я
Потому
не
что,
очень
ну,
понимал.
конечно, рано или поздно где-то должен произойти размен ферзей, но тогда будет абсолютно равный эндшпиль, как мне кажется.
It's not clear what to do for white because at some point the queens should be exchanged, and then, as I understand it, there would be a completely equal endgame position.
Тут есть вот такой наскок. С виду он может показаться опасным, но здесь можно пойти на F8, на E7, наверное.
8, 6, король G7 самое.
Ну да, здесь не имеет значения. В общем-то, вот этот размен, он, конечно, только черным на руку, поскольку слон на E2 не играет.
Слон жуткий, да.
There is such a way to play here, but it only looks scary. In fact, it doesn't bring anything good for white because the bishop on E2 is quite bad after it.
Ход B4 мне тоже откровенно не нравится, потому что, ну, как-то я цели не видел особо. Ну, цель, я так понял, единственное, что вот, например, если сразу белые ходят ферзь D3, тогда у черных есть ход конь G7.
Ну да, идея была как бы иметь в запасе ход B4, B5 в каких-то позициях, может быть, но понять, где так ходить, я потом так и не нашел ни одной позиции, в которой бы мне этот ход нравился. То есть, честно сказать, игра такая немножко рваная. До какого-то момента я делал ход за ходом, просто, грубо говоря, вот какая-то позиция, надо сделать ход, сделал ход. Вот какая-то новая позиция, надо снова делать ход. Но позиция надежная, поэтому ее сильно испортить невозможно. Конь F6, ну как бы B5, как бы последнее, что меня окончательно отбило желание так ходить, я понял, что даже если черные просто, ой, прошу прощения, АБ, СБ и конь Е7, basically I'll switch to English. Basically I was half planning to play B5 at some point, but the final nail in the coffin of this plan was I realized black can even take and go knight E7, and I cannot stop D5 from the next move. And I might even be worse for all I know. So that was the final reason for me not to do this.
Yes, I would just like to mention that all this discussion started when Dmitry said that he didn't quite like B4 move.
Yeah, no, I don't like it myself. I played it because I thought maybe there will be some positions in which I can play B5 profitably, but then I couldn't find a single position in which it worked. So yeah, it's a bit of a waste of a tempo.
Also commentators, they mentioned that probably B3 is more typical, yes, in this position.
B3 is a bit more safe and a bit more reasonable, but it shouldn't be ruining white's position just yet.
Комментаторы также отмечали, что, наверное, B3 был возможный, более типичный ход, и Петр ответил, что это действительно так, и, в общем, не разрушает позицию белых, не ухудшает.
Ходов через 5 на ничего согласиться.
Yeah, generally speaking, if nothing happens, the queens will come off and the position will be completely equal, and some kind of a, let's say, a normal way of continuing in this position would be, let's say, B3, I don't know, knight F6, queen.
Сейчас Петр демонстрирует, как развивал бы партию.
A typical, I don't know, some move here, I don't know, and then we go queen E3, takes, let's say, I don't know, rook F8, although that this move doesn't really make much sense. Queen E3 takes, knight G4, rook bishop F1, and then I will play knight C2, the knight will go back to C6, I will play knight E3, the knight will come back to D4.
И после этого конь C2, конь C6, конь E3, конь D4, повторение позиции.
This is how things generally go in this position, but yeah, after before at least I created some potential targets for black to aim against, and this created some excitement potential.
После B4 я попытался просто таким образом создать какие-то зацепки в позиции
Сказать, что пытался, это не уверен, создал.
Создал, да, какие-то зацепки в позиции черных.
Но так или иначе, вот позиция после ладьи D1, ну, here basically I'm not threatening anything, but on the other hand, I can imagine some moves which might improve my position. I want to play A3 at some point probably, and then I don't know, queen G3, queen E3, I don't know. Knight D5 maybe in some positions, and I'm quite solid, but I have no real plan of improvement, and I think black should be perfectly fine here.
У меня довольно прочная позиция, но я не вижу конкретного плана, как ее улучшить. Да, конечно, у меня есть отдельные ходы, там конь D5, ферзь G3, возможно, но думаю, что у черных все в порядке.
Если может быть.
Ну да, соглашусь с оценкой.
Ладья C8
нормальный ход.
Rook C8 I expected this move, and then I realized that apart from it being just a very decent move in general, black also creates, let's say if I pass here, I think black just wins material by takes knight G4 and queen D3 loses to rook C. Oops. to rook c3, obviously, not rook
В случае
c4.
варианта, который демонстрирует Петр, вероятно, белые просто теряют материал.
Yeah, so basically rook c8 creates a very concrete threat of bishop takes c4, which has to be addressed, so I'm more or less forced to go knight d5.
Поэтому здесь практически вынуждены белые ходить конь d5, нужно реагировать на угрозу слон c4.
And this is maybe the critical position of the game, because Black has a very attractive option of b7, b5, which is what Dmitry did, but it turns out that, you know, in concrete complications there, I think maybe White actually comes out slightly on top. So maybe Black could just play rook fd8 here and ignore it for a while, or also Black could potentially take with the bishop and go knight e7, but
Maybe e4 instead of knight
e4 is e4 is generally not such a e4. I think here oh no, queen e3. I can't even play queen e3. Maybe I can. Yeah, I can. Here it might lead to huge problems, because takes you cannot take on b4 because the knight will there's knight d3. Sorry, but even fe3, knight e5, knight d4, the pawns. Oops, keep on doing this. Knight e5, knight d4. The pawns might run, and in general, I'm not sure Black should be aiming for this structure. But after knight e7, knight e3, and some move, I don't know, knight d7, for instance, or maybe b6. And, Black has some play on the king side, which has to be addressed somehow. Because if Black gets, let's say, f5, e4, f4, he will be much, much better. So it kind of depends on what's happening after c5 here. So this was a possibility. I couldn't really assess what's going on there. After knight e3, there are many moves. There's, let's say, knight g6, and maybe I have to play queen f5. I don't know. It's a strange position. And after rook d8, once again, I can play knight b6 if I want to, and maybe drive the rook back to b8 or somewhere, or I can play a3, just generally strengthening my position. But I have no idea what's going on, and I think Black is fine.
Петр, вероятно, придется все-таки попросить именно вас рассказать еще раз на русском об этом, потому что я...
Ну, видимо, критическая позиция именно эта в партии, поскольку появляется очень привлекательный ход b5, который Дмитрий сделал, который выглядит очень принципиально. Но, возможно, после него все срастается у белых, и, может быть, его как раз и не следовало делать объективно, хотя трудно сказать, может быть, мы оба что-то не видели. Но можно, скажем, пойти слон d5, ед, конь e7, мне кажется, e4 ходить рано, пока конь e7, и после, скажем, конь e3. Если черный успеет, скажем, отвести коня с f6 и начать какой-то штурм на королевском, там f5, e4, f4, у них понятно, что будет великолепная позиция. А если белые успеют что-то на ферзевом фланге сами начать первыми, у белых будет хорошая позиция. Тут довольно конкретная игра начинается. Ну или можно просто пойти ладьей в d8 и, ну как бы коня на d5 поставил, является ли это большим достижением, непонятно, у черных довольно простая игра, ничего не висит по-хорошему. То есть партия продолжается, я думаю, что бойцы по-прежнему где-то в границах равенства.
Но дело в том, что здесь, например, у белых есть ход a3,
да, вот a3,
и тогда уже
b5 уже не будет больше работать. Да. Если выходить b5, выходить надо сейчас, это правда. Как бы есть вот окошко, в которое можно пойти b5. И здесь вот у белых два основных хода, ферзь g3 и ферзь e3, видимо. И, может быть, и ферзь e3 тоже было неплохо, но я, поскольку посчитал ферзь g3 до какого-то момента, и мне нравилось, что там происходит, я решил, что я не буду тратить слишком много времени на второй ход.
Мне кажется, был довольно интересный вариант, вот здесь еще конь f6.
GF мне не нравился.
GF, естественно,
yeah,
да.
So, switch to English, yeah.
Может быть, даже пожертвовать качеством.
This I didn't consider very much for some reason, but first of all, I'm not even sure you need to do this. I think you can maybe take like this. No?
Может быть, даже не стоит это делать, просто взять.
And my position is so discoordinated that I don't know. I mean, knight b4 and knight d4 are still huge threats, and bishop c4 is kind of unpleasant, and the pawn on a2 is hanging. And I'd be very surprised if I'm doing well here.
Queen b5 here.
Queen b5, knight d4.
Knight d4.
Oops.
Knight e6.
Oops, I keep on doing this thing.
Да, Петр просто отметил, что позиция белых в этом случае...
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, some kind of
Queen d3.
Queen d3.
Очень много угроз со стороны черных.
Yeah, it's a mess. I honestly don't know what's going on here, and also maybe you can start by playing bishop h3 here, or maybe not. I don't know. It's a very difficult position to assess correctly. And as I said, maybe I would have spent half an hour and went for this, but I found queen g3 and I realized that it seems to me that I'm doing very well here, and I thought let's just stop and play this move because I quite like what's coming out. If knight takes e4, I think queen g5, knight g5 and knight b6 is quite strong. With the idea of rook b8, rook takes d6, rook takes b6 and c5. And in this position, if knight d4, then rook takes d4, and I think I'm fine. Well, I'm better, and I think the critical move is knight e4, and now rook e6, f6, cb6, and the pawn on b6 will probably fall, but I will definitely get something for it. So I don't know, knight d6, some kind of a strange position. I couldn't. I'm at least not worse here, and maybe I'm fighting for an advantage. I don't know. It's difficult to work out what's going on. So I expected queen takes g3, and now takes, h takes g, and black has a choice between two captures on c4, and and the critical thing is after bc4 I play f4. If I hadn't seen f4, I would have continued searching for other moves. But f4, I realized that this is a very attractive opportunity, and I just stopped here and thought, this is very interesting, I should be going for this.
Да, и важно, что после взятия пешкой на c4 у меня есть ход f4, очень такой важный ресурс. Если бы я его не видел, то, наверное, я просматривал какие-то другие продолжения.
Если слоном, просто чтобы, if black takes with the bishop on c4, I take, rook d6, it seems like rook fd8 has to be played, and now takes, and knight e3. And because of the spoiled pawn structure on the on the king's side, I think I have some pull here. After knight takes b4, I can play a3, for instance.
После взятия слоном, из-за испорченной пешечной структуры у черных на королевском фланге, я думаю, что у белых лучше.
I don't know if white can actually win this position, but white will be pressing. It's quite clear.
Я не знаю, могут ли белые выиграть эту позицию, но очевидно, что они будут давить.
And after f4, I think what Dmitry did was the most critical reply, but then he just basically he forgot about the square, and his game just collapsed. I think f5 is correct.
Я думаю, что f5 это правильный ход, и
because the threat of f4, f5 is just too strong. Black could try c3, but then I take on a6. Rook a8 is impossible because of bishop b7, so black has to play rook c7, and for instance I can play b5 here. And it seems to me I'm the only one playing for a win here. Regardless of where this knight goes, I think I should be better here. So I expected f5, and now takes, knight e3, and here basically I understood from that Dmitry just basically black completely controlled the f5 square for such a long time that Dmitry forgot that I can put a piece there. And he went bishop d3, takes, and he only thought about knight d5, when in fact knight f5 maybe just wins on the spot. I couldn't see any defense.
Дело в том, что в этот момент я понял, что черные так долго контролировали пункт f5, что, видимо, Дмитрий просто в какой-то момент уже забыл, что я тоже могу.
У меня тоже регулярно выпадают так клетки. Я очень хорошо знаком с этим феноменом, когда.
Я бы еще назад вернулся.
Ну да.
I would go back a little bit.
То что произошло? Я, значит, пошел b5 и был очень доволен, потому что я думал, что Петр пойдет g4. И я построил вот такой вот кулак. Вот. И все будет отлично.
No, this wasn't the plan, no.
К сожалению, здесь меня Петр разочаровал чуть-чуть.
But this is still not a very clear position, I think. And black had a choice here. Black could play bishop b4, bishop b6. For instance, after bishop b6,
I think knight d4 is interesting.
Knight d4, I think it's not really working because take. Yeah, but I spent some time calculating this, and finally, I think what I settled on is check. Takes. You want to take, and I think bishop g4 wins here.
Думаю, что слон g4 здесь.
d2?
d2, rook c2. And then I come with the king. c3, for instance, I go king f2, and the king comes over to d3. I think this is winning. I spent some time looking at this because there are a lot of positions here where I have to control pawns like this. And
sorry, if I play d3?
Where?
c3 here.
Если здесь c3 предлагает Дмитрий.
King f2. It's kind of the same. Actually, you can maybe play h5, but I think I can just play bishop f3 here.
Примерно то же самое, например, после h5.
The point is that I get the king to e3 just in time, I think.
Важно, что король приходит на e3
Before
вовремя.
before the second pawn arrives on d4, this is hugely important, because if black had a third pawn on d4, he would be doing obviously very well. But I think
Пока еще одна черная пешка не
in
пришла на
time.
d4, очень важно подойти королем, иначе
Кстати, если пешка на d6 не было, d8 хоть появлялась в какой-то момент.
Ну, может быть, да.
Может, не нужно было.
So I thought either bishop e4 or bishop e6. And for instance, bishop e6, I cannot play f5. Or, well, I can, but I don't like it much because there's knight d4. And if bishop g4, bishop d7, I think I misplaced my pieces quite horribly. But after bishop e6, I can just take on d6.
Да, я предполагал, что черные сыграют слон e4, либо слон e6, после слон e6, f5, конь d4, слон g4.
Это не туда совершенно, да.
Да, а вот ладья бьет d6.
And after knight d4, I can just play bishop f1.
Просто слон f1 после конь d4.
I won back this pawn, and the pawn on e5 is hanging, and the pawn on a6 is hanging. There's actually quite a lot hanging in black's position. And for instance, let's say c3, fe5, I'm probably already almost winning.
У черных много висит пешек.
Although now that I think about it,
there's вероятно, я уже просто выигрываю.
There's knight f5, which I
думаю, может быть, конь f5 есть ход.
Which I didn't see during the game. But maybe even here takes, bishop takes a6. I have my own trumps here, rook c7, b5. My own pawn starts running, and basically the rook on d6 controls the very important d file. So maybe even here I'm doing okay.
Но даже здесь, возможно, у меня все в порядке, потому что я беру на 6, и моя пешка b начинает идти вперед.
Maybe objectively, maybe I'm actually better here, but I'm not entirely sure. I was just happy enough to get this position because I realized I'm the only one playing for a win here.
Объективно, у меня, наверное, уши здесь, но я не был окончательно уверен. В любом случае, я был рад получить эту позицию, потому что только я могу здесь играть на победу.
And bishop d3 is obviously a gift because takes knight
это просто подарок, потому что после взятия конь
f5. Yeah, here I think this is more or less resignable because there are just too many threats.
Здесь просто настолько много угроз, что черным уже практически.
I thought what Dmitry did was the only chance, but
я думаю, то, что сделал Дмитрий, это единственный шанс.
But it doesn't help either because basically, if king h8, the simplest way is just to take on d6, and after rook c7, for instance, f takes e5, black is completely tied up, and I will play a4 and b5 next to me.
Например, в случае король h8. Конь придет на d6, и у черные связаны.
And I'm already, I think, a pawn up here, so
и уже лишние пешку.
Everything is collapsing, and moves like knight d4, knight b4 don't work because black doesn't have enough pieces on the board to start running with those pawns.
Да,
so e4 I thought was the only try.
Потому что недостаточно фигур у черных, чтобы просто начать бежать вместе с пешками.
And here I needed to make a choice because I think objectively rook c6 wins as well. Takes, knight e7.
Здесь нужно было сделать выбор, потому что объективно я думаю, что ладья c6 тоже выигрывает.
Knight d4. I think this should also be winning, but after rook c4, knight f5 check, black goes king g6.
Думаю, тоже должно быть выиграно после ладья c4, конь f5 шах, король g6 ходят черные.
King g6, not king f6, because it's very important that after knight d6, black has rook d4 and the pawns start running, so I have to take on e4 probably, and this is a rook ending with one less pawn than in the game. And if knight e3, rook takes b4, I think objectively this has to be winning for white, but it's a little bit tricky, and I thought that the rook endgame I'm getting in the game is simpler, so I took on d6.
Ну, я думаю, что то, что я показал объективно, финальная позиция тоже должна быть выиграна для белых, но не так просто, а позиция просто ладья на эшпиль это гораздо проще.
If black goes f5 here, I think the most precise way is to take, and play g4 straight away. And this has to be winning, I think.
Вероятно, наиболее точный путь заключался в этом варианте. Здесь должно быть выиграно.
I think, although here takes, and yeah, but I think this has to be winning. Gf, knight d6, and just king.
Я думаю, что все-таки должно быть выиграно.
King f2. And if knight f5, I think rook e1 is winning here. I think I checked this during the game.
Да, мне кажется, что я это смотрел во время партии.
d2, rook d1, e3, king f3, and now I will start running with the a and b pawns, and I think this should be enough. And this was an opportunity, but I think basically I need to pay attention to all the knight jumps, but I think objectively this has to be lost for black.
Конечно, мне нужно обращать внимание на все прыжки конем, но объективно я думаю, что у черных здесь проиграно.
And after e3, what we get is this McDonald-Labourdonnais position after rook c6, e2, rook c1, but I have so much extra material that those beautiful pawns don't really count for much.
Да, и после e3 у меня просто настолько много лишнего материала, что эти две красивые пешки не могут.
Yeah, I understand that Labourdonnais had 3 of them, and that actually makes a difference.
Labourdonnais было 3 пешки, а здесь.
We get this rook endgame, and of course rook c3 is a mistake which ends the game immediately. But I think objectively this has to be lost anyway because.
Конечно, ладья c3 это ошибка, которая мгновенно заканчивает партию, но думаю, что.
Let's say after rook c4, I think rook d6 wins. I couldn't believe that this position will not be winning.
Я думаю, что ладья d6 выигрывает, и не могу поверить, что эта позиция не выиграна.
I think eventually the king will come out of the corner and.
Да, я думаю, что в конце концов король выйдет из угла.
And I will be able to transpose into some kind of a 3 against 1 on one flank. Here some precision would be required, but objectively speaking, I think this has to be winning for white.
Конечно, нужна будет определенная точность, но объективно, мне кажется, что у белых должно быть выиграно, потому что в какой-то момент все-таки король выйдет из угла, и, вероятно, все это придет к позиции 3 на одну пешку на одном фланге.
At least I thought so during the game.
По крайней мере, я так думала во время партии.
Дмитрий, хотел бы ли ты что-нибудь добавить, может где-то возразить?
Would you like to add something or maybe?
Да, возразить можно много где-то и добавить, но это все сначала надо начинать.
Well, there are a lot of things that I can add, but then we should start all over again.
Okay, maybe some points, может некоторые моменты.
Да, я думаю, не стоит.
Okay, so do we have questions then for players?
Нет, ну я, например, вот не совсем согласен.
Actually, a little bit I disagree.
Во-первых, я хочу сказать, что я вообще-то думал, что у меня здесь лучше
I
позиция.
thought that here I actually have a better position.
Я был уверен, что у белых единственный ход ладья d6.
I was sure that
Но после ладья d8 я думал, что я как-то подавлю.
And after rook d8 I thought that I have some pressure.
Вот, поэтому я тут немного чувство опасности потерял, но.
So I lost a little bit a sense of danger here.
Если бы я видел, конечно, что меня ждет, то я бы пошел c3.
Of course, if I would know that
мне
what's
кажется,
in
что
front of me, I would play c3.
Мне кажется, что вот эта позиция, она абсолютно неясная.
And I think that this position is completely unclear.
Let's say rook d6.
Ну, слон bishop e2.
b6.
Rook c5.
Rook c5. Yeah, maybe this is not as clear as I thought.
Да, возможно, действительно не так ясно.
Knight b4.
Knight b3.
Knight b3 maybe I can take on a2, I don't know.
Ah, okay.
Maybe.
Bishop c4, withdraw, okay.
You know, here I have rook c3, but
okay,
yeah, no, this is obviously a very important try, but
Да, очевидно, что это очень важная попытка.
Also, maybe I can start with knight b4 here. I'm not entirely
Может быть, я могу начать с конем b4.
Try and save the a2 pawn for the
Чтобы
future.
попробовать сохранить пешку a2 на будущее.
Да, ну в целом могу сказать, что в общем очень много зевнул сегодня, даже как сейчас понимаю.
Well, and in general, I can say that I blundered a lot today.
А Петр, мне кажется, как наоборот сыграл с большой фантазией.
And Peter, on the contrary, he played with a lot of fantasy.
Well, I think the only creative move I found in this game is f4, but it's a very important move, and I'm happy I found it.
Я думаю, что на самом деле единственный действительно творческий ход, который нашел в этой партии, это f4, но я очень рад, что я его нашел, потому что он очень сильный.
So, do we have questions to players?
Добрый день. Вопрос немножко на отвлеченную тему, сразу двум гроссмейстерам. Известно, что ханты-мансийск, да, популярен на весь шахматный мир, но можно говорить, что не только на шахматный. Здесь проводится очень много соревнований, состязаний по другим видам спорта. Например, вот сейчас как раз начался матч между хоккейной игрой и омским авангардом в Ледовом дворце Ханты-Мансийска. Вот, а в конце марта здесь стартует чемпионат России по биатлону. В связи с этим вопрос, следите ли вы, интересуетесь ли вы зимними видами спорта, в частности приоритетными для игры видами, и не желаете ли вы во время турнира посетить какие-то состязания? Спасибо.
Ну, я скорее слежу за биатлоном, чем за хоккеем, Хотя и за биатлоном, за пределами как бы крупных соревнований особенно не слежу, но как бы к хоккею так не привили мне любви с детства, и плохо очень понимаю эту игру. Игра, несомненно, очень интересная, но я в ней совершенно ничего не понимаю. А что же касается посмотреть, ну, вечером перед выходным это можно было бы обдумать, а вечером перед важной партией точно нет.
Well, the question was, Ukraine is known for a lot of sports activities and a lot of competitions that are held here, not only chess competitions, but a lot of winter sports like hockey or biathlon. And the question was if the players actually follow any winter sports and if they would like to see and watch some games here in Khanty-Mansiysk. Peter said that he would rather follow biathlon than hockey because, well, probably it's very interesting to play hockey, but he doesn't understand much about this game. And as to watch something here in Khanty-Mansiysk, well, Peter could give it a thought before the rest day, but before the day when there is an important game in front of him, he would rather think about the game.
Дмитрий?
Ну, я могу сказать, что я все-таки больше предпочитаю футбол. За зимними видами спорта, безусловно, следил, особенно на Олимпиаде, конечно. Все болели, всей семьей, но...
Well, I prefer football. Of course, I followed winter sports, especially during the Olympic Games.
В принципе, я соглашусь с Петром, что единственное, можно, если перед выходным днем, я бы сходил на хоккей живой.
And I would agree with Peter that before the rest day, I would actually visit hockey. Why not?
Никогда не был на хоккее, мне это интересно.
I never watched hockey.
У вас будет возможность сходить завтра, но тогда вам нужно до 5 закончить.
You would have an opportunity to go and watch hockey tomorrow, but then you have to finish your games until 5.
Знаете, один раз у меня был очень интересный случай, когда мы были в Дортмунде. Женя знает уже, да?
Once I had a very interesting thing when we were in Dortmund.
Причем мы взяли билет на матч Суперкубок. Дортмундская Боруссия против Баварии. Такой звездный матч.
We took tickets for Super Cup in Dortmund, Borussia against Bavaria.
Мы были очень рады, что удалось купить билеты.
And we were very happy that we got tickets.
И был достаточно большой запас по времени. Игра начиналась в 3 часа, а матч начинался в 8 часов.
Well, I had quite a lot of time actually because the game was. That match started at 3.
Я был уверен, что мы успеем на этот матч.
So I was sure that we would catch the game.
Но вот, к сожалению, мой соперник Майкл Адамс, он как-то, да, был не в курсе, видимо, что будет проходить матч.
Unfortunately, my opponent Michael Adams was not aware of this match and this plan.
И, в общем, мы очень долго играли ничейный эндшпиль. Но в итоге, когда время стало поджимать, я стал играть очень быстро и проиграл. И радостный побежал на матч.
Well, we played on and on for a long time in a drawish end game. And when I got into time trouble in a matter of catching the match, I started to make bad moves and actually lost. And then very happily went to watch the football game.
Отличная история. И огромное спасибо вам за комментарии, за такие интересные ответы на вопросы.
Thank you very much.
We have all 4 results today. Kramnik just beat Karyakin, Svidler has beaten Andreikin, and Aronin beat Mamacharov. So far in the tournament, it's 4-0 for White.
Yeah, I mean, White has been completely dominant and there's already been half the games decided. I think that's quite surprising. I think in top chess recently, White has really been suffering to create something, but here they have done spectacularly well.
So far, yes, definitely.
And we have 3 players in the lead. Vishy Anand, Vladimir Kramnik and Peter Svidler is leading the tournament. And sort of, well, that's partly from the older generation. So they're doing, the experienced players are doing very well so far here, I think.
Very much so. So now the last press conference is about to begin and we say goodbye until tomorrow. Thank you.
Candidates Khanty-Mansiysk. And my first question actually to Vladimir Kramnik. You played today this E4 line, which I think never happened or maybe rarely happened in your games. So were you kind of expecting this variation from Sergei today?
Добрый вечер, дамы и господа. Мы приветствуем вас на последней пресс-конференции турнира претендентов сегодня. И мой вопрос к Владимиру Крамнику, который выиграл эту партию. Что вы сегодня избрали вариант третий ход Е4, и что вы думали ли вы, Сергей, готов к нему или нет?
Нет, но я понимал, что это возможно. Sorry, I understood that it's possible. Queen's Gambit accepted because actually I don't have much experience lately on it, and my the way I played against it was not very ambitious, so I thought that he might try to go for it. And anyway, well, actually I prepared this whole idea for London for 1 year ago. So my new idea A3, which is very, very interesting, and I think it opens totally new variation here. Because everybody was just taking EF here, and there is a lot of theory. But A3 is a novelty, and okay, this is I prepared a year ago, even more than a year ago, but just of course was a bit difficult to memorize it. Although I checked it very briefly yesterday, I just repeated it very briefly, but too briefly to remember well.
Are you aware that there is one game with A3 in database?
Yeah?
Yes, but women players, I think.
Yeah, okay. You cannot call it a game.
Владимир
ответил,
что он этот вариант, принятый Ферзевой, довольно давно не играл, и что он рассматривал такую возможность, в том, что Сергей может его применить за черных. Но также он добавил, что весь этот дебютный вариант он готовил к прошлому претендентскому турниру в Лондоне, но перед партией лишь кратко его повторил. Но интересная новинка ход А3, который он применил в этот раз.
Ну, я здесь добавила, что встречался ход
в одной
А3 в
партии, да, и это играли женщины.
Да, или одна из соперников была женщина. На что Владимир ответил?
Ну, не будем говорить.
Мы не скажем,
что
я пошутил. Okay, so we can continue. What happened later? A3.
Что произошло дальше?
Yeah, okay, I didn't expect this move.
Сергей сказал, что не ожидал этот ход А3.
And okay, I was thinking that 95 was solid, but slightly worse for black, and I decided to play principal. But of course, I understood that Vladimir is prepared better than me, but still, I wanted to fight and to play principal. But okay, I don't know. It's hard to say what is the best.
No, okay, the position is very complicated, and I believe that it will. Well, you can play lots of games, just a new variation. I mean, both knight d5 or FE, very complicated positions, and you need lots of games to understand what is going on there.
Сергей сказал, что здесь он рассматривал ход конь bd5, но решил применить более принципиальный вариант FE, чтобы завязать борьбу, хотя понимал, что Владимир готов в этом продолжении, возможно, лучше, чем он. На что Владимир ответил, что чтобы хорошо играть такой вариант, он должен быть сильно наигранным.
Не, ну в смысле, чтобы понять, что происходит.
Чтобы понять, что происходит. Нужно его часто играть, поскольку позиция очень сложная.
But you like this position, let's say, when you were entering this?
Well, I wouldn't enter it if I wouldn't like it, but actually I think that Sergei played the best defense according to computer, at least. If I remember well, I was not really remembering, but I think this is exactly what computer is trying to do, is taking on c3 and queen d5, bishop d7.
Анастасия спросила, что, возможно, вам нравилась эта позиция, если вы на нее пошли. Владимир сказал, что да, конечно, если бы она мне не нравилась, я бы так не пошел. И он также добавил, что Сергей сделал наилучший ход, и если он правильно помнит оценку компьютера, то там все было именно так.
Да,
и привел продолжение.
here, okay, I have to castle, otherwise queen c4 is and here I think that there was some variation. If I remember well, that black was castling long, giving up pawn on a7, and computer was saying it's about equal. But I couldn't really understand where, because here long castle, rook a7, I couldn't understand what black wants. I mean, okay, I actually like white's position. From human point of view, it looks very attractive, but I think computer still hold it, if I'm not mistaken.
Если я не ошибаюсь, здесь компьютер советует для черных играть длинную рокировку, и после взятия ладьей в какой-то момент, и после взятия ладьей на а7 считается, что позиция близка к равенству, но не очень понятно, как это именно получается, это равенство. Психологически трудно сделать такой ход, отдавая в этой позиции пешку на а7.
Okay, so then queen c4, I think knight g3 is the right move.
And c4, конь g3 правильный ход.
Okay, there was some bishop c6 logical, otherwise knight e4 is coming. Here I was thinking about d5, just so okay, it's a little too much probably, just to sacrifice another pawn.
Здесь я рассматривал ход d5, но подумал, что, наверное, слишком
Bishop d5 and now just rook f d1 or even h4 I was considering. It's very strange way
Здесь
of playing.
даже рассматривался ход h4, очень
just
странный
to open
вариант.
the bishop and because long castle rook a7, but okay, it looks, I just saw that after rook a5 I'm doing more than well, so I didn't see a reason not to play it.
Но я решил так не ходить и ограничиться ходом ладья a5, после которого у белых и так очень приятная перспективная позиция.
For example, okay, knight a4.
Например, конь a4.
Then knight e4 is good, and after bishop e4 there is rook a4, if I'm not blundering anything.
Конь бьет e4, слон бьет e4, ладья бьет a4.
And if bishop f5, then I'm in time to take the pawn on c7.
И на слон f5, ладья бьет c4, слон на g4, я ем пешку на c7.
Okay, otherwise e6 pawn is hanging, so it's again bishop d5, rook c5, rook takes c7, so I didn't see anything better than long castle. Probably it's a right move, I don't know.
Возможно, длинная рокировка — это правильный ход, ничего лучше него я не видел.
And here queen b3 is a right square, exactly b3, it's much weaker to put queen on a2, it's better on b3.
Поле b3 самое лучшее для ферзя в этой позиции, отход на a2 был бы слабее.
Well, here I don't know, maybe I should have simply taken immediately on c6 and knight e4. It's also very attractive. White definitely has compensation, but maybe not so clear. I don't know. I mean, it's a very difficult, very complicated position. I thought c4 was more principal.
Возможно, здесь мне стоило сесть на c6 сразу, пожертвовать качество bc, конь бьет e4, есть какая-то компенсация, но позиция очень сложная, и сложно ее оценить.
Мне кажется, 4 более принципиально, более логично.
c4 would be more logical and principle.
King b8. Now I took quite some time I was considering rook c1.
Здесь я рассматривал ход ладья c1.
That was what I thought I would play on king b8. But then I realized that after bishop d7, strangely enough, I start to have some problems with my rook on c5. Knight e4, knight a4.
Ну, если бы здесь черные пошли бы слон d7, то моя ладья оказалась бы, ладья на c5 оказалась бы в не очень приятном положении. Допустим, конь e4, конь a4.
And in fact, knight x5 is not a threat, but b6 is a threat. And okay, it's very strange, but I couldn't find an adequate defense against simple b6 next.
Конь бьет c5 не угроза, угроза ход b6. Я не знала, что на это делать.
I can still just give up exchange and probably with some, serious compensation, but no, not more than that. Black is probably doing well here. So
здесь я также мог...
strange way of defending, I thought.
Could black just defend the c6 pawn instead of playing king b8, or it's not possible?
Sorry?
Bishop d7 immediately instead of king b8.
Bishop d7, no, I thought it was...
Если бы сразу черные пошли слон d7,
d5 might be quite strong.
то довольно сильно было бы d5.
And I thought I was calculating some variations like this. Now I guess anything is good, but I thought something like this is good enough. And after this, I have d7 check. I mean, rook c4, queen c4, d7 check. That was my calculation. I don't know. I guess
maybe after d5, something like king b8.
Here, king b8.
На этот вариант Владимир рассчитывал следующее продолжение.
Okay, I was also thinking, considering this, but it is very hard to to choose because the position is very unclear.
Yeah, but it looks scary. But maybe it can. No, but also I also thought that maybe I can simply take on e4. It also looks quite promising, I would say.
Также многообещающим здесь был ход конь бьет
Because I
e4.
want knight d2 and knight d6 check. Let's say king b8. I always have knight d2. Now I don't need to play rook c1 already. So I think it must be good for white. I have a feeling.
Здесь для белых позиция хорошая, поскольку на король b8 есть ход конь d2.
No, well, anyway, yeah. So I mean, but king b8 is what I expected. It's not so easy here. All of a sudden, I mean, queen e6. Yeah, here of course queen e6 again is the most principal move, and here there is a big choice of continuations. I was not sure if rook h8 or bishop d7. I was more considering rook h8.
Да, король b8, этот ход, которого я ожидал. Ферзь бьет e6, наиболее принципиальное продолжение. Здесь у черных очень много возможностей. Вот, допустим, если бы они пошли ладья h e8.
Yes, so let's say maybe queen f7, rook f8, and if queen h7, knight c4, something like that.
И ферзь c7, ладья f8, ферзь бьет h7, то последовало бы, например, конь бьет c4.
It looks to me that white should be better anyway, but I mean, somehow, maybe even winning by force somehow, I don't know, but it's difficult to calculate this position because there are so many moves possible, you know, on each move there are like 5 alternatives, you know, 5 possibilities, so it was a bit difficult to understand what is going on, but I had a feeling it must be in white's favor, but I understand that it's not very precise what I'm saying.
У меня было ощущение, что здесь белые доминируют, но это очень сложная позиция, поскольку практически на каждое продолжение у обеих сторон есть минимум 5 вариантов, и очень сложно найти здесь наилучшее продолжение.
Humor, it's understandable just not to give this h7 pawn. And actually, yeah, rook d8 is again here so many possibilities. For instance, I was seriously considering queen g4. And after knight c4, for instance, just bishop h6 somewhere, or g5, I was not sure where, let's say h6.
В этой позиции по-человечески логично не оставлять без защиты пешку h7, поэтому пойти ладьей на e8, ладьей d, на что бы также я рассматривала ход ферзь g4, конь бьет c4 и ферзь слон h6.
Here I was not sure about e3 now.
Я был уверен насчет e3.
There are not no real threats. Black doesn't really have threats, but still it's not. I couldn't find anything very direct here.
Прямых угроз у черных нет, но здесь я не видел, опять же, прямого продолжения.
So I thought I found queen h3. I thought it's very safe. At least it's okay. I'm very safe there and still keeping some advantage. So I was quite happy with it.
Ход ферзь h3 очень надежный, я сохраняю перевес после этого.
Knight c4, rook c6. Well, I had another absolutely crazy idea to play rook c1 here. Knight takes e3, knight f1.
У меня была безумная идея здесь пойти ладья c1, конь бьет e3, конь f1.
Actually, it's not as ridiculous as it looks, but it's not so clear also. It didn't seem to me.
Конечно же, она не настолько безумная, но она очень неясная.
But it deserves attention. But okay, my plan was rook c6 anyway.
Но я пошел ладья бьет c6.
And here I thought, at least from practical point of view, black should have taken on e3, I think.
С практической точки зрения я считал, что черным следовало здесь сесть на
e3. And probably
e3.
objectively it's also the best move, I think.
И я думаю, что объективно это и был лучший ход.
Now knight takes e4. Okay, fe unfortunately doesn't work because of queen e3 check, king h1, at least according to my poor calculation. bc, rook b1 check, king a8, queen d7, and now queen c3. First I thought I'm just mating here, but then I saw queen c3, knight takes e4, queen c2, just in time, and rook b8, so I'm not in time to mate.
Согласно расчетам Владимира, вариант FE, дальше который он продолжил, не работает, поскольку черным удается вовремя все защитить ходом ферзь c2.
Therefore, knight takes e4 is the move I planned, and now queen d5. Okay, if not queen d5, then situation would be quite critical for black. But because if queen b5, I think I simply have rook fc1, very simple move. And but I think queen d5, because bc also is pretty bad. I thought just knight c5, and okay, this position is just lousy completely. But somehow after queen d5 I couldn't see anything. I mean, here I was hesitating, and I don't know what I would play. I have a safe way of playing, to play rook c5, queen e4, fe. Probably keeping some advantage, but maybe not that much.
Я считала, что наилучшее продолжение для черных здесь ферзь d5. Наиболее надежным я видел ладья c5, ферзь e4, fe, но...
Rook hf8, I guess rook c1. Because if I change one rook, it will be difficult for me with my king. So rook c1, let's say rook f7.
Здесь, если ладья hf8, ладья fc1.
And queen g3.
Ладья f7 и ферзь g3.
Trying to get h3, king h2 somewhere. It looks nice for white. I mean, white should be better, I guess, if black doesn't have anything direct. But still, it's not so simple.
Если здесь у черных нет никаких прямых угроз, то, возможно, позиция белых лучше, если мне еще удастся провести h3 и убрать короля на h2.
But I had a very interesting possibility. I thought queen takes e3.
Очень интересной возможностью было, практической возможностью было съесть ферзем на e3.
Let's say queen c6, and now, for instance, rook c1.
Ферзь бьет c6, ладья c1.
And actually, yeah, there are quite a few threats here. It's not easy to defend for black. Or maybe even knight c5 first is also interesting. But I thought rook c1. And, okay, let's say queen b6. I was calculating some strange line. Knight c5.
На ферзь b6 я смотрел вариант конь c5,
rook d8,
ладья d8,
queen e4,
и ферзь e4.
Well, rook b1 is probably not a threat yet because of rook takes d4, but I just want first something like h3 and then to play rook b1, and I thought, for instance, if queen b4,
если здесь ферзь b4,
then, okay, rook b1 maybe is a draw, because rook d4,
возможно, получалась ничья после d1, ладья d4, конь a6 шах, король a8.
I understand it looks crazy, but knight c7, king b8. Probably I'm blundering something, but I couldn't see a win. Knight a6 check, king a8. It's like a perpetual or something. But probably knight a6 check is quite good first. Like this. a5, I thought. d5, queen b6. It's some crazy thing. Okay, white is definitely better. His pawns are strong, but still, still it's not totally done.
В этой позиции случившееся, конечно же, у белых лучше.
Instead of queen b6 here.
Queen b5.
Queen b5.
Сергей предлагает вместо ферзь b6 пойти ферзь b5.
Can I maybe knight f6 d5, something like this?
Okay, then have some tempos.
Yeah, maybe. No, it's not so clear. I mean, I thought, okay, if well, still maybe knight c5, yeah, just to bother. I was not sure if I would play like this. It would pretty much depend on Sergei's time, because okay, here this position is difficult to calculate, and maybe it's better for black objectively. But I guess with little time, it's quite difficult to play with black. But yeah, I mean, I would have played rook c5 just to be safe and a bit better, and I think so.
Скорее всего, в этой позиции многое зависело от оставшегося у Сергея времени, потому что здесь много расчетов, и чем больше времени, тем лучше. И я, скорее всего, здесь пошел бы ладья c5.
Тем хуже для меня.
Тем лучше для Сергея. Я здесь пошел бы ладья c5, наиболее надежное продолжение.
So anyway, knight a3 was probably the better option, because after bc, knight e4 position is really difficult to play. I don't know how computer assesses it. Maybe he thinks black is not worse. It's possible. I don't know. But in a practical game, very difficult to play with such a king, especially with little time.
Поэтому я считаю, что продолжение конь бьет e3 было лучше, нежели то, что случилось в партии, потому что, скорее всего, здесь у черных уже хуже, тем более, когда мало времени.
Well, I'm not sure about my move rook c1. Maybe queen g4 was a better try, or rook a1. I was a little bit unhappy then later with the move rook c1, because probably black's plan is anyway king a8, but then I have my queen g4 e2 plan, which looks very serious. I mean, something like this, trying to mate. So maybe it was a better option, I don't know.
Возможно, здесь лучше было бы пойти ладья а1, король а8, и уже затем ход ферзь g4 с идеей перевести ферзя через e2 на a6.
But somehow I thought that black should stop knight a6, knight b4, and to play a5. And then my plan was to play queen g4, queen e2, queen a6. I mean, to maneuver the queen. So I underestimated after king a8 maybe things would be not that clear. Although maybe I was still much better. I don't know.
Возможно, здесь черным лучше было бы пойти А5.
Не лучше, наоборот, я думал, что опять будет цена, но как раз мне король А8, наверное, лучше.
Я считал, что черные здесь могли бы пойти А5, чтобы воспрепятствовать ходу конь А6 и конь Б4. Но
тогда намечал так и так, ферзь Е2, ферзь А6.
На это я намечал ферзь Е2, ферзь А6. Но, возможно, король А8, как было в партии, лучше.
Потому что, мне казалось, что эта пешка очень такая вкусная, но все-таки не так все может быть просто, не знаю. Хотя, с другой стороны, я не видел, честно говоря, чего-то такого существенного за черных, как-то вот такой четкой защиты. Но, в принципе, потенциально, если черные успеют перевестись, у них может быть не так плохо за счет блокады поля d5, но я не нашел, как это сделать.
I thought here that the pawn C6 was delicious for me, but
it's easy.
No, I mean, I thought that maybe potentially here, if black manages his blockade on d5, he could be doing okay, but I couldn't really see how exactly to do it, because, for instance, after queen e6 there is queen f3, which is very annoying, attacking the pawn, and after rook f8, queen e2, again attacking, going to a6, and after queen f7, I know queen g4 is ambitious move. If I would have just taken on c6, you're planning.
Если бы я сразу сел на c6, Сергей сыграл бы ладья e6.
Yeah, I thought maybe this check.
Конь опять шах.
Yeah, I was thinking about king a8 and rook c7.
Если я рассматривал
actually I wanted something like this.
Король
g4,
a8,
g4, you know, just to get my queen to this diagonal.
Okay, knight
looks quite.
Knight d5.
Конь d5.
Rook b6.
Ферзь g.
Sorry,
ферзь g2.
Yeah, it's in fact now queen e4 would be the game, yeah.
Sorry.
Queen e4 would be the game.
Really?
But yeah, well, anyway, yeah, it's but queen g4 again, because of time trouble, it's a very unpleasant move to meet, because queen e2 is another threat. Yeah, so make.
Учитывая Сергея, я стараюсь.
So knight d5, take rook e6. Yeah, rook b6. I thought is the right move, and now I don't know. I just wanted. I was sure that g4 wouldn't be expected, so I played g4 because.
No, actually, I thought that g4 is the best move.
Yeah, I thought so. I also thought so, but I also was hoping that you don't expect it. I mean, because.
I expected, but I didn't see what to do.
Я надеялся, что ход g4 Сергей не ожидает. Сергей ответил, что я его ожидал, но не знал, что на него делать.
No, because the thing is that if I play some other way, like h4, then there is rook b5 possible and queen f5. I mean, I need to take this square away from the queen, and that's why g4. I think it's very annoying move. Okay, it's a little bit opening up, but then the square. Actually, I also didn't really see a move here. I thought rook f8 was an option. Rook c5. I was calculating now c6. I thought knight c6, and now rook b1 check, queen b1, knight e3. I was slightly worried for a second, but then I thought queen e1 I can just play. I couldn't find any real play for black here, because knight takes g4, maybe queen f3. You can take queen g3. So I don't think there is a perpetual.
Yeah.
Yeah, and knight g4, rook a5 is very annoying, rook a7 is just a threat. So I thought that rook a8 maybe was a try, because h5, and here I was just, there's so many good moves, I was, rook c5 was, I thought that Sergei was hoping for c6.
Yeah, I was going to play c6, but then I think I found
HG.
something. Okay, but just rook takes d5.
And queen f3, some very nasty trick.
Okay, maybe.
But yeah, I mean, I can even take on rook c5, probably rook c8, d5, and then rook b1, rook c1. I think it works. Yeah. So I thought that it's okay, but I thought that this was a trick actually, c6 and hg. Although probably I have other ways here to play in this position. But yeah, rook d5, queen f3. Okay, this is a strange way. Maybe some g3. Can you just do? Because just making g3 you don't really have a threat even.
После g3 здесь нет угроз, поэтому как вариант
so
ход
queen
ферзь
f3,
f3.
yeah, this was kind of annoying thing to miss, because would have been, yeah. But maybe I have rook a5 also. No, but then rook takes c6.
Rook c6. No, but just
Если ладья e5, то есть ход ладья бьет c6.
It's actually completely.
Yeah, it is. That's what I thought. But rook d5, I mean, here of course it's completely gone. I just don't know. because I wanted to play bishop g5. Somehow I wanted to win by force, but I couldn't really find the force win because rook b8 here.
Здесь я искал форсированный выигрыш.
d7, e6, queen c6. Somehow I couldn't find. So, of course, just taken, but I wanted to play more kind of. I thought queen d7 maybe was a better try.
Yeah, but on e6?
Queen c6 somehow I thought. Because e7,
Ферзь
queen
d7,
f6.
e6, ферзь c6.
But I thought I just take even here.
Я думал здесь просто сесть на g6.
And after rook e8, I thought rook g5 could have been a good move just to.
И после ладья e8, ладья g5, висит на
d5. And queen h7, bishop g5. Well, I thought maybe the last chance here was king b8. But okay, Sergei had a few seconds left already, so I thought maybe, because it's difficult to make a move actually here, but I thought king b8 was a kind of small chance.
Мне кажется, может быть, маленький шанс для Сергея был здесь пойти король b8.
Let's say rook a6.
Например, ладья a6.
And rook h8.
Ладья h8.
And it seems to me I can just take on d5. I didn't see anything wrong with it.
И мне кажется, я просто могу сесть на d5. Шах, король f1. Шах, король e2.
Seems that I'm piece up.
И у меня просто лишняя фигура.
I mean, there's some g3, but I don't think it would work. But queen g8, rook g6 is over immediately.
Ну, здесь уже проиграно сразу.
Would you like to add something, Sergey, here in this?
Сергей, добавите что-нибудь к этим вариантам?
Ну, я вот могу только по-русски сказать, что это
один
из тех редких случаев, когда мне, в принципе, не стыдно проиграть. Мне кажется, что белые играли очень предприимчиво и интересно. Но вот единственное, что я вот недоволен тем, что я не побил здесь конь бьет e3. Ну, как бы, это единственный момент, где я себя корю. А все остальные моменты, то есть, может быть, были где-то еще объективные ошибки, но для практически партии я считаю, что я как бы боролся, но не получилось. Да.
I can only say that it's one seldom game when I'm not ashamed of losing. I can only say that maybe one moment which I'm not happy with is when I did not take on e3, but the game was quite interesting and I was fighting, but I lost.
Yeah. Maybe also general conclusion.
Может быть, общий вывод.
My general conclusion that I'm 1.5 out of 2.
Общий вывод, у меня 1,5 очка из 2.
So far, no other conclusions.
Других выводов пока нет.
Okay, question, please.
Есть ли вопросы?
Микрофон, Виталий, пожалуйста.
Вопрос сначала Владимиру Крамнику. Вы и вчера, и сегодня перед партией какие-то операции со стулом делаете. Можете пояснить, какие проблемы с этим?
Нет, ну,
если можно по-русски.
Да.
The first question is to Vladimir Kramnik. Today and yesterday you made some operations with your chair. So what was it? What happened?
Ну, дело в том, что турнир длинный и, в общем, конечно, довольно важно все-таки подыскать максимально удобное для себя кресло. Как-то чуть-чуть какой-то мелкий дискомфорт у меня был с теми, но вот наконец вроде мне нашли в каком-то офисе, наконец нашли кресло, которое мне очень удобно, то есть все, я теперь зарезервировал его и сказал, чтобы мне его всегда ставили, так что все, больше, я надеюсь, манипуляций с креслами не будет. Но это довольно важный момент все-таки, если какой-то маленький даже дискомфорт, то все-таки лучше с самого начала его устранить.
The tournament is very long, so I want to play in good conditions. That's why the convenient chair is very important for me. So in previous chair was not very comfortable. So now I have found the most comfortable chair, and now it's okay.
The chair of my life, as they say.
Стул жизни, кресло жизни.
Можно продолжение этого вопроса. Мне кажется, когда Сережа сел напротив тебя, тоже у него возникла проблема со стулом, ты так тихонько посмеивался, сидя на удобном стуле.
We are laughing a little bit sitting on a comfortable chair when Sergey maybe had problems with his own chair.
Ну, видите, партия показала, что это был решающий момент.
So the game showed it was the decisive moment.
Приходится в продолжении еще один вопрос задать на эту тему. Это читатель Chess News обратил внимание на фотографиях, что не очень удобные столы, но, как ему кажется, как он называет их, школьные парты. Вам удобно за ними играть, потому что там локти вроде бы некуда даже поставить?
One of the readers of the site Chess News also noticed that the tables are not very convenient. They look like school desks, and there is no place for elbows. Is it so or not? The question is to both
Честно говоря,
players.
очень жаль, что вы этот вопрос задали, потому что я как совершенно это не замечал, об этом не думал. Сейчас, видимо, начну завтрашней партии, начну об этом думать. Я действительно просто у меня нет такой мысли даже. Вроде нормально все было, но вот завтра я уже не знаю как.
That's a pity you asked this question because I haven't thought about it before, but now I will think about and maybe I will get nervous because of it.
Мне кажется, что после того, как мне помогли там отрегулировать стул, я уже был настолько счастлив, что уже не обращал внимания на стол.
After my chair was regulated, I didn't take care about it.
And okay, last question, please.
May I say something?
Yes.
The dimensions of the tables are according to the regulations, FIDE tournament regulations.
Главный судья говорит.
They are according to these regulations, the minimum dimensions.
Главный судья говорит, что данные столы соотносятся с положением FIDE, соответствуют положению FIDE, что они были измерены специально и что там все правильно.
And regarding the chairs, we always try to satisfy the players. So today we changed the chairs. We brought new chairs, and even for Vladimir we brought another chair.
А также
He was satisfied.
Также судейская коллегия всячески пытается удовлетворить требования игроков. Были заменены все стулья. Для Владимира был доставлен отдельный стул, и больше нет жалоб.
I would like just to add something that during Grand Prix in Paris, the chairs were actually too comfortable. So Grishuk asked for the chair which is not so comfortable, so he cannot sleep during the game. So you never know the request.
Анастасия добавила, что во время этапа серии Гран-при в Париже кресла были наоборот слишком комфортные, что Александр Горячук даже сказал, что как бы ему там не уснуть.
И попросил другой стул.
И попросил заменить его.
Ну, я могу сказать, что, кстати, то же самое сделал Гарри Каспаров в 2000 году, когда мы с ним играли матч. Он то же самое сказал, что он слишком комфортное кресло, слишком удобное, и он в итоге поставил такой стул, сидел на стуле. Я как-то так полулежа лежал в кресле, и, в общем, как-то все нормально прошло, не знаю. Я люблю, когда комфортно.
It also happened in a match against Garry Kasparov, who also asked a tough chair instead of a very comfortable armchair because he wanted not to be sleepy. But Vladimir felt very good in this armchair.
Yeah, I prefer it as much
He preferred it as much
as comfortable as possible.
Yes. So the last question to Evgenia Tara.
Последний вопрос от Евгения Тара.
Ну, не знаю, в продолжение чуть-чуть темы стульев, как бы можно вспомнить еще Василия Иванчука, который тоже периодически экспериментировал с этим. Ну неважно, вопрос в другом. Вчера, играя с Андрейкиным, вы сказали, что как-то нужно еще, не готово, может быть, как бы на полную мощность как бы включиться. Сейчас вы выиграли достаточно интересную партию с очень интересным содержанием, с жертвами, со сложной борьбой. Как считаете, вы включились уже в борьбу?
Yesterday, when you were speaking about the game against Dmitry Andreikin, you said that maybe it's necessary to be switched on for the game. So today you've had a very interesting game full of sacrifices. So do you think, are you switched on already? Are you in game?
Ну, я надеюсь, потому что, конечно, будущее покажет, сказать, следующие туры, но, по крайней мере, сегодня была более чем разминка, серьезная партия, надо было считать варианты острые, сложные, так что, но если я после нее не войду в игру, то, видимо, уже не войду вообще, поэтому я все-таки надеюсь, что я уже в игре, что называется.
I hope I'm in a game because today the game was not very easy. It was very complicated with many tricks and sacrifices. So if you are not in game after such a play, so you would never be in game.
I hope that after such a tough game, both players actually are switched on. They're in the game. So I wish you good luck in the next rounds and thank you very much for your great comments.
Удачи вам к следующим партиям и спасибо.